2 this time. No, I think I'm still as the player. How do I tell if I'm observer or player? I can see the entire map. Okay, good. Thanks.
That entire time. Well, anyway, we're live. Here we go. I forgot to turn it on when I turned the app. Anyway, thanks for being here, everybody. I just did my intro, but I'm not going to do it again. With me is Filthy Robot. Hello, Filthy.
Hey, Sion.
Hi. We have Ninja versus Nizar here. Elimination round in the 2025 tournament. Ninja is on a crusade all the way through the elimination bracket at this point. He lost his very first match in the tournament and has gone on to win every single game since. So we'll see
What you
if
have to do if you want to get back in it.
I know, exactly. I just feel like statistically that's not always the most likely thing that you see pan out, but of course, he's been playing very, very well. It'll be nice to see if Nazar is up to the challenge. They have played several sparring matches between.
Or in several.
Yeah. And I think I honestly don't think Nazar has won any of them. Not to make a prediction or do a spoiler here, but he definitely has his work cut out for him. So it'll be interesting to see what decisions he makes and how he tries to leverage any potential advantage that he's maybe sussed out that he can press against his opponent through their practice matches.
They banned Carthage, if I understand, for this map as well. So
They did.
neither of them are going to have access to Carthage.
Yes, which is super exciting because Carthage, of course, has been a popular pick, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's always nice to see a different mix-up in the roster. We have Babylon being chosen by who is this?
Ninja.
Ninja.
I'm not surprised. I was going to say this. I wish I'd got the chance to say it before they picked, actually, but I haven't seen Ninja play a game yet where he doesn't have access to sages.
Yes.
So I'm not surprised to see yet another sage family. He did settle hunters, which makes sense with the fur there, I suppose. But yeah, another sage nation.
Yeah, and he seems to be particularly fond, in my experience playing with him, he also seems to be particularly fond of Babylon in general. He tends to pick Babylon quite a bit in my experience. Babylon or Egypt, or like you said, Greece is another sage's pick, and I've seen him pick Greece a handful of times.
I find Babylon to be excellent these days when I'm playing them. They're one of my favorite civs at the moment, so I get it. So actually, a really cool start, something I've never seen Ninja do. Although I have not watched all of his games, I don't think. This is a tactician start.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Tactician went hunters right away, though that's nice.
Yeah, and Sentinel for that, although Sentinel not so good for clearing camps, or rather just doesn't do anything there. Educated tactician, so trying to leverage a bit more science out of that while still getting gold straight into the barley. Okay. I mean, it's kind of a large map for that. This is dual wide continent, which isn't, I mean, it's a little bigger than the one you were playing on this morning, right? Just, or rather a little bit smaller because it's continent instead of CRB, but it's that same size range, kind of like a middle-sized map.
Yeah. I don't mind the hunter, the sentinel and the opening slinger is interesting to me because what I think about that is by the time you are fully cleared and established a border, or if anything goes wrong in the meantime, you get that sentinel bonus on one of your opening units, which is basically an extra sentinel. Like if you did the usual sage or whatever, and then built a hunter's next, and then built another slinger, you'd only have one sentinel slinger. So I'd be curious if he goes double hunters for any particular reason, although it looks like he's already had this second city marked for traders.
I like it on Babylon. I don't mind it on Babylon anyways too, because Babylon tends to get a fair number of their unit cards, and having Sentinel on your free Ballista, on your free Acadian Archer, these are all great things.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another big benefit of it. One of my favorite things to do as well. And we have another Sage nation. We have Greeks, the Greeks for Nizar.
Yeah. Greece also have been very strong, although it does suffer, both Babylon and Greece suffer quite a lot from orders, so I will be curious what Nizar's particular solution is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I suspect both players will go for navigation pretty quickly, and I mean the map
Ooh,
makes sense for that as well. So
different starts though. So with the tactician start on Ninja, Nizar opting for Sage Scholar start, a bit more standard with these with the families, this particular family. Also an educated and this a scholar. 16 though. Wonder if that's intentional because Greece does not have access to a courtier like super early like that, right? So I don't know why he would want to be 16. I guess he just wants that event and considers it worth 2 turns of not having a leader in the capital.
yeah, and I've noticed he tends to opt for the 16-year-old leader. So I suppose he's just a fan of rolling the dice on that event. I mean, I forget what you could get as a scholar, but maybe something like eloquent or something like that comes up. I forget. Frederick on Discord posted the whole list once, but I don't remember them all by heart. Yeah, so but I've seen him do. Also practiced with Nizar a little bit, and every game I've seen him play, he does a 16-year-old ruler for whatever reason. Um,
Hmm.
I think it makes sense sometimes. I definitely don't think it makes sense all the time. Actually, one of the nations that I don't mind doing it on, and in hindsight, maybe I should have thought of that this morning, um, is Babylon. Because Babylon, you're already going to have that 4-turn settler in the capital, so you don't really need to worry about the governing in the capital to shave off that turn. So
Hmm.
you can afford to maybe not have a governor right away.
Well, I do love scholar starts, as you were playing scholar start this morning, if I remember correctly. For the selection, the card selection early is super nice. You want to pick up that early worker, no problem. You want to go for an early religion, no problem. You want to
Hmm.
rush uh, land consolidation, no problem. Scholars are just so good for that. So
Yeah, really, really strong opening. I'll be curious to see if tries, if he attempts to cycle into the free settler right away on turn one. That seems to be um, pretty decent
he,
play,
yeah,
at least conceptually for Greece. Of
yeah, I
course, you
think
do
it's an
run the risk
excellent
of
play.
drawing Stone Boost and the Free Settler, which is always a bummer.
By the way, what was his free sage tech?
Let's check. It
He got
was.
architecture. He high rolled.
Oh yeah, architecture. That's fun. Well, this will be interesting to see because he's complained about this. He's played a game where somebody got architecture and he thought that was a little extreme. And of course, it is. It's cost wise, it certainly is. But I don't know how well an early architecture actually translates to an advantage in this type of one-on-one dual meta. I mean, you still need time, quite a bit of time for it to pay off. Um,
It depends, I think, is the answer to that. Like this capital with a sage start and this scholar, yeah, he probably does need time to make it pay off. But if you get a higher culture capital, you can make that pay off pretty quickly.
mm. Welcome to the channel, Alcaris, Aaron, Beck, and others. Thanks for being here. If you're watching after the fact on live, no, that doesn't make any sense. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, please give us a like, subscribe, or leave a comment of what you think about the games. Always a pleasure to have you guys tuning in to all the action. We have
And
2 barbarian sites down here. In fact, I didn't do a count of the map yet. We have one,
just a
two.
sec before you do that, Son. Let me just finish a thought about the architecture play. The other thing is he's Greece, right? So Greece with their accelerated culture may actually see a
Yes.
benefit of that. Start with access to Odeons. So if he gets an early Odeon down, he can get a very high culture. And there are 2 freshwater tiles in his capital.
Hmm.
So, or actually a couple more. There's another little tiny river up north. So he could actually get all 3 um, bath style buildings down if he wants.
Yeah, but it's still, of course. But basically, I don't want to say the whole payoff requires legendary because that's not accurate. But to get all 3 bath, for example, just since you ended on that, it still require. Basically, I think an architecture grab kind of almost implies a culture rush, a legendary push, which again isn't a bad strategy. That's a solid
But there's
strategy
some
in and of
nastier
itself.
stuff in there too. Both philosophy and engineering are both very nice laws. Engineering for any of that
Yes,
wonder,
yes, yes.
snagging wonders, and
That's
philosophy is
that
just
I
an
think is the
incredible
best
science
benefit.
law.
Yes, that I agree. That I think it's the best benefit of getting it early isn't actually the bath, because the other thing is also law tempo, right? So if you get engineering, architecture right out of the way, that's basically your 7th law that you don't need to worry about. You can actually run for 7 laws. Like basically, it's kind of like being clerics and getting uh, divine rule at the start of the game.
Mhm.
So that's the biggest benefit in my mind to opening with architecture off sages on Greece. Yes, Alcaraz, he got architecture.
Yeah, I think I mean, it is totally possible for me to be entirely proved wrong here, and we'll see how that plays out in this particular game. But I find the impact of those early elder doctors just really strong if you can get them going. So if he finds the time and makes the time, I think it's worth his effort to do it. Even as you say, he will not get the full payoff until later into the game. But his opponent's open tactician, so maybe his opponent will not even give him the time to get any payoff, depending on how this game goes.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that goes. And it's nice to see another Babylon. Actually, I really like Babylon versus Greece here. I think it's an interesting pairing. Both struggle a little bit with orders. Both are sages families. You have champions versus hunters, and I would be curious to see if we're either going to get traders versus patrons culture wars on these precious down here, or we'll see traders versus artisans in terms of econ generation off of, the excess, you know, lumber and mine potential from the artisans. So that'll be interesting. The map, by the way, is 6 city sites on either side with one in the center. We have this massive forest in the center here and a northern Thracian site. And Thracians are the oh no, there are Numidians down here. So we have one Thracian site and one Numidian site down in the south. Those are the only
And one Gaul.
tribes on the match.
No, there's one Gaul site too,
Oh,
opposite the
and there's a
Numidian
Gaul as
site.
well. I didn't see the Gaul. It blended it.
Yeah. Looks like the payoff for the 16-year-old governor for Nizar was backup for discipline. So one discipline has been that benefit. So he starts at 16, 2 years without governing. I think it slowed his settler by a turn, although I didn't notice. And he picked up one discipline point for the extra gold, which is nice.
Yeah, not too bad.
Meanwhile, yeah. Meanwhile, we have the tactician. So it is nice to see a governor and a tactician and a general on the board as an opposite each other. We don't see that all that often. So I'm kind of enjoying that. Tactician just so good at clearing camps.
They really are.
I don't quite know why. And I'd like to know this if we ever get a post game interview on this one, why he opened hunters on this map.
I think Hunter strikes me as one of those families that's really difficult to say no to, only just because of the Sentinel bonus. And I would not be surprised if his answer is he's thinking bonus cards at some point and he wants Sentinel on his Ballista, Sentinel on his Acadian, and all that stuff.
Yeah, we're already seeing one of the downsides of opening hunters though, which is generally pretty standard to plop your second city down as a military city, build the faster military second unit so you can continue clearing. And this is what the pattern tends to be. What we're seeing now for the players who open with the hunters family, they don't want to build a non-discounted military unit in their second city, and they don't want to build a military unit instead of a settler out of their capital. So they don't tend to get that second unit right away. And
Yeah,
it's
but you
not
don't
like he's
really need
playing
it with a
Arthur.
tactician. You can clear a second or third camp with just the
Yes.
one unit.
Yep. Yep.
So there are but of course, in terms of early aggression or threat potential from your enemy, there's definitely a trade-off. I don't think I would worry too much about Greece, just because I don't think they have the orders, frankly, to try and do something too crazy at the start of the game. And maybe Ninja's thinking about that. Maybe he's thinking that he's got a decent window before Greece is going to come knocking on his door.
Ninja doing some really interesting things with the tactician too. Like and he got right off the bat Eagle Eye, right? So he's already promoted to Eagle Eye. I didn't see if he forced some of that experience or if that's just been his natural experience from his experience per turn plus kills. But you can see him hugging these forests, staying well out of range of the second barb. So he's taking no damage and doing full damage at 3 tiles range here, which is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's really, really nice, and I think it will even be able, because the three distance is still going to cause the camp to heal a little bit, because it's not. It only heals. It only doesn't heal if it has something it can attack in range.
I don't know if that's true. Doesn't it not heal if it's stunned?
I think it just went up HP. I think we just saw it heal.
Okay. We'll
But anyway, that might be true as well. But I think he's still
he
doing
does
enough
8 damage. It's at 12 health, so it
Yeah.
hasn't healed yet. So if it
Yeah,
does
that's what I
heal, it
was
will
gonna say.
heal
I
this
think
turn.
he's doing enough damage that it doesn't matter, which is nice. So he can sit back here. And of course, even at the tactician, even if he does move up, he's going to do damage to that melee unit quite nicely as well. So he'll clear this camp pretty easily. He's actually going to do 9
not heal.
damage because of the disappearing act that the tactician does here. So yeah, he'll be able to clear it in 3 hits, which is nice.
Oh, maybe he did heal. I thought he
Well,
was doing 8,
let's
but he
double
just he
check.
just did 9 on that attack. Why did he do? Oh, because it's not. I see. So the damage preview, it is 9, it is healing. So the damage preview changes when it doesn't show that it will be stealth next turn for the attack. Okay, got it.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, that's interesting. So it's not to do with the unit; it's to do if you're in range of the camp's attack, essentially, whether or not it heals. Well, today I learned.
Yeah, so like that's one thing. If you're obviously if you're not a schemer, but like if you're trying to clear a camp and you're low on health, you can actually back off, send up like a scout, right, to take aggro for the camp. Or maybe you either heal up or attack it with the unit from a safe enough distance that it's not taking any damage. Um, and
Yeah,
that
you did
can
a little bit of that in your last game this morning, right?
I did, yeah. I was trying to clear two camps at once and wasn't having the easiest time of it, so I ended up pulling a worker up towards one of them and did some body blocking with it. Yeah,
I'll try not to reference that game too much because
yeah,
Alcaraz literally in the channel watching, and I know we don't want to talk about gaming ongoing, but I
yeah.
did think that was kind of
Well,
cool.
nothing that happened on turn 10 is really going to matter too much, but yes, 100%. Don't
Don't
double
double
attack.
attack. What does that mean?
You didn't let me move away. Scouts, simultaneous turn.
I see. They simul killed a scout.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good
Well,
question.
I don't know what they're doing when players are engaged in combat during real time. These games, this is one of the things I love about Old World, which is that it is one of the 4Xs that doesn't force you to play a turn-based game simultaneously, even in multiplayer. So, however, we're using one of the faster modes right now, the strict timing, where you do kind of take your move simultaneously, mostly used until you have contact with the opponent. But at the
Yes.
moment, one of the weird rules that comes out of it, the weird interactions where you can attack in one turn, the next turn move before your opponent and attack again, in this case, killing a scout fully. I wonder if they'll force a reload off it.
It sounds like Ninja's asking for that. This is one of the things that we've never quite established. This is our first, well, not technically the first, but it's definitely the tournament that garnered the most attention and participation, and therefore conversation, and to some extent, I suppose, scrutiny. And free game on simultaneous. Okay, so yeah, we'll probably have a conversation about this, but
If
anyway.
only we had the ruler, the ruler, sorry, wrong word, the organizer of the tournament in channel to clarify for us. Alcaraz, what happens when they have played on strict, have made no special accommodations for scout killing, and get a scout killed because they're on simul play as opposed to turn based? What do we do?
Generally speaking, it has been up to the players to determine this, what to do with those scouts. Like, for example, my personal preference, if I were in Ninja's position, not even Nizar's position, if I were in Ninja's position, I would consider this fair game. Protect your scouts in simultaneous. If you end your turn out in the open and someone comes up and whacks it twice and kills it, well, it's simultaneous, so fair game. Now, that said, that's strictly a purse. All right, Alcaraz's ruling is all fair and simultaneous. Yeah, so we'll get that
Alcaraz, if you
clarified.
could
Yeah,
just
Alcaraz,
put
why
that
don't
in
you
the
deal
channel.
with that?
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
but
Looks
yeah, a
like
little
that
tension. We
is
do have first blood in the match here. Don't I have a first blood song? Yes, I do.
your first blood song. Do you sing it or do you
I have
play it?
an audio thing. You can't hear it though, unfortunately, because I don't know how to make that work.
Unfortunately, is not the word I would have chosen, but excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
And maybe we're seeing the end of a friendship. Perhaps there'll be no more friendly training games. With the tournament coming into play, I would say the prize money, but there's no such thing in this one. And players are being ruthless. They're not letting that scout thing cause a reload. No rule against it. You can do it, which is totally legitimate. Now, it feels a little bad if one player expects one thing, another player expects another, but there is, as Alcaraz is clarifying right now, no rule to protect that scout. All right.
Yeah. So all right. So I guess they're gonna play on, and that's fine.
Bit of drama, a bit of salt, but
Hey,
kind of a big deal.
yeah, par for the course, right? I mean, I think attention can get a little high, and when it comes to competition, I guess. And
Well, I mean, if you think about it, think about it this terms, right? A scout is 60 growth, and a
Yeah, no,
settler, the
oh,
first settler from a town, is 80. So this is 3/4 of a settler that was just lost.
oh, no,
Not
no.
in
Don't get me wrong. It is I was in a duel recently, and I remember talking to somebody about it that wasn't the person that was playing. It is an absolute nightmare to lose your scout, and I didn't even lose it to another player. I just walked into a Numidian that killed it um, on the next turn, and oh yeah, it's an absolute nightmare to lose your scout in the first 15 turns. It's the most annoying thing.
Yep. Yep. And it just has a lot of repercussions, right? Because you have to spend the orders to get it out to see the opponent again. You lose all the kind of incidental kind of picking up of legitimacy and the rest of it. You lose track of your opponent. You have to find the build order queue again to do it. It is a big pain.
Yeah,
It is a
it's
big
huge.
pain.
It's a big deal. I was actually playing Persia recently, and I lost with riders, and I lost both of my scouts in like the first 20 turns. I was really upset.
Yeah, I think I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You have a very different play style sometimes. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
suppose that's one way to do it.
yeah.
Well,
Ar-
all right. Going back to the game, I
yeah,
think
we
that
have
is gonna.
aristocracy on Babylon, and where are we in Greece? Trapping on Greece. Nice to see an early trapping grab for Greece. I feel like that could be something that you could forget to grab early on.
Yeah, interesting seeing they now have gone to turn-based mode. That makes sense for me. I hate playing 4X games that are designed to be turn-based in real-time mode, so I would have done this as soon as I could have. But we see champions, patrons, and sages down for Greece, so no artisans. Don't actually see patron Greece too often, but I guess these double pearls plus a gold have incentivized Nizar to make that decision. It's 3 precious resources in that base. Is there a 4th nearby? No. Haven't even
Yes.
looked at the wonders. Have you?
No, I haven't looked at the one. Let's take a look. We have pyramids, Jirwan Oracle, Necropolis, Apatana Jebel, Mausoleum and Museum both in the game, as well as the Colossus, and of course the Colosseum and the Heliopolis are both in the game as the legendaries. And we have the Viarecta and Hagia Sophia as well. So lots of good options here.
Yeah, powerful wonders if the game does go that route. I have found a lot recently in my matches that I'm not getting a lot of time to build wonders versus good players. The stone drain from barracks and garrisons and the rest tend to be pretty high unless the map has just has quarries everywhere kind of deal. So we'll see if they get any of these wonders.
It is interesting. It has tempo-wise, it does seem to be more of like a mid-game thing. Once you're like well established, all of a sudden I feel like one person kicks off the wonder race and then both players start grabbing them as if and when they can.
Yeah. Heliopolis did get that nerf. That is live now, so it is only half an order per shrine. Still a ton of orders. Still
Yeah.
an amazing wonder, but not quite as oppressive as it was before.
Yes. And of course, the Jebel is in the game as well, so it would definitely be ideal if you don't get the Jebel to try and secure the Heliopolis, and or the other way around. If you get the Jebel, hopefully, well, if you're not the person who gets the Heliopolis, hopefully you secure the Jebel earlier in the game.
Yeah.
That,
And both players with sages. This Geron Aqueduct is pretty high value too on
yeah.
double sage openers.
Be
Now,
curious to
neither of
see.
them. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say neither of them have an amazing spot for it quite yet, but
Yeah.
there's plenty of spots that it could be done here. So
I think this forward site by the marble is probably going to be the best spot for maybe if they can get right by that like curvature
yeah,
to the left or
yeah.
the
There's a
right of
couple
the marble.
considerations with that. You want to make sure you want at least a 4, and really realistically you'd love a 5 for that, especially on sages, which are such high value. But it is a lot of investment, not only to build the thing, but to build the farms around it. And if you
Mm,
don't have the perfect tiles, are you buying them? In which case you're waiting for colonies, or you know what I mean?
yeah.
It can be a pain to set up, but it's got a lot of payoff too.
Yeah. That's what makes it such a great wonder for sages is that it pays itself not doesn't necessarily pay itself off, but it increases the values of the wonder substantially.
Yeah. Try it on landowners, and it's just not the same. It's
Yeah.
even with the gold off farms, it's okay, but the science is just so
Yeah.
good. And it's nice to have a secondary source of probably not on a map this small. By the time you build it, you're probably almost done your settlers. But it's nice to have a secondary source of high growth. It can be good for settlers, disciples, etc. Or if you're missing some scouts,
Yeah, and actually, we do have a combo in the game that I like. Necropolis is in the game, and Necropolis and the Jurwan can combo nicely because Necropolis is 2 culture per specialist, and Necropolis and the Jurwan gives you a bunch of free specialists, so it can create a nice culture powerhouse if you want to combine both of those.
Yeah, if you're building tile porn, that's the way to do it. Get all the colors, all the what is it? The turquoise or the teal color scale is the where you want to be in these games, right? You want the purples and the greens and the blues because that means all the good stuff. Maybe reds. You can get reds on there too. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
All right, we have 3 cities in Babylon and sorry, Greece, and we have only 2 up in Babylon. So I'm suspecting that we have the free settler by now. Did we
Double
get the free
Shrine
settler?
out of
Okay.
Babylon.
Yeah,
I like this too. He's dropped them in a row to close the gaps between his cities. So he will have a city. He will have water connections for movement between his first and second city. I
that's
wonder
quite
if we will
nice.
see Zoro as well, or if this is just basically get Growth Shrine down, get Science Shrine down.
Hmm.
Highlander educated on the Tactician, still just educated on the Scholar. I wonder how much difference there's already been just from the start for Science.
For
We did
science,
see, yeah, we did see all 3 families
yeah,
placed on Greece before second Sage site. So not maximizing the archives, but still, we have, yeah, about 60 science in Greece's favor so far.
hmm only 25 to 21. That's not too bad for Babylon. Of course, Babylon gets the extra science per city innately, which is always a really nice bonus to get as well.
Yeah.
I think that affords them a lot of flexibility. One of the openings that's not necessarily a popular archetype at all, but I like to run it on Babylon occasionally, is the hero. Typically, I'll still grab something like Educated on it anyway, just for that extra base science. But Babylon gets a decent amount of opening science that I think a hero can be used well to clear quite nicely, and also the excess training can be converted into order economy if you want it,
Do you
or more
find that a
promotions,
hero
things like that.
clears better or faster than a tactician?
I've actually tested it. Technically, the hero does in fact clear better.
I knew you're the man to ask that question of. Nice.
I think it depends. There's like a window because like eventually, a camp becomes, it's 1 unit and then 2 units and then 3 units. So I think eventually, and also depending on the luck of like if it's more melee units, that can probably swing it in the favor of tactician. But I've actually tested the first like 3 camps, and I'll give you a great example. In the very first camp, both if let me clarify this. Ideally, you want to clear the camp without it spawning a unit, right? That's like the goal, but
Yeah. Yeah.
that's not always possible, right? So an interesting comparison about clear rate, for example, is if you're arriving to the first camp and it's going to spawn a unit on the same turn that you're going to clear that camp, which means you have to fight the second unit. After that, right? A hero, they both clear it at roughly the same time. Actually, no. So the hero kills the second unit 1 turn earlier, and then will spend a turn healing. The tactician needs to take an extra turn to actually kill the freshly spawned unit, and um, it can't heal, right? So it's going to take a
True.
hit.
Although it doesn't take any damage during,
It
except for the
will take
one
a
hit
damage
from it.
from the unit that spawns. Yes, it will.
Yeah,
So
the
what I
one hit.
find interesting is like in that particular, I know that's very niche and very specific, because
Sure.
again, ideally ideally we're clearing the very first camp without a spawning units. But I did notice that I thought that was interesting that if you can't get to that first camp in time between the 2 archetypes, a hero is actually able to move on from the camp with more health, and ready to go 1 turn faster than a tactician can.
Is the one more question on this, and we'll let this one die before we bore everyone to death with this. But is the 3 courage enough to get the 10% bonus?
Yes, it does 7
Okay, good.
damage.
Because I believe Commander does not have enough inherently. I
Yes,
believe two
no, he
courage is not
doesn't,
enough.
which is one of the things that makes them kind of annoying. But
Yeah.
yes, the
Yeah.
hero does do the 7 damage, like the
Cool.
zealot and all that stuff. So we have another settler coming out in the second. The third city for Babylon was settled hunters. We have more settlers coming out, and we've gone straight to an elder shopkeeper in the trader seat. Very early elder shopkeeper there. That makes sense. Early science, early growth. We have a wonder up from Greece already. We're going
Wow.
for the pyramids straight out of the gate. That's going to help get a
And
new
have we
draw
looked? Was
tempo.
that the stone boost? I need to go look,
He
see if he
must
took
have. There's,
that.
although he does have a good,
Yeah.
sizable stockpile of
Uh,
gold, but I would assume he took the stone boost at some point. I
even
didn't
at
catch
Babylon.
it
Oh,
though.
this is from Greece. Yes, you can check it. I asked Fluffy told me this morning. You can check it in the timeline. So yes, Greece did take the stone boost.
Oh yeah, they added that. Great.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's added or not. It's in the timeline. I think it was always there, but I don't know.
Maybe. They
Yeah,
added
I don't know.
something recently about bonus cards and being able to tell if you took them more clearly,
Oh
and I
yeah,
don't remember what it is.
that is in the tech tree. If you took
Oh
a
yeah,
bonus
yeah.
card, it remains full colored. If you pass the bonus card, like you discard it, it is grayed out or slightly grayed.
Oh, I had that backwards. That's why I was looking at this confused with the Sri Settler and the Stone bonus. I was like, it doesn't look like they were taken. It's backwards. Okay, so it's only
Yeah,
grayed out if you don't take it. Got it.
yeah, which makes sense if you think about it. But I agree. I also did the first time I opened it after that, I did that same thing. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So
All right. That
yeah,
makes sense. All right, so we actually have a tactician who's going to attempt to clear a 3-unit camp, and we'll see how that goes.
definitely can do it. It's a bit sad for Ninja that all three of the enemies are ranged.
Yes, super unfortunate.
'Cause it's so nice to get that extra economy. Do you know, by the way, if the tactician counterattack gives experience?
Counterattack gives experience?
Yeah, do you know?
No, I don't think it does.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like 80% sure, not 100%, but I'm pretty confident that it doesn't.
So are you saying it only gets 20% of the experience, or?
Yeah, yeah.
So again, that Grease settler is so strong. We're seeing Nizar do a good job of leveraging this science, right? I mean,
Yes.
we saw the settler card get taken, we saw the stone cutting card get taken. He hasn't picked up administration for the worker. I don't know if he will or won't, but it's allowed him to get his wonder down, get a worker involved in that, and still keep up with the settlers despite being up against Babylon. So it's
I
pretty
really
nice.
like the trapping opening that he's already building a slinger, which is nice because I really think having a couple of range units in your early um, unit composition is super valuable. I think it's very easy to fall into a trap as anyone who starts with ironworking of just being, especially because iron is so cheap, you don't really want to spend too much stone on units, but slingers are just pretty good. So
Yeah, I think the slinger's one of those units that stay valuable pretty much the entire game, even just as a slinger. You don't
yes,
want to be
no,
like mass
100%.
slingers, but like that little bit of chip damage often is the difference between being able to full kill a unit or not.
Yeah, or if you have to, if someone's like a zealot and you don't want to waste a full, 8 strength unit attack on killing the thing that the zealot was on, you can just use the slinger to deal the damage if you don't have any splash. I agree. That's why I think it's so important to not forget about trapping. And if you're an iron working nation and end up on turn like 35 or something without having ever got it, and then you're just
Yeah.
there's so
I
many
don't,
games I've been in where I've gone up against an opponent, or I've even done this to myself. I've made the own mistake where all of a sudden I'm actually fighting a battle and one or both players has almost zero range units, and
oh, that's horrendous.
it's horrendous. I agree. It's a absolute nightmare to fight a battle if you don't have range units.
Yeah. I've done it once. I had a Rome game, never again, where I did not pick up trapping until late on Rome, and I just never got. I got some absurd tech level before I could finally get barracks just from bad rolls kind of
Mm,
deal. After that, it was just so
yeah,
punishing for so long.
yeah.
Yeah.
And in
So,
this meta, I think
but
military drill is so valuable too because you just want to get the barracks up, you want to get the officers online, um,
yeah.
and it can be easy, even when you know how valuable it is. It can be easy to have it be like turn 25, turn 30, and realize, oh shit, I didn't grab military drill yet, and already start to feel like you're behind in some type of tempo.
Yeah, the science off the urban specialist is so strong, and there aren't a lot of urban specialists to begin with. It's basically
Yeah, no.
shrines, Odeons, or barracks. Take your
Mhm.
pick.
Those are the science checks. I basically,
Yep.
it's interesting. I tell when new players ask about things, I basically say military drill is a science tech, drama is a science tech. It's like you don't think
Yep.
that they are, but they totally are.
Yep.
Um,
Although I did try your landowner advice, trying like some specialists as landowners, and I got absolutely rolled because they were terrible specialists. So I'm off landowners, so I don't believe that one. But I do believe that military science is a military drill
That's
rather
funny.
is a science
That's funny.
tech. This is some weird play, honestly. Both players acting like they think this game is going to go long, right? Both players investing heavily in, well, not heavily perhaps, but going out of their way to make sure that their culture is put online in their second cities, right? So we saw Nizar settle the patron seat and has gone and upgraded at least one pearl, although coming back now for a shrine. And then we're seeing both the shopkeeper specialist, which makes sense from a science perspective, but also now we're seeing festivals really early. This is very early for your second city to be
Yeah.
putting out festivals.
I think he's doing this because he wants to ensure. Well, I mean, I guess he's going to get his citizen next turn, but I was going to say maybe he's trying to ensure he gets Zoro. But honestly, I don't know. I think Ninja has a plan here. He has hydraulics marked in the tech tree already. So something tells me he's probably just going to try and get to that as quickly as possible. Crank out a couple of ballistas and watch Greece just crumble to pieces with no real ability to respond to that.
I feel like Ballista are one of the best techs versus Grease for sure, because I do think they end up in an infantry heavy lineup and it's a good tech versus them. I am
Yeah.
seeing something really bizarre from Ninja though. Like instead of going his first Zoro acolyte, he has two shrines, remember, in his capital, right?
Hmm.
He's going for a trapper
Weird.
in his cap.
Weird.
Oh,
Oh, no, he
he's just
swapped to the
swapping.
Acolyte just now.
Yeah, yeah, okay. He probably had the same thought
Got
I
him.
did, which is like,
If you're
why am I
listening, get
building?
off the call.
Yeah. He's like, why am I building this trapper? He looks at this once and goes, absolutely not. Under no circumstance why I be building this.
There was
Yeah.
one turn in my game earlier. We don't need to get into specifics
No, I was
in case.
there. I watched it and called it out and asked if you were on the call. I did the exact same line you just did, but I did it on you. When you swapped off that rancher you're talking about
Oh yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah,
secondary city, the
yeah,
city
yeah,
like north of your cap.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was
Yeah.
a different turn where I think I swapped what tech I had selected maybe like 6 times. I just went, I'm like, I'm gonna do this one. Oh, Nate, no, this one, then this one. And then like 2 minutes go by, I'm like, I go back to the other one. I'm like, shit, I don't know which one I want. It can be tricky to make
Yep.
decisions.
It can be, especially in real time like this, where you're, you have a thing in your head and you don't really have you have the time pressure to make the decision and not necessarily the wherewithal to make the best decision. So
Yeah, and the best thing, and the biggest thing I think about the way the deck works too, the decision changes if you have a draw pile or not, because there's a difference of if I'm
yeah,
tossing, I don't know, aristocracy, and then maybe I just get it right back in my hand on the reshuffle. But if I know I have a full draw of 4 technologies, well, then I'm also make the decision, hey, I'm not going to see this for another 6 to 10 turns, which
yeah.
and that's what it makes it really tricky. It's like, oh wow, I want both of these technologies like right now, but I'm gonna be discarding one of them for like another 10 turns. So that's like a whole era when it comes to this type of game time, because a lot can happen in 10 to 15 turns.
What the hell is going on in Babylon? I don't understand this play. So let's break this down. Let's spend a little bit of time on this if you don't mind. So there's
Okay,
two things going
what
on
are we
here that
looking
are
at?
very interesting to me.
What are we
Well,
looking
the
at?
first is look at the city breakdown, the family breakdown right now of Babylon. Notice
Yeah.
anything? We're missing a family, and we have
Oh, I know exactly what is
duplicates.
happening.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a second then. And we have duplicates of, actually, I think I know now. Now that you said it, I think I know too. So
Yeah.
the other thing I was going to call out, which is related, and I wasn't sure it was initially related, is look at his tech tree. His tech
Yeah.
tree right now, he's skipped stone cutting, he's skipped ironworking, he's going straight for sovereignty
Yeah.
with no detours. So right now, so I get this now. So he's delaying the sage settle until he either hits one of these higher tier ones, right? So it's going to
Yeah.
be metaphysics, military drill, monasticism, or machinery, and he's hoping to hit machinery right off the bat. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
he's going to try and slingshot to hydraulics. I wouldn't even be surprised if he tries to actually hard research
How does this
machinery
help?
and
Why is he
slingshot.
skipping ironworking and stone cutting then? Because this doesn't help. Those are still two techs that he can hit with his sage seat. Is he going to pick those up along the way before settling his third family?
We'll have to keep an eye on it.
That's a lot of science to be giving up versus a scholar sage start on
I
his
agree.
opponent.
I agree. But it should certainly be interesting to see. Hopefully, maybe he won't go that high. He's going to be clearing a new city site soon. He has a settler on the docket. He's going to be running out of city sites. Wouldn't that be hilarious if he didn't settle sages for a slingshot and then ran out?
Maybe if Nizar pulled a
city?
Scion and like forward settled him super far and he didn't like and he goes to like settle the thing and finds there's a city there already.
Hey man,
That would
that
be amazing.
game was awesome, and no one can give me any shit because it
I'm
worked.
not giving you shit. That was great. That was very different. It was a
It
really
was
fun
fun.
game to commentate. I
Yeah.
commentated part of that with Soren. So yeah, it was super
That
fun.
was all that map, though. I was very thrilled about the size of that map and all that stuff. Because look at it, on a map like this, you can't do shit like that. You don't have any room. There
Yeah.
isn't entire sections of the map that are just blocked off or invisible to your opponent.
Yeah. And
Um,
it was Nizar who picked the map? Who picked the map? I've forgotten already.
Ninja picked the map, and Nizar took. I suppose Nizar must have taken second pick.
Okay. So Ninja, I mean,
Yeah.
this is
Someone's
different, right?
pointing
This
it
is
out
not
in
a
chat. The thing about the ironwork and stone cutting, and again, I still agree with the sentiment that he's wasting science from not having sages active now, right? But I mean, he isn't a scholar, so there's that. But anyway, someone pointed out in chat, while ironwork and stone cutting are low tier, they unlock more technologies in the tree, which will then make it less likely they will roll machinery or I don't know, hydraulics, whatever,
but
when he
okay, we can
tries to
follow that
slingshot.
line, but that line is not super sensical because although it's correct about the number of chances,
Yeah.
your average science yield from this is still going to be pretty bad with this many low techs still in that pool of things you can do. And what happens for, if there's 5 techs available, and that's what we're looking at right now, right? We're looking at, let me
Mm-hmm.
just have a quick look at this. We're looking at ironworking, stone cutting, mill drill, sovereignty, metaphysics, and I guess it will be 6, right? It'll be machinery, monasticism, metaphysics, military drill, stone cutting, and ironworking. That's 6 techs. It's still
Yes.
only a 1 in 6 he hits the one he wants.
Yeah, it's a six-sided die.
So yeah,
But
but
but I
yes,
think that's the point that someone's making. If you if you take research ironworking, it becomes a 7-sided die. If you do ironworking and stone cutting, it becomes an 8-sided die.
but yes, for the case of trying to hit a single tech, you dilute your odds of hitting that single tech, but you
Yes.
also increase your average yield from that tech, from the free tech, by opening up more heavy costed techs, right?
Yeah,
So by
sure.
keeping those 2 cheap ones in there. So if your ratio in the best case is 1 in 6 to hit this thing, it's pretty unlikely you're doing that on any given game. In fact, most games, the vast majority of games, you're not going to hit the tech you're aiming for. So what are we doing here? So it's not a select a specific tech, even though he has that clicked with the little dot. It doesn't mean he's getting there. So what is he trying to do instead?
Well, this person in chat said it for me. It's the question of maximizing the average science or gambling on the high roll, and it looks like I would guess that Ninja feels like Ninja's feeling lucky.
I feel like Ninja is off his game here. I've seen a number of his games now. They were like,
Yeah.
it was like clockwork. It was like, it's scholar opening, sage seat, put a couple more of those down, just leverage the hell out of those free archives as much as
Whoa.
possible, pick up the smart text. And this is, I don't know what the hell this is. This
Yeah, but
is
he is
tactician
rushed a
opener, lose your
festival
scout,
too in the
don't settle
capital.
sages.
And on your point, he's rushed a festival too in the capital.
Yeah. I mean,
Interesting.
this is interesting, but it feels like we're watching an experiment in real time. I wonder if there's
Probably.
actual research behind this. Like, has this been tested a bunch? Is this kind of like, remember Oro's game versus Fluffy, where it was like it was a big like WTF moment for everyone, including Mohawk, who then went and nerfed that strategy, because it was like it was such a rehearsed and scripted kind of like outcome from that. I wonder if there's that level going into this or if this is more ad hoc.
I would be curious as well. I think Ninja's somebody who tends to have a plan, but maybe this is a concept of a plan.
Too soon, man. Too soon.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah. So, but we're getting another settler in Lagash. We have a settler in Eshnuna. What's this? We have a settler coming out of Patras, and we have decent champ output moving towards the center of the map. So I think.
We're still on just a single tactician slinger from Ninja too.
Now, what's important here is that Nizar is about to get eyes on this slinger, this half-health slinger clearing a camp. He's got quite a number of units in the center moving their way towards the center of the map. Nizar, whether this is a good idea or not, is aggressive enough that if he clears his camp pretty quickly, and this city site isn't settled and there's an opening, I would not be surprised, although he would have a difficult time crossing all of these woods, if he tries to go and punish Ninja, and lock him in, and that could end up put us into the situation where Ninja gets locked out of stages. Nizar will know that Ninja has no scout and therefore no vision.
Yep. Yep. Spooky.
Spooky
And
indeed.
honestly,
Spooky
he
indeed.
doesn't even have to necessarily lock him out of these sites. If he can get a single unit in strike range, he might just be able to last hit that tactician.
Yeah.
Because that thing is going to get pretty low by the time it clears that camp. It looks like Ninja's banking on the Eshnunna's settler to come in and settle, maybe with a force march to keep that tactician alive. Because
Wow.
otherwise, this is too much damage coming in.
Yeah, I would really love to see this scout from Nizar move up at least one. Oh, nope, there it goes. Well, oh well. This is an
Yeah, I don't know.
interesting
This
map, though. I kind of like these internal lakes with their oceans, but still.
Huh. I haven't seen the small oceans. I'm surprised it's not a lake. But yeah, it's going to make a movement very interesting. Those back cities are going to be super relevant all game long if you can connect those to producing units to reach the front pretty quickly. It's a small map too. This is much smaller than the map you were playing on this morning, despite having the same actual settings. It's the script that's making it smaller, clearly. We do see philosophy on as the first law that Nizar has picked up.
That's awesome.
Urban specialist production time and forums give science.
Now, I'm
Just
curious.
what a sage scholar opening needs, right? More science per turn to begin with early.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't hate forums. I actually don't mind the forums. And I mean, if they're going to give you an extra one science, not too bad. But I also think the real winner here is the faster urban specialist, because that's basically going to make every 5-turn officer a 4-turn officer, which is nice.
Yep. I, you know, as an adult in my 40s who has been playing games for a living for the last 10 years of my life, I always do find the real life considerations coming into play in tournament play kind of amusing. So Nizar needs a moment, not to knock on him at all, but he's got to go bring in groceries in the middle of his tournament game. Sounds like he does not live in a household that is particularly accommodating of his tournament play, huh?
Not knocking him at all, but it's also very specific to Nizar. We've had like some players like have to, pause a game or quit because like, maybe their baby woke up or whatever. So yeah, of course, 100% par for the course. But I feel like almost every match I see Nizar play, he's got to take a break for some type of chore or errand or
Yeah.
thing that he's working on, or it's like, oh, okay, that's fine, no big
Yeah.
deal.
Mom doesn't care too much about the fucking unpaid tournament you're a part of, it sounds like.
Yeah,
Too
that's
bad,
really
man. Too
funny.
bad. It's all right. Yeah,
He's such a
you know what? And you know
character.
what the best part of this is? I'm gonna go get a beer because there's a nice lull in the game. So I'm gonna take that moment. I'll be back in a second. Maybe you can let us know how much science we're behind, and I'll be
Yeah.
back in a sec.
Let's take a look at some stats. We're actually 23 turns in, so that's a good enough time to take a recap on some things. Wealth gap between the players. We have a little bit of wealthier on Nizar, but of course we do know that Ninja is spending his money on festivals of all things, but also shouldn't knock that. In fairness, I'm sure he bought this Trapper. He bought the festival because now he's buying an Apprentice Acolyte, so he's really just ramping up that science, including buying the citizen through the festival with it. So I guess that's his goal here. I mean, that's certainly a choice. I don't typically do it, but I mean, Ninja knows his stuff, and if he wants to speed on that citizen, then more power to him. If he thinks he can afford it, and he thinks that he can take the discontent later on in the game. Of course, as I always like to say, things like discontent and family opinion don't matter if you've won the game. So again, if he's rushing to hydraulics and trying to get some ballistas out there and throw them at Greece, with Greece it has very little answer to. And the reason why we say this, by the way, that Greece has very little answer to, is because spoked wheel is the answer to siege, right? Horses is the answer to siege. Maybe elephants. Land consolidation is also a possible answer to siege. Bit trickier to use because they're slower and they can get blocked by zone of control. But anyway, and the issue is your ironworking nations, your Rome's and your Greece and Axum, I think, is another good one. There,
Exum are not an ironworking nation.
Axum isn't an ironworking nation, ironically. Never mind. Good point. They skip it. I forget that. They do skip it. But anyway, they are a melee unit. I think they're a melee heavy comp. Although, actually, no, their range works really good with them, too. But anyway, point being is sometimes for some nations, it's really difficult to deviate to spoked wheel. And Greece is one of those nations. I think sometimes you
Hmm.
have to like intentionally remind yourself that, hey, diverse unit compositions are useful. And so even though I don't necessarily want husbandry or spoked wheel, it could still be a really good idea to grab it just in case, because my number one counter is ballistas. So I need something to deal with ballistas.
Yeah.
All right, so let's
Although,
look at the
what do you counter Babylon's unique unit with? What counters that?
Babylon's unique
I, I
unit,
s-
ballistas.
yeah, I tried chariot spamming it, and it didn't do crap. It didn't do shit to that
Yeah.
unit. That unit does not care about chariots.
Yeah, I would say siege, ballistas, siege. Basically, if when in doubt, I think my answer
It's
would be
onagers, right?
siege.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's the only
like
thing I've found that staves them off too. But if you get a player who has a good Babylon game going and gets going early with their use, they are a lot to deal with.
yes, they can be tricky. Babylon's a really great nation. They're one of my favorite nations. I've been playing them a lot recently in multiplayer for some reason or another. I'm not specifically sure why I've made that choice, but I've played Babylon and Kush in a lot of recent matches, and it's been fun.
I like Kush too, although I do miss sages on them. Hunters are just a
Hunt,
great
that's what
family.
it is. I think that's what it is. I love Hunter nations
Yeah, me
for
too.
multiplayer.
Sentinel's
Sentinel's just
awesome.
so damn good.
By the way, I feel like Sentinel should be in the regular pool of promotions available. What do you think?
Hold on a second. We have a question, and I didn't hear what your question was, and I didn't read it. The question was, what did he sage into? It looks like he saged into stone cutting, so we're not doing a long-term slingshot. Maybe he was hoping for monasticism or sovereignty, but he got stone cutting. Sorry, what was your question, Filthy?
What do you think of Sentinel as a regular promotion for the pool of range promotions?
No. No.
You don't like it?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
like that idea. I like that it's
Does
unique
it
to
take
the.
away from the uniqueness? Is that what you don't like?
Yeah, I like that it's a hunter thing, personally.
Gotcha.
I think that's cool. I don't think it's really strong, but I don't think it's strong enough that I would go so far as to say that it's imbalanced and other units need access to the thing. But
So I don't know.
maybe.
I think mass hunter slingers on defense are pretty fucking imbalanced. I don't know about imbalanced enough that I need a change, but they are tilting how good they are for how long they're good.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's fair. But uh, I mean, I guess I don't have a response to that. They're
Yeah, it's
pretty
no,
busted.
I'm not calling for any action. I'm just saying that they're very, very strong. It's funny.
Varga
Have you seen
Arctic off
Ninja's
stages, yeah.
pins?
Um, All right, so we have a treasury coming up in a COD. We have slinger coming, a couple of slingers coming out for the Babylonians now, and he's
He's
going to
found
need
one
him. He's
ore.
only
He's
got
put
one
three
military
boosts
unit
around it.
still.
Yep. Select a worker and look at the bottom right.
In Babylon.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, no.
That's
I gotta
awesome.
kick it out too. It's the only pins on the map for him.
Well, I mean, if it works, it works. I love that. That's actually, honestly, for those of you watching, if you're not in this habit, I think people get too concerned with like perfect min max, like improvement tessellation, like put like one windmill here and then go two spaces away and put another windmill here so you get like those perfect honeycombs. No, man, you find a good iron spot or maybe even gold or like whatever, right? Just find a resource and just put all of your mills right next to that resource, unless you're really, really hurting for whatever resource you're trying to get. But because that's going to maximize that iron output for that one ore mine.
Man, I am shocked that Babylon is even remotely close in science to Greece right now, and they're not that far behind. About 100 behind, which isn't too bad right now. About 3 turns of science at the rate they're at right now.
Well, yeah, the elder's going to pull some weight, and he did that early. He gold rushed a trapper, and then he actually gold rushed a festival to then also gold rush an acolyte.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the fur luxury, the trapper. I don't know why that one happened. I'd be curious if he said anything about it. I was kind of expecting if he was going to do a strategy like that, I was kind of expecting to be the double acolytes in the capital. So,
Interestingly
I
enough,
mean, fur is a resource, I believe, for Babylon. Go ahead.
it is a resource for Babylon. It's a resource for the hunters. But he sent it to the trader seat to power up the fair with that extra 4 culture. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and
Maybe he's.
I mean, it is double bonus in his capital too. It is a hunter family
Hmm.
thing, and so I mean, it will matter, but it's just the priority level of it is higher than I would have given it. I think on my own.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so surprisingly close in science. Although I do prefer the text that Greece has right now to the text that
Oh
Babylon
my
has.
God. Huge. Like, obviously, we know this because we can see that there's only one unit on the map, but just seeing the number is actually funny. The power, the military score, 230 in Greece to 40 on Babylon.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, he's gonna
funny.
have to build another unit at some point, and he's gonna have
Yeah.
to build a scout at some point. And at the moment, he's
Yeah.
rushing festival, so it's hard to get my head exactly there.
Rarely gonna. Well, I mean, we might get an opportunity to see just how OP Sentinel Slingers are because he's gonna have two in a couple of turns. Oh, well, a third one actually, three in a couple of turns because his starting unit and all. I mean, Sipar is pretty much, a choke point into the rest of Babylon. So yeah, kind of to the conversation we were having, doesn't matter if there's only three units. I don't think six warriors or whatever are gonna get past three Sentinel Slingers.
No, no, they aren't, and they're gonna get chunked every turn by slingers
And
being
I made that
slingers.
mistake in my game with Aaron. I had an archer upgrade, and which admittedly wasn't even really the best timing to do an attack in general. But when I went in, I was like, no, I got archers. This is fine. Archers versus slingers. And then I forgot not only were the hunter slingers in hunter's territory, his family opinion was also friendly. So
Yeah, yep.
they were basically plus 50 slingers.
I know. I mean, they're like better on compost, like at that level, like
Yeah,
almost truly. It's like going into it's just they're so
it's
wild.
crazy.
They're
It's
such a
crazy.
wild hunter slingers on defense are so good.
We do have more slingers. We have 3 turns till the my goodness, pyramids are finished. We have 600 civics, so we have the ability to adopt a law for cheap, which would be nice.
I
On
find
Greece, by the
pyramids to be
way.
very good on Greece, just because their tech rate tends to be so strong that you're almost always behind in civics. So being able to
Yeah.
have laws at half price is just
And of
nice.
course, it's another thing that gets them an order that they desperately need. One thing that I'm a little
Yes.
bit bummed to see is that we get this early Wonder Grab, but our Shrine of Zeus is obviously nowhere near it, which
Yeah.
is unfortunate. So let's see what options we can surround that with. We could do Necropolis of Apadana, Jebel could all go around that. Oracle if we wanted, Mausoleum, Colossus. Yeah, all right. So there's enough to get around there.
Yeah. You're expecting to
Colosseum at
see a
one
full
point.
full saturation, a 5 point Shrine of Zeus from
I
Nizar's
mean,
game.
no, it's certainly nice. I'm happy personally. I mean, it's very easy to min max, and I'm not saying that's not the correct thing to do because eventually, if the game keeps dragging on, then all of those tiny little advantages, you're going to be happy that you have them. But I'm at least happy if I can get 2 orders from my king shrine.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just kind of a little bit of a shame looking at this map. So I do wish actually I'm kind of curious, why did you decline the option this morning to play on the new mirrored maps out of curiosity? The new type?
I um let's see. So, okay, I have a couple thoughts on that. And one of them is a worry that it advantages Carthage, depending on the map. And the reason for that is that Carthage is able basically to continue an expansive ball of tribal stuff, right? Clear it straight out across the map. And so the concern I had, at least in theory, I've never experienced this, but the concern I had is that if you do that and the map is inverted, then all of those 6 strength tribal units are above my capital if he comes clear across the map. And then the other thing is actually the reverse. I tend to be an aggressive early player, and that's not going to pan out at this point in my game with Alcaraz. And I have no problem saying that, even though he's in the chat, because it's turn 64. We're well past the point of super early aggression, and the map just disagreed with that strategy. There were so many hills and forests and whatnot.
Yep.
However, to put it simply, I think it's easier to rush people if they're directly across that map from you. So if I was
Gotcha,
going to
gotcha.
rush Alcaris, it was going to it would have been easier if he was directly across the map from me rather than
I wondered about
diagonal.
that this morning. But so
So,
I bring it up. Well, I bring it up because on this map, if you look at the mirroring here, so compare Sapar to Ambracia, right, which are the mirrored sites. There's
uh-huh.
one more marble on Nizar's side. There's
Yeah.
an extra horses on Nizar's side,
Yeah.
and there's a second copy of dies on Nizar's side, all
Oh
of which are
shit.
not available for Ninja.
This is the
And this
new
is
Mohawk handicap setting. If your opponent has gone on and won nothing, all of their games nonstop the last 3 months, you get a couple of extra resources. I'm completely lying. That's not actually true, but I do think it's funny that Czar has.
well, this is the new point balancing fixes, the improper mirroring around the center point, which is something that wouldn't have
So,
happened if they had played on point mirror, which
yeah,
is
but you
kind of
know what? It
cool.
creates a different problem. Sometimes there is an extra city site that is closer to technically closer to one player than the other because like you'll get
Hmm.
so actually look at this for example, let's say this was the point symmetry map, and we still only had one Thracian site in the north. That puts that technically closer to whoever's capital is on the north side of the map. And I've run into that because I actually lost a game. Granted, this was largely my own failure to scout, right? But I also fell into the mirror trap of when I was north of the map, there were no city sites. And on the south of me, there was actually a city site that I didn't know was there that
Hmm.
my opponent settled. And then they attacked me from when I like stumbled onto it. And it was very weird. And that's how I discovered that apparently the point symmetry map can include an extra city site on the top or bottom, but not replicate that same city on the opposite side of the map, if that makes sense.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see as these get refined even more and as we get to play on both. But I was just for this
To be
map, it
clear,
was
though, it is a
interesting
lot
that
of fun. I intentionally didn't pick it with Alchemist because
you wanted to rush him
I would, yeah,
and crush him
I was
under
trying
your
to
boot.
think of ways that I could beat him, think of ways that I could disadvantage him. You know, that's half the reason, and again, I don't mind saying this, that's half the reason why I picked CRB in the first place, because I didn't want to pick continents or, give him more of a guarantee of a trader's spot because I know he's going to be Carthage. I know he's going to pick open with traders, all these different things. So
Gotcha,
I'm
gotcha.
just playing to my opponent as best I
Yep.
can. You know,
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
maybe it'll pay off, maybe it won't, Plenty of game
Yep.
left in that game, so we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Yep. I
Getting
will be
silver
casting it
boost
tomorrow morning.
on the Babylonians,
Yep.
which is
How are we
nice.
doing on science? Babylon has taken the lead out of the per turn. Did we see a ruler change and not comment on it? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No, we did not. Okay. Why has the science swapped? Is this the... Oh, let's see. We've got specialists, 2 specialists up in Akkad right now, and 3 in Babylon. No, just 2 in Babylon. Why has the science swapped? I mean, I suppose if you build no units, that might help a little bit with science, but maybe just the Babylon city count getting up there.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, if you look at Babylon, he's rushing out another specialist, so he's committed with this judge. He's committed to slamming the rushing button, getting that science out as quickly as possible. Happy to take on some discontent. Happy to spend on the money. Obviously, traders affords uh, the luxury of doing that quite easily.
Yeah, traders are very, very strong.
Yeah, very strong indeed.
But, I mean, maybe not but, maybe and here. There are some nice chokes here, although this heavy forest in the middle is going to be tough for range to get much purchase there. But on the flip side of that, you also have a lot of forest for chopping if you're going to get some units going out of that. And
That's
Nizar,
something.
as...
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
something I'd love to see from Babylon. I'd love to see at later point, maybe midpoint in the game when he has more orders, just send a worker or two out here and just burn all of this down. It'll benefit his unit production, and it also will help shape the battlefield in his favor.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was really fun in my
Certainly.
game with Aaron too. There was a point where we both like were trying to chop down as much woods as we can, and like he was killing my workers, and I was trying to kill his workers, and it was really really fun.
Why is this Shrine of Hades placement from Nizar? Explain this to me.
What do we got it? What are we talking about?
Well, next to the pyramids is a
Oh,
shrine.
interesting.
It's the shrine that gets bonuses from being adjacent to mountains or volcanoes. He's got a spot 1 tile to the right that's better than this spot. Why has he chosen this spot? Just setting up adjacencies, but it's adjacent to his capital already. So why here?
Hmm. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
The best
I'm
guess
not sure
I
either.
have
That's
is
why I asked.
he's trying to use the urbans, although it looks like, well, yeah, maybe he's trying to make a mock road between these two cities. I don't know. I'll do that with Hamlet sometimes. I'll use them as roads if I'm delaying labor force.
Yeah, it was in your game today. Actually, there was one of the tiles you built connected your empire. I saw that, the urban tile.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep. When you can't build roads and you want that connection, that's one way to do it.
I actually
So
did a really annoying thing because I built a mine in one spot, and then that was before I looked at the map and the river connection because I just assumed that the capital was on that river without actually looking at it, and so I had to
I did
build
wonder.
over a mine, and that was super annoying.
Yeah, it's
But whatever.
possible. I suppose Alker says in chat, maybe he thought the Hades shrine was the Zeus shrine, but I don't know.
Oh, maybe he thought that was kingship. Interesting. He could be mixing up his shrines.
Why do you guys call it kingship out of curiosity?
See, you know what's funny about that? I thought that was something. So all the shrines have names like death and kingship and hearth or whatever, right?
They
And
do?
it's all referenced in Alcor's spreadsheet. And I thought that that was something that he literally just came up on his own. And I thought for whatever reason, I never understood it. And I thought it was a little silly. And I
Yeah.
actually never would call the shrines by their names for that because I thought it was weird that we just made up names for these shrines. Anyway, the reason why they're called that is apparently that's what they're called in the XML. So they actually
Ha!
all have a type.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, today I learned. It's good to know. All right. Well, I gotta say, Ninja always surprises me. Oftentimes it's just by like how refined the build is and how well it's going, and sometimes it's like this. This is another surprise for a different set of reasons. This is a weird opening. I don't think I've seen any player do quite this yet.
I wonder what his
We're not
thinking
seeing his
is.
second unit come down until it's going to finish turn 28. Sorry, say what you asked again.
No, I said I wonder what his thinking is. But I mean, granted, it's turn 27. He's got machinery on the docket already, so it's going to be done by turn 37 or earlier, plus or minus any science boosts he might get. And so, yeah, I'm still thinking he's just going to try and get a few ballistas and just go across the map, banking on the idea that Nizar is not going to have chariots.
God, he's still a ways from Ballista. I mean, this is machinery in his 10 turns, and we still have the one after for Ballistas, right? And
Yeah.
he's missing some really crazy attacks. I do like this. This is in the sense of I like seeing players play the extremes of things, and this is definitely an extreme of the tech tree in a different way than he normally does, where he has enough science to do whatever he wants here. This is very focused again. He's
Yeah.
just ignoring ironwork entirely. There's no nod towards labor force. He's playing Babylon, which is tends to be fairly order constrained, but he's not even making a move towards navigation.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like he's not worried about military drill. He's not worried about getting his training rate up. He's not worried about putting units on the board. He's just like, I'm going for this thing. I'm gonna dice roll on my sage seat. It failed. I don't care. I'm still going for exactly that same thing. No change of plan. So I'm kind of curious how it will pay off or not pay off.
What I
He
would
got a little
like
bit.
to see from Nazar is him to clear this site, and I'd like him to just move across the map and take the other one, the Numidian site. Because I don't think there's anything that Babylon would be able to do to stop it, and that would be a nice bit of advantage for Greece, I think, to have a way, a barrier basically, where it's like you're going to have much harder time attacking across the map if you have an opponent with a city right by your entrance.
Yeah. And it would be, I mean, it'd be amazing if Rizar picked up that Numidian site. It'd be very big for him because he could then connect his whole empire via water, so
Mm-hmm.
he could actually
Movement would be
move
great.
pretty well to Ninja's side of the board, and he would also be able to that site, the Numidian site, would have access to building boats in that inland sea,
Mm-hmm.
which means he could
So
turn the inland sea into another force projection site in a way that he won't be able to if he doesn't take that site.
absolutely. We have an interesting highlight here. If we look at the timeline, we can actually see that Alcaraz has no, it's not Alcaraz. Sorry, Alcaraz is the one who pointed it out. But Nizar has not scouted beyond the forest. So he has no concept of what Babylon's up to, although they have met. So he would be able to see that Babylon is much weaker and naive to Greece, which I find interesting.
I believe he commented on it in their game chat, didn't he?
Oh, maybe.
I don't know how to open it right now, and it's thankfully not on the screen. Normally, it doesn't go away soon enough, so I don't want to bring it back. But I believe he said something about that.
The only way I know how to open it is if I'm in the game and I chat. They made it like go away automatically, and I kind of find that annoying because I sometimes, to your point, I kind of want to reference what a player might have said, and I don't think I can do that as an observer anymore.
I'm so glad it doesn't stay on the screen. So yeah, all these things are, this is why we have, this
Well,
is why
no,
we have
being the ability
options
to
for these things.
clear it is also
Yeah,
important. Yes, because I agree. I sometimes I watch Nizar stream and he leaves the chat open all game long, and I find
yeah,
it jarring.
yeah,
I don't like it. I like as little clutter on the screen as possible.
yeah. Pyramid's done. What laws are we up
Oh
to?
yeah, Aaron's pointing
Philosophy
out
and
the architecture
centralization.
difference is going to be the thing contributing to naive. Good point, Aaron. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw some weird things though. I don't want to give spoilers, but they have changed that system a little bit. I haven't noticed any bugs yet, but I have seen it behaving just slightly differently than I've felt that it's behaved in the past. Probably because it's been patched and updated, but I haven't quite wrapped my head exactly around it. Sometimes, so here, like for example, let me double check the science to make sure I make this point. Yeah. So here the difference is 40 science, right? For their total science created,
Mm-hmm.
770 versus 730.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird to me that that is enough of a distinction to generate a difference, right? I mean, what is that in terms of science? Like 1/20th, something like that?
There's no way that this graph that we're looking at is calculating architecture. In my opinion,
Well, that's I think what God, I can't remember who brought it up this morning. Must have been Fluffy. When Fluffy brought it up this morning, that free texts do not count towards science production and
yes,
therefore don't hit that chart. And currently, the way the Sages work is it is a free tech,
yes,
not a tech amount.
it's not
So
a
what
science
that
boost. Yeah,
means, yeah. So what that means is that graph that we reference when we look at their science is not the science, is not the graph that the difference term is calculated from. That's
well,
from the actual amount of things that they've gotten with that science,
yes,
essentially. So
right. So
yeah,
that what that means is Nizar should have technically, from the numbers that we're looking at right now, Nizar technically has 400 more science because he
yeah,
got architecture.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he rolled architect, and this is this is the type of thing that I tend to try to minimize in when I think about changes. Right?
Hmm.
Is this was the RNG thing.
Yeah.
Nizar high rolled. He hit architecture. That's the best thing he can hit from his perspective as a sage seat, and he hit it on turn one. And Ninja low rolled. Right? He hit stone cutting when he had a couple of other options of the same magnitude as architecture. So I hate seeing a high roll game versus a low roll game when I'm looking at a competitive match.
All right. So we have a third champion seat. We have two sages, one patrons, three champs out of Greece, and I'll be curious if he decides to make a foray across the Cork Oak Forest to the Numidian site and pressure a forward settle there. Again, not 100% sure it would be worth it. I think it would be a nice grab for him, locking Babylonian in with less territory. Certainly much harder to aggress as a Sentinel nation because Sentinel really doesn't do anything for you on the offense. So,
Yep.
and
So
with all
if he
these woods,
can,
really, the battlefield would benefit him for now too, because as the person who has mostly warriors, it would benefit Greece.
yeah, yeah. I don't, I don't know. Like I do think the Numidian site would be excellent for him, but it is not particularly well forested, and it is much closer to Babylon right now. I think if he gets the time to develop that site, like connect it, I think it is an incredible asset for attacking. But I
Yeah,
could
that's
see the
why I
play
would
to
like to
be,
see a grab because getting ocean movement, you can get all the way, especially once he builds roads up in Sparta to the Black Sea. He will be able to
yep,
hop. He could probably hop, if not an
yep,
infantry, certainly a horse from Sparta all the way to the Numidian site in like I think one movement. It would be one full, for set of fatigue. That would be incredible.
yep. But on the other hand, maybe just taking the asymmetrical site is good enough, right? So he may find that the risk. I don't like that his scout is still parked up by the Thracians, for example. I'd
Hmm.
really like to see that the Nizar scout, the Greece scout, down around Babylon to keep an eye on his weak military. So he can make that decision. If he just sees one slinger and nobody attacking the Numidian site, or better yet, he sees that attack of the Numidian site
Oh,
start and can intercept, that would be so good for him.
yeah, and
But
this is the
because he has no site
unfortunate thing
here,
about camping. Like, I understand what Nizar is doing here, taking his scout, camping it by a city site, and kind of keeping eyes on it. But this is one of the disadvantages of stopping your scouting and not doing active scouting in terms of what your
mhm,
opponent is up to. And don't get me wrong, it can be hard. I didn't do a lot of great scouting earlier in my game today because it's hard to find the orders. If you're doing heavy
yep.
econ, but that's this is clearly one of the disadvantages is that Nizar could be down here seeing a couple of units trying to clear this camp, and maybe he could aggress. Although the two tactician generals, so that's a little bit of an ask there.
Yeah, and because it's also a tactician leader, that tactician leader can never be ambushed past a single turn
Yeah,
because it will
yeah,
go
yeah.
invisible
Oh,
regardless of what you
that's
do to
another
it.
reason to stay out of the woods. That's a really good point.
Yeah, yeah. It's spooky to be in the
I would
woods
probably
when
do the
the
same
opponent
thing.
is playing a tactician. But here, Ninja yet again, this game is able to, with absolute minimal investment, get another city up. Like even here, he's just range attacking the center point, and he's doing that because what he's going to do is settle not on that point with his settler, and it's not going to matter. He's not going to have the base up around it, right? So
Hmm.
he's not going to kill all these horses until well after that city comes down.
Yeah.
Which is smart. I mean, the scout. I'm sure the scout hurt him. Losing one of your few early units and one of the ones that generates sites is a big deal, but he's doing a lot with not very much.
Well, I mean, the great news is there's only, six sites on each side of the map and one extra one in the center. And now, Ninja is going to have all of his sites taken. So he doesn't have eyes on what his opponent's up to, but, he has his side of the map now, which is nice. So
Yep.
losing the scout is certainly, I think, a little bit, I think it's more of a morale hit than, I mean, no, it does suck. It just sucks. I hate losing scouts.
Yeah. Yep.
But I don't think
Outbursts.
it's going to have
Sending
a massive impact on this particular game.
it's tough to tell. The things like adding another 5 or 6 legitimacy at like turn 15 or something. It's tough to see that impact.
Yeah.
It's a half order per turn for the rest of the game, or till the first ruler dies. Anyways, that matters. That type of thing matters. It's hard to see that impact. But as Alcars was saying in the chat here, and it's certainly a sentiment that I often express is, you can do what your opponent allows you to do. And in this game, Nizar has produced the units and begun expanding, but has not threatened Ninja's lack of units in any way. So if Nizar doesn't punish it and Ninja is comfortable enough and good enough at doing what he needs to do here to get his settles down, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he has less units right now. So we'll see if this eventually gets punished, but thus far it has not. There's that settler, there's the settle. He now has a city down.
We're
Maybe
seeing a
not the
master
ideal
acolyte
spot.
coming out of Patras here.
Wow.
So Greece is trying to deal with his impending order issues by adding a little bit of extra order padding through that path. That's interesting. Certainly an option. Not a often utilized one, but I don't hate it.
No.
Maybe I don't love it, but I
That's right.
certainly don't hate
Ooh,
it.
cold bath coming up in Pella.
Mm-hmm.
The Greeks will begin to increase their science by taking baths. How do you think that works? What do you think the mechanism we're getting at here is? Is it discussion in the communal baths? Are these great minds getting together with a bar of soap, or what is this?
Oh, I think doctors. I think doctors are
How are the baths related to doctors?
baths are public baths are growth. So they need you need
Do you need
doctors if
doctors to
anyone's
treat them?
gonna survive.
You're
Yeah, you
saying
need
it's
I
it's
don't
like
know.
you're telling
I
me
don't
it's
know.
like putting
I don't
honey
think
down.
that hard
So you
about
put a
it.
public bath down, and like the doctors show up the same way you put honey down, and like ants show up or something.
My favorite story
I hadn't
about
thought of it
that,
as like a
in
summoning
terms of
stone.
my favorite story about that in terms of the design of Old World was I don't know if it was a blog or an interview that I read from Soren where there was basically like he was explaining that, miners give training because, oh, that's, makes sense. And he's like, and, oh, Marble will give civics because, yeah, you're going to build your forums and your political buildings or whatever, right? That makes sense. And because he was talking about all the different yields that the rural specialists will give, and then eventually they'll like, and then forestry people give more science, woodcutters give more science because paper question mark. I don't know. I just needed to add another yield and I
Yep.
couldn't think of
Yeah,
what
I
to
read
add.
that too. Yep. That's the truth. That's the truth. You got to get this
Yeah,
somewhere. And sometimes there's some slight fudging of things.
yeah.
So, yeah, I guess I never really thought through why baths give science, but here we are. Oh. Okay. All right. So we're seeing a calamity here, I believe. I think that's the color change in the ocean on the far west here.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. Oh yeah, okay, yep. We have a hurricane. We have a hurricane off the coast. I was just looking
Is
at
hurricane the
that.
one that grants the harbor? Because a harbor would actually be pretty sick for Patris here or Patras here.
This is certainly one of the events that grants a harbor is associated with the hurricane. I believe it does not look like we got it. I don't know if the event fired and maybe he chose a different option. There is, I believe, a different option. Also, the harbor cost something like 5 or 6 orders, so maybe he didn't have it at the time or didn't want to spend it.
Yeah, it might also have not triggered in that city. It could have triggered in Pella, for example, in which case he doesn't really want a harbor in Pella.
Yeah, true, true.
I am loving these late matches of the tournament. It's super fun to
Yeah,
see these. Yeah. And
I
we were getting spoiled for a while. Then we had that lull, and then it was like when Elkaris was scheduling his last match, and it was like in between the one and the other, it was like, the bot with the postings, and it was like a month and a week, and I'm like, oh my god, that's not soon enough. I don't want to wait for my next good high quality match.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, Oro, Aaron, all the players, Klaus Koala, he's still all the players remaining in the tournament are still pretty active. Watching streams. We have Aaron right now on the stream. Obviously, Alcaris is with us. Klaus is still regularly playing. So I suspect once this match in particular wraps up, from my match with Alcaris onward, it's literally just going to be one game for the rest of the tournament. So I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if it goes at a relatively quick pace because, I mean, as soon as me and Alcaris are done with our game, we have an opponent ready. And as soon as that match is done, we have an opponent ready, and so on and so forth. There will be no more cascaded waiting between matches, and that'll be very interesting. So it's, for me, from my perspective, as someone who likes to cast and watch these matches, it's actually a bit of a catch-22 because if I keep winning, I'm never going to cast another match in the tournament because I would just keep being in the games.
I cannot comment on that.
Yeah.
I gotta say, from one perspective too, Klaus being one of the more difficult players to coordinate with, both from the time zone difference, but also very, very busy with life,
Yeah.
from the sounds of it. It is nice that he won the winners bracket, right? For now, because the coordination issues of trying to get that game scheduled with him aren't there right now because he's just waiting for everybody else to finish. So that worked out pretty well too, I think.
It does work out. Yeah.
Seeing a push from Nizar for the Thracian site. I don't think he actually knows about so I think he has chosen to go for the asymmetrical as opposed to across the map for the other site. I don't always think your aggression pays off, but I do think the aggression that you often show in your games, especially the kind of settling aggression, I think it's like the flip side of that coin of you can get away with what your opponent lets you get away with, right? Like
Yeah.
it's the upside of that, which is Nizar never took the time to see if he could have maybe had a sight on and he could have. There was a window where he could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't get that chance, and it would have been super strong for him had he done that. So
Yeah, he's actually
now
taking
he'll
a
see
peek
the
now.
city,
Now
but
he's
yeah,
exactly.
but it's too late, right? It's 5 turns too late or 7 turns too late or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But again, like you said, it's really difficult to do this when you know your opponent has a tactician on the throne because I know if I were with
Oh, yeah,
Nizar's
absolutely.
setup right here, he's got plenty of units in the area, but I know walking into these woods while your opponent has a tactician on the throne could be anxiety inducing. Of course, you can rely on the fact that your opponent's weaker, so they're probably not going to aggress towards you. But yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we have some
Elker is
interesting
saying,
choices to take here as Greece. I'd like to see him grab probably Spokes Wheel, to be honest. Do we have actually? Let's take a look at that. Do we even have horses? Oh no.
No. No, well, first of all, I
Oh,
don't even like.
Antiochia.
There's one in. Yeah, he's got it. Wait. Wait, it's asymmetrical horses for the entire map? There's 0 horses in
Wow.
Babylon and 1 horse in Greece? Oh, that's fucked.
Wow. Wow.
No, there's horses north of Babylon, north of Eshnuna. So there are actually 3 horse
Okay, all right.
nodes
Horses, yes, horses,
for
great. Right, and
so
we actually
okay, at
have
least
horses in
Babylon
the
has
champ seat
some.
now. Now that we're actually improving those horses, I'd really like to see spoked wheel, maybe ghost system chariots early on. Of course, we have
Yeah.
navigation in the hand, and we are Greece, so it's probably going to be hard to pass
And we
that
have
up as well.
pyramids.
Although we're making
There's
pretty
no
decent
chance he
orders.
passes. No chance he passes navigation with pyramids up in Greece. I don't even like the pass here. I hear your point about chariots. I don't mind them at all, but I really don't want to see Greece pass navigation.
Yeah,
4 turns
especially
for
because he
this.
had pyramids.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got scholar too. So if he wants to go back to spoke wheel, no problem. Just go back.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and I think I'm on my 4th or 5th ruler in my current game with Alcaraz. I kept having people die. It was awful.
Yeah.
And even
But to be
even when I
fair,
tried
your
to
second
pivot,
ruler dying was maybe a benefit for you.
my
Because your
second
second ruler
ruler
was
dying. Oh
so
yeah, because of
god
the
awful.
income. Yeah.
Extravagant, wanton.
Yeah.
The
The income
incel. What
was
the third
tricky,
one?
but I appreciated the science. I took a science dip, which was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But then even after that, I was like, oh cool, fuck it. I got a zealot on the throne. Maybe I'll aggressive early. And literally right when I get into position, my zealot died. I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
It was really annoying.
I got Beck. I asked Beck to add one thing to his tournament analyzer because I wanted to know a win rate by ruler reign because of all the deaths in your game. Actually, it's surprisingly not that predictive. I was expecting it to have more of an impact than it does, but so if you're worried about your game, it's not as negative as it seems.
Oh yeah,
according
no,
to the
it's just
stats.
it's frustrating to deal with. If
Yep. Oh yeah.
and there's always that like mental aspect where it's like if you're on ruler number 3, but your opponent is 62 years old with a nice cognomen, you're like, God damn it.
God, one of the games I was playing a 2v2 with Aaron a couple weeks ago, and his ruler lived till I think 83 or 84 or something. It's some absurd number. His first ruler. Just
Yeah.
like, will you die already? I actually sometimes feel as a player, like if my ruler hangs on too long, it's kind of annoying because you like
It can
groomed your
be,
heir,
yes.
you like tutored him, you got him all the best stuff. You dealt with 15 events that are like, oh, your heir's decided to do something really stupid. Would you like superstitious? And you're like, no, I'll pay 500 to shut him up. And then like he never gets to rule because your leader won't die. So
And of
sometimes
course,
I feel like it's either end of that.
and then the other thing is I think the landscape for ambitions is better. Like it's like once you do like about 3 or 4 ambitions on your opening ruler, I kind of don't want to keep accepting ambitions because I know he's going to die anyway, but
Yeah.
I also want to keep doing ambitions because I want the legitimacy. So I actually
Yeah.
much prefer the regime change so I can keep that ball moving forward and not get stuck in some weird rut where I'm like not gaining legitimacy at the
Yeah.
correct pace.
Because at about 60, or 55 or something, it's a bit like I don't do a lot of intercession. I don't do a lot of influence missions when my ruler's ill. Like
Yeah.
I wait till he clears it up before I fire that influence mission off. And it's a bit like that for ambitions sometimes when I'm like 58. I'm like, I don't know. That's a lot of work to get 2 turded elephants down. Like that kind of thing. Yeah, I hear you.
We have the Greek forces sneaking through the forest just outside of vision of Babylon. Babylon 4 turns away from machinery, so that's still going to be year 37 in the game. Right on track where he was a few turns ago. Another settler coming out from Lagash. I don't think that settler is going to find a home, so that's going to be a pretty expensive worker in a little bit. More slingers coming online. We have nice flatland quarries happening up in the north of Babylon. Love to see it, mostly because we need stone. And I mean, I guess, he's got these mountains over here, but whatever. You might as well
He's
put
got
them.
marble. He's got
The marble.
unupgraded
Yeah, I like the
marble.
marble. Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get that. If you are able, for those watching, if you're able to completely surround a marble with quarries, it gets you like an extra 0.9, almost like an entire civic, or maybe it's 2 civics. I think it's 0.3 per quarry. So that's like 1.8, something like that, math.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's basically nearly 2 civics if you completely surround a quarry with a marble with all quarries, and that's a neat little trick you could do if you're available.
And
We
if
have
you're Nizar,
forestry on the Greeks, and we have some lumber mills coming down.
and if you're Nizar, you can just get an extra marble. No problem.
Yep,
There's
and if you
even there's
Nizar, you
even
can
the
just get an
open
extra
spot
marble.
on the opponent's
Yep.
side right there where the marble should have spawned, but it isn't. You see it? There's like not a force right
Hey, you
there. It's
know what?
just like a
Actually,
it's
I
like a
joked about
extra
a
FU.
handicap system. I joked about a handicap system, but I wonder if there's no technical way to resolve these unevenness. I wonder if you could have like a moderator look at these maps and be like, okay, so the left has a slight favor, right? You know, a couple extra resources, whatever. And then you could just be like, okay, and let's say if like I don't know how we're ruling on this, or if we use an ELO
No, I know.
system, whatever
I
it
got the
is.
solve.
But you could be like,
You ready?
okay, Nizar, you'll take the left because that's a
Yeah.
slight handicap and that'll balance out in
Yep.
the end.
You do it by tournament seat, right? So
What?
like these two have different
Oh
seats,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Like one of
yeah.
them has a higher seat. There you go.
Exactly. That's how we've been doing it right now, mostly because I mean, apart from a couple of assumptions, which I mean, in many situations have been proven wrong at this point. We had no real earthly idea how to pair people up at the start of this because only like 6 of the 30 participants had ever played multiplayer games. So,
That's wild.
so
How
I
many of the
mean,
people
like
how
no
many
one
of the
had any
6 have
idea that
never played
Aaron
multi
and Klaus were going to be as good as they were. No one, people assumed that me and Fluffy were going to like zoom through the tournament and things like that. So I mean, like you had no idea.
Yeah. I was gonna ask who among the finalists right now had never played multiplayer before the tournament?
Aaron, Klaus, Oro, and
It's
wow,
like half
no,
the bracket. Oh, that's funny.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Half of the current finalist participants, remaining players, have never played. Nizar is an active multiplayer. Alcaraz is an active multiplayer. I've done it before, but I've primarily a single player person, so there's that. But I mean, I'm pretty decent at multiplayer, mostly because I'm weird and I take big risks, and it works sometimes, and then other times I lose. And then there's Nizar. Nizar is a multiplayer guy. So 4 multiplayer people and 3 people. Well, 3 multiplayer people, 1 primary single player person who has multiplayer experience, and then 3 people who had never played multiplayer before. That's the current
Yeah,
roster.
that's pretty impressive. Science getting a bit rough here. We're now 200 science ahead for 150, I guess, for Nizar. Are we
Wow,
starting
yeah.
to see those baths coming in? And this is before his free tech, remember, because that graph does not show that.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a look over here, what is going on? Oh, wait, didn't his was I swear to God, he started this cold bath like 2 hours ago.
Well, see,
It's
this
not
is
finished
actually
yet. Okay.
regardless if this comes down to like a misplay on the opponent. So again, we could argue in theory craft that like, oh sure, these could come online faster. But this does kind of like highlight my point with like Impella, the cold bath isn't finished yet. In Patras, the cold bath is finished, but there isn't a specialist in it yet. He's building a 7-turn settler. And that's kind of what I'm talking about in the sense that it's like it's turn
Yes,
33.
yes, it
It's
is
even
delayed.
so getting architecture on the first turn, it takes a while for the bath portion of it to really actually come online.
Yes, for sure. But it is still 400 science for free.
Yes, no, of
A
course.
law that he's using, and it will be a kind of hard to justify tech when you need other techs
So
that
here's a
is
question,
quite valuable in the late game.
because I've made this statement, and I know you've read it because you were in the thread, but I want to ask you the question because I want your thoughts on
Right.
this, because I know you also value Zoroastrianism a very high amount. If you're
Yeah.
someone like Babylon, or Greece, I guess
Okay.
in this case, because Greece is the only one who can do it, right? If you could just pick start of the game between divination as your sage opener and your sage capital. Let's say it's sage opener, sage capital with a good Jurwan aqueduct location. I'm going to be very specific for some reason. And you could
Okay.
pick architecture or divination. Which would you pick?
Architecture, divination, and a good. I don't think a sage seat with a Jiron aqueduct makes me more inclined to have religion. I think it's about equal for that.
Okay.
I still think I'm taking 400 science over that.
Interesting. See, I think I don't know. I think I
Does it have fresh water? I guess if it doesn't have fresh water, maybe I'm not interested.
oh, that's a good point too. Yeah. I think for the sake of the argument, yeah, I would assume it has fresh water because otherwise then yeah, you probably care significantly less. But
Yep.
I don't know. I really like the idea, or at least I'm keen lately because every one of my opponents keeps picking Carthage. I'm keen on the idea of denying Zoro to Carthage because I think if nothing else, it throws off their game a little bit. And I was actually in my game with Alcaraz, he got Judaism, which, again, who knows how the game's going to go. Maybe he'll win, maybe I'll win. I'm not saying I'm doing everything right in that game, but part of the thinking of that was like, well, now that's a tech path that I'm sure Alcaraz hasn't gone for in the last several games, because if you look at his
Mhm.
match history, he's gotten Zoro in every single game. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things that, for me, from a competitive standpoint, it was like, well, if all my Carthage opponents are used to getting Zoro, at the very least, put him on that back foot a little bit of being like, oh shit, what happened? I don't have Zoro in this game. Because if that forces a tech path that they're unfamiliar with or uncomfortable with, I view that as an advantage too.
Yeah. It's just, I think some nations are better at rushing Zoro than others because of the bonuses and starting techs of that nation, right? So
Mm.
Carthage tends to get Zoro a lot because of where they start in the tech tree
Yeah,
and
no,
what they have to
right.
be doing in the early game. So it becomes, to contest that from them is extra costly, right? It's kind of how that works out for me.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's
of
not that I
course.
don't think, yeah, it's not that Zoro isn't great. It's just that it's hard to contest Carthage. You have to put a lot of thought and resource into
Well,
that early to do that.
that's why it comes down to the question of the sages tech. That basically was my question, is because, like, if I'm a sage nation, if I'm Greece
Hold
or
on, the game
Egypt
at
or
hand might be
Babylon.
worth a comment here. There
Okay,
are
go.
forces moving into Sapar.
Yes, I can see that now. We have a little bit of a buildup. I'll be curious what he thinks is going to happen here, because I guess it's
I
pretty
know what's
open
going to happen.
territory. But, well, no, that's actually bad for him. Yeah, I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
this is terrible. There's a bunch of what's going to happen is those invisible slingers. I guess he can see the slingers move out because he's got the scout there. What's going to happen is the second those units, Nizar's units, move onto the open terrain, these slingers will enter the forest behind them invisible and then stun them to death. So
Yes, and Zoc them with uh reckless abandon, really. Like, you can get yourself positioned while you're invisible, because you
yeah,
can ignore a zone of control while you're invisible. If For those watching, if you look around this, you'll notice that you can see a zone of control back here, but you can't see any zone of control in front. That's because units who are invisible in the woods don't deal with zone of control. And as we can see now,
yeah.
are we
And
going
that
to get
scout can see
started, or are
that,
we
but
going
it
to
can't
wait?
really see that. What
I
it can
hope he
see,
waits. Don't attack
yeah.
this turn. Let Nizar move. And oh no, he's attacking. Okay, fine, whatever. And we're stunned,
Yeah.
and we're going right in. This
Yeah.
surprises me that we're doing this out of the border. I don't think that it's still gonna. I don't. I think this will still work out okay for Ninja, but
I
I'm
mean, that is
surprised.
a ranger, tactician, heckler, Highlander,
Whoa,
combat one, eagle eye, fucking sentinel slinger. It's on
nice.
a hill in the woods, so it's got two 25% bonuses while phasing out and stunning and counterattacking melee.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I'm going in with that unit too. That unit does not give a shit.
Well, check it out. So with 5 turns on the settler from Patras, I believe that's the only settler we have. It turns out this settler from Lagash is not going to be a waste after all, because no
No
way in
shit.
fucking hell is Nizar holding this northern forest.
Nizar is gonna just so essentially Nizar cleared the site here for Ninja. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, look at the unit the tactician leaders on. Just look at that.
Yeah,
Show
I see it.
show show the viewers that. That's an
Yeah.
absurd unit.
That's a plus 50. That's a plus 85 against generals. 85%. It's basically an 8 strength unit. It's basic.
More because it gets it gets the double bonus off Highlander, right?
Yeah.
Because it's both the promotion and the
Oh,
leader
and
who
because
has
it's
that
from the
promotion.
ruler. Right, right, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
And
he's
don't forget the
basically like an 8 or
10% from
9
being
strength
invisible.
slinger.
Don't forget the invisibility too, because it gets another 10% from attacking from forests. So I think it's like 100. I think it's over 100. I think it's 105%.
Well, let's take a look. Well, but let's not forget, we are in the woods, so it's going to be minus another 50%.
Sure. But if they
Still,
dare to attack it, it will counterattack them for that damage.
yeah,
So you can't
it's a
even go
slinger
melee.
that does 8 damage in the woods, and I mean, that's not something I'm going to complain about at all. That's a
No.
great
No,
damage.
that's like ballista level damage to your units in
That
woods.
is
And
absolute. I'm pretty sure a ballista would do about 8 to 10 damage to one of these things. Absolutely, it basically hits like a ballista. That's nuts. And Nazar doesn't give a shit. Nazar is going.
yeah.
Honestly, Nazar is just so entertaining to watch. he never shies away from a fight, even if it's a bad idea.
It like it's funny because in my mind I would have characterized you like that in a sense, right? Like I'd be like, Sion is aggressive. Sometimes it pays off for him, sometimes it doesn't pay off for him. The fact that you're saying that, like, so the guy who I would consider like farther than me on the scale of aggression is going like, hey, this guy over here is really aggressive. So yeah, I think it will be
I think
entertaining to
it's
watch.
less that I'm aggressive and more that I'm willing to take risks. And the idea behind taking risks is, at least on some level, I've calculated this seems like a good idea. But looking at this
Some level.
situation, this doesnon't seem like a good idea.
I once had a roommate tell me he was this was a long time ago in college, but he told me that he was better driver when he was drunk, and I
Oh
said,
my God.
"No, you're not. You just think that when you're drinking." And it-
Yes.
and and he was like, "I just follow." He's like, "I see two lines, but I follow one of them. And I just am consistent in what line that is." I
Oh,
feel a bit like hearing that from you right now with
we
that
have a change
statement.
in
I'm
calculus here,
calculating.
though. Thanks for pointing this out, Aaron, in chat. We have a change in calculus. The tactician is doomed. So if
Oh
Nizar
shit!
notices that, and going back to what I was saying about calculated risks, if I notice that, then I change my mind. I do go in on this.
Yeah, and actually, I don't put my units in this place if I have a doomed tactician. So interesting. Yeah.
I
Two
think
more
it.
units show up the fog. He gets a kill there. He focuses away from the leader one.
Hmm.
So that makes sense. This is good play by Nizar. Force march on the second warrior, but he got a full unit kill out of that. And there isn't like there's a lot of reinforcements for Ninja.
Yeah, this is some great combat, early conflict. Well, Ninja does have the opportunity to get out of dodge here. Everybody went invisible again, so we can back off. No harm, no foul. Very tempting to take a kill if we can, but I feel like maybe you don't want to risk losing this really beefy unit. And of course, although we have oh man, this is a tough call. I can't decide if I would keep fighting in this or not. Probably not? Question mark? I don't know.
You have a bit of a dilemma here, really, because as you say, we missed the doomed. I assume that Ninja didn't miss his own doomed. You will
No.
get that notification from that. Wow. Did you see the tech here too? He's going straight
Yeah,
hydraulics, 14-year
14 turn.
hydraulic, passes goods boost. It was a long goods boost to be fair, because he doesn't have a lot of
Yeah.
tech relative to where he's at. But it's a little bit hard to want to just let this wounded warrior walk,
Oh,
especially if
wait a
it
minute.
doesn't.
I definitely go in. We have a zealot on the throne now, and we're going to be swift. I go in and I enlist this warrior. Am I on
That's
anyone
interesting.
yet? No.
There is a zealot in there. I wish how old's the kid? 18. So he couldn't have been equipped before this year.
No, he
If
couldn't have.
you add a unit to a slinger, does it break the stealth if you general it?
I don't think it breaks the stealth, no.
Well, that is a play. Because the problem is here, if you just back up, your opponent can walk forward, and you no longer have the spooky tactician guy who's just doing 8 in the woods now. Now you're doing 5 in the woods, which is quite a downgrade.
So what I think
At
I
the same
do
time,
here, what I think I might do, and if I was really itching to continue this fight as Ninja, I would take our General Katir here from the back line, stick him in Sapar. I would put my ruler on one of these slingers, probably the beefy one, and then assuming they both stay stealth, I just wouldn't move them, and then I'd see what Nizar does. Because if Nizar is aggressive towards me, we know we have at least one enlisted warrior that can come online next turn. And then we can probably get a second kill too. So that's going to swing the battle math much closer to our favor, I
yeah.
think.
But the question is, does Ninja know or suspect that it keeps invisibility? I guess
We have
there was no
remained
hesitation at all. He
invisible.
knew. He's like, go ahead, fuck it, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have suspected it did
Oh,
not
beautiful.
retain my invisibility. Wow, that's so
No,
weird.
actually, fun fact. You know what? One of the reasons why they made the recent change to Kushite fort building and being able to clear forest, I don't know if you caught that, was because with the new way that scouts work, the Hittites were able to build a fort in the woods, right? And of course, building the fort would reveal the scout. But then if you were to stop building the fort because let's say you just cancel the build as you can do, for some odd reason, it just made the scout go invisible again. It was very
so
weird.
Oh man, yeah.
I mean, it would still be on the same
cooldown
cooldown as
same thing.
previously, but it was it's weird. It's like the cooldown was still
Yeah, I bug reported one recently because I could harvest while stealthed, which I thought because like I'd gotten like kicked out of a forest, you know, and you get that timer for 5 turns or whatever,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I got kicked onto a resource or something, and I could harvest.
Yeah,
I'm like,
so
oh,
as
okay.
far as I'm aware, very specifically, the only thing that ends stealth is if you move specifically or if you attack specifically. Any other action, I think, well, I guess, or build something. If you build something, if you happen to be a worker that stealth and you build something, that will also reveal you. Those are the three things that reveal you.
Huh.
All right, so we came in and we got another kill here from Nizar and from Ninja. They have like the same name. And I suspect some of the thinking
I mean,
here with the positioning is that he wants to keep Nizar in this fight so he can enlist something next turn.
yeah, I guess, but he loses that slinger he just entered into that fight, right? It takes all the attacks on the board, but it will kill it outright
It will kill it, yeah.
if he continues to fight.
I don't think I would have dove in like that. I mean, also I would have banked on my experience playing Nizar that Nizar would probably just keep aggressing towards me anyway. So I'd let Nizar bait himself. And I love you, buddy. But yeah, he does look like he's going to lose a unit here, which is unfortunate, but then he'll enlist. He does have 2 enlists, by the way. Babylon has 2 enlists in the docket. He got 740 civics with 50 civics next turn. So if he councils like one city, I'd counsel Lagash in this situation. This is a very great moment to highlight how council can provide value. Give yourself that civics to do another enlist, but I guess he doesn't need it right now because he's at 700. So he'll have
What
it
are
next
these?
turn.
What the hell is happening right now? Oh, I see. The units are moving onto the tiles where the zealot was and getting booted.
Yes.
So it's moving him over for that. He might actually not be in range to get the kill. I wonder if that's Nizar playing deliberately. Like he remembered where those units were. He can move onto those tiles. It will kick them. If he knows how those units will respond to that, it is possible to guess where they're going to go too.
It won't matter though, because as long as they remain invisible, he can ignore zone of control. The real question is, I don't know how much of their movement they're able to complete before getting their revealed now that the tactician is no longer on the throne.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
This is every time you unstealth here, you can steal that warrior and that will bring it from a 5v2 to a 3v4 essentially. But these warriors are doing a lot of damage in here now without the tactician to stun one and doing its thing.
Well, the nice thing about if we can enlist that warrior, which I mean, I don't know. I don't think we have the damage for it now. There would be a ranger warrior, so I don't think we can kill that. That's another reason why we wanted to hang out that zealot general.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like the aggressive zealot general play either. I liked what you outlined, which was
hang him in Sapar, baiting his hour to go forward, especially get out of these freaking woods.
Did you see that text exchange?
No. Shit.
Nizar said truce. Ninja said no. What?
Great.
What?
That's so funny. I mean, I think we are dealing with arguably the 2 most aggressive players in the tournament here. If I'm being totally honest, I think these 2, more so than me, more so than anyone else I can think of. I think both Ninja and Nizar are probably the 2 most aggressive players that we have. So that's one thing that makes this matchup fun, is that even if it's a bad idea, they're both totally willing to fight a fight for some reason, and it's just fun. It's fun to watch.
It is.
I think what's
unpredictable. Go ahead.
No, I think, well, one thing that could anyway, not probably, but could work in Ninja's favor is if he keeps the battle rolling around. I don't know that he had the manpower to actually do that. And ballistas do show up in 20 turns. Well,
yes, if this fight goes on for 20 more turns with 2 slingers in a heavily forested area and a zealot who can't steal anything.
Oh, wait! Look at this! The settler! I know. The settler behind!
I know, I see.
The settler!
This is so wild.
This is wild! The settler in the north from behind! The sneaky settler!
Look at the build queues. We got a fisher coming up. We got like 8-turn warriors who will never be here, and when they do show up will be irrelevant. We've got hydraulics that will finish next game, and we've got a fisher coming out, and then there's a sneaky settler going for the city site. None of this makes any sense.
I love it. I love it. Well, one thing I think maybe he's thinking about a little bit of an extra discontent tax on his opponent. If you control a city that was originally settled by a foreign nation, it's +2 discontent in that city. So maybe maybe Ninja wants to stick it to Nizar and give him a little bit of a difficult time manage discontent.
He just wants to offset that bath bonus, you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right, yeah, let's take a look. We have a request to look at the political situation in Babylon, relatively stable, both too cautious, a little bit upset down here. So not the best opinion in the world. Zoro opinion's pretty great. So once we can get our family converted to Zoroastrianism, we'll be pretty stable. If we look over in Greece, probably, oh wow, we're looking really strong pagan opinion. Well, not pagan opinion in general, but the Seleucids and the Sage's seat are both very strong, happy families. And we have cautious on champs, which is most of our army. Most of our army is champs, so no special combat bonuses for our champion troops. Interesting thought here from Fluffy suggesting this weird Hail Mary forward settle from Ninja actually buys him time, because it would very likely cause Nizar to turn around and prioritize taking the central city site, which, since he doesn't have it already anyway, he doesn't really care if he loses it after the fact. And that prevents this force from moving forward and risking taking Sapar while he's waiting on that warrior and these slingers and this incoming onager from Babylon to show up. So yeah, I dig that thinking. I like it. I like that. That's an interesting play, certainly a risky play, but I think there's some sound logic to that. Nizar's vision as present is currently this. No, he cannot see the settler. He cannot see pretty much anything other than what we're looking at right here. He can't see the slingers either. He knows they're somewhere in the woods, but he doesn't know exactly where. 2 turns on military drill for the Greeks. We're building a 7-turn rancher in the champion seat. I kind of hate this, I gotta say. We're developing culture. We could spend 100 civics, put a judge here, and rush this out, if that's what you want to do. I mean, I definitely appreciate the idea of helping your order economy on Greece, but I mean, 7 turns of civic production in your champion seat is certainly a decision. Okay, it's going to come down to, does the Greeks have a forced march? Oh, no! They covered it. They covered it with a militia. There goes all the fun. There goes all the fun. Well, we'll see if he goes in for a kill here. Can he kill this? He can't. Yeah, what else is he doing with the settler? Indeed, good point. I mean, it could be a worker, but yeah. In fact, I want to look at the order difference between our two nations at this point. We have, wow, a really strong order economy on Greece at this point. 27 orders per turn to Ninja's 14. That's crazy. It's got to come down to... No, Greece doesn't even have serfdom. Whoa. All right. Good on Greece. Good on Greece. It's got to come down to maybe legitimacy then? Yep, an extra 50 legitimacy on the Greeks compared to the Babylonians. Extra 5 orders per turn there. That's really nice. And of course, we did build that master acolyte at some point. Oh, we did we civic rushed. I dislike that, but okay. That's fine. So we're getting these, more orders from ranchers. Did we get a rancher up in the capital as well? Oh, wow. Interesting, Nizar. Okay. I dig it. I was knocking it, but I gotta say, your order economy of twice as many orders as your opponent when you're dealing with two nations that struggle with orders, you don't even have serfdom yet. I gotta give you props for this one, buddy. Not too bad. Not too bad. Certainly going to help you out with this combat situation. Filthy, are you muted? Did you mute yourself? He might have taken a break. I can text him. Hold on. I just realized I forgot I could text him. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll text him.
I'm back, Sion. What have I missed?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Yes. He was on a break. People thought you were muted yourself.
Oh, no, I walked away for a second. So my wife just finished a batch of cookies.
Militia
fresh out of
blocked the
oven.
site. So the stealth Babylonians super shuttle is probably not going to happen. And I was also just noting that Greece has like 10 more orders per turn, more than 10 more orders per turn than Babylon at the moment. And it still doesn't even have serfdom yet. So that's a strong order advantage there. Are we going to see in a list? We have a movement coming up.
Yeah,
There's not enough damage here.
Enough. I know. What is this unit doing running around here? I feel like Ninja is playing tilted to me is what it looks like. That's what I see when I see this whole thing put together. You know, as you say, like maybe he hasn't lost to Nizar in 10 games or something, but he can do that here if he works at it, and it feels like he's working at it right now to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think tournament anxiety is definitely a really thing. I always have trouble sleeping the night before my game.
Huh. Yep.
Which is weird because it's like I don't really care all that much, but I get so amped, I get so excited, but I'm just, yeah.
You grew up Northeast, Sion?
What?
Did you grow up in the Northeast U.S.?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, I heard you say "idea," which is I grew up in Maine, so it's one of the few things I recognize as a Northeast accent, if it's not like a Bostonian or something like that. You know, is the extra R in idea. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, this is interesting. We have a zealot moving up, staring at its opponent, not taking a hit yet. I think he's realizing that the combat math doesn't add up, or maybe he doesn't have the orders.
What unit? There's no math. It's just a single preview.
Yeah.
It's about to lose that zealot too. It will get trapped. It's pretty easy to zone and control that. It doesn't get to go invisible.
Well, I suppose one thing he could attempt to do, maybe there's a position he could put this slinger that's out in the open that's also, again, has Katira back on it, that he could maybe zone lock some of these units so that they can't kill his zealot general, and then maybe he gets in the list next turn. I don't know. This is a very weird battle. I kind of love it, but it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's very chaotic. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it made it a lot of sense when before it was pointed out that leader was doomed, and after that leader was pointed out that leader was doomed, it made 0 sense to me. I think
we're going back. We're going backwards.
Yep. I think that's necessary to keep that unit even alive for a moment. And what was I going to say?
All right.
Crap, just blanked out. Oh, the lack of scout mattered too, because Ninja didn't know about the last 2 units that were coming from the campsite when he made his engagement. He saw those 3, reacted to those 3, but it wasn't 3, it was 5. So.
But see, yeah, that's one of those things. That's where, I mean, obviously the metric of stronger and much stronger is hard to parse, but I just feel like, I don't know.
I was saying it during yours and Alcross's game this morning. I am curious how much that metric impacts player decisions. Like if that were gone entirely, would we see like I think sometimes fights don't happen because players see those metrics. And it would be interesting to see that. So I wonder here if Ninja just really wasn't watching that metric or doesn't really care about that metric for some reason, or if he was just, just reacting to what was in front of him almost.
Yeah. I definitely think the metric plays a role. Certainly
Definitely plays a role.
psychologically for sure. I mean, I know I'm always watching it. Like my game with Aaron, for example, I kept every time I ended my turn, he would be weaker than me. And then on his turn, he would become back to similar. So that told me he was right on that threshold of weaker to similar. But that kept me motivated to keep fighting him in the manner that I was fighting him, which is an absolute slaughterfest meat grinder. Because my thinking was, as long as I just can keep killing stuff, he'll eventually run out of momentum and steam or whatever else. And a big factor that played a role in my decision to fight that way was the fact that I kept seeing him waffle back between weaker and similar. 100%.
Yep.
I can't speak to other players, but it definitely impacts me, and I definitely I think it can bait players tons of times. I think you can back off, and actually, interestingly enough, I think the camel more than anything is probably the biggest bait because it goes off of raw strength, not potential strength. So the camel is a 5 strength unit, but if you put that up against a Hittite unique unit, suddenly it becomes like an 8 strength unit. So I could have nothing but camels, and you could have nothing but 3-man chariots, and technically I'm just as strong as you or stronger, and you would have no idea.
Yep. Yep.
So that's kind of
to
funny.
your point earlier, Sion, we are now seeing the first payoff of the bath outside of some harder to calculate happiness bonuses. The first
38.
specialist coming out of that, there's an apprentice doctor on turn 38, finishing on
Nice.
39.
All right, cool. Now, if we can get a judge, now this is a patron seat. Yeah, we have a judge. If we can get a judge in here, we could rush that up to elder real quick, and that would be nice.
I mean, it's still too little culture for that, right? So you only get the first tier of Bath at developing, and the second at strong. So he's halfway to strong. And even if he goes, so even if he gets to strong, the best he can get out of that is upgrading the apprentice to a master out of that.
Well, I know. I mean,
With
a
the
judge
upgrade.
governor. Judge governor.
Oh, I see. You want to
Yeah,
rush him.
for rushing
Yep.
it
No,
to
you're
the
absolutely
elder.
right. I thought you meant the building upgrade.
Yeah. Interesting. We have a possibility to get a Grand Vizier in Greece, a builder, prosperous, power hungry, 3 discipline, charismatic, or 4 charisma rather, builder. Interesting. That's not a bad Grand Vizier. Obviously, having a Grand Vizier can suck, but a builder in every single city can be pretty badass depending on what you're doing.
Yep. Yes, they can. Surprised at the combat this turn, or lack thereof. I suppose he's still sitting on 17 orders trying to make his decisions.
Yeah. I think perhaps he doesn't want to. I mean, I think he has an advantage he could press here. Of course, I could be wrong, but he might not want to underestimate Ninja.
Man, I think that's the trap. I think the trap is overestimating Ninja. As you say, he's had a history of losing to the guy. But I think he's in a fairly dominant position, both in terms of unit count and his game board, his game state in general. I think he needs to zock these units, pick them off. If he takes a loss,
it's really tricky because it's hard to escape making an assessment that's not connected to the it's hard to escape making a meta assessment, right? Because even things like playing a game against Alcaris, right? Our game is on turn 64. So even right there, it automatically comes with its level of anxiety of like, great, so I'm going to play a late game against Alcaris, right? Also the flip side of that is honestly, I've won most of the games that I've played against Alcaris, but that creates a different level of anxiety or like a different trap where it's like, well, maybe I don't want to underestimate Alcaris, right? So it's like trying to just play your game, play the situation, make the decisions that are appropriate for the game itself, and kind of almost ignore the idea or concept of the other player is incredibly tricky. Because it does have a real serious impact on the game itself, for better or worse.
No denying that. Psychology matters.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Yeah, interesting. Nizar is opted not to chase the Zealot. Just moving back over to his city, healing his units up.
Interesting
On
indeed.
some level, it's like on some level, Ninja's getting away with a murder here with that unit just running around free. But on the other hand, Nizar does not have to chase that to stay in the better board state here. So
And
I don't
as a
know.
testament to Nizar's aggression, he just said to Ninja's aggression, he just said to Nizar in the chat, this has been one of the most chaotic battles I've fought in a while, and I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you are having fun too.
How much fun is he having with his scout dead, him missing on his sage seat, and him losing all the fights? Are we really seeing fun? Like, I hear him say it. I just
Some
don't know if I buy it.
people just want to watch the world burn, man. I prefer, like, yeah, I don't know. I think the chaos is more fun than, two players getting every bit of micro meticulous, you know, min max out of the game, and then it's like, oh wow, good job, buddy. Your abacus was better than mine. Like, I don't know. I think it's more fun when players take risk, wacky things happen, someone ends up in a situation where they go, oh shit, that was stupid, and then more chaos ensues, and then all of a sudden you go, oh my god, I can't believe I won anyway. I don't know. So I think you can have a fun time even if things are going wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't have fun while losing. I wonder if that is really the mentality that is internally going on versus what's being projected. That's all.
No, I was going to kill the militia, then settle, but then I ran into your warrior, preventing further movement, oh, that was fun. So because he didn't see. So one of the reasons why we watched the zealot move up and stare at the warrior and not do anything and then turn around, because he didn't know it was there. He was trying to get to the militia and he bumped into the warrior. That's really funny. That is really funny. This is like literally old world bumper cars in the forests.
Mm-hmm.
Between the blue and the white Niles. The two Niles. That's what we'll call this one. The Battle of the Two Niles.
Yeah, it is. It's an odd mechanic sometimes, the invisibility, how it plays out.
Yeah, it's one of those things that can be confusing even if you know how it works.
I feel like Ninja is getting off lightly here. What was the actual unit loss count in the end? 2 slingers? 3 slingers for Ninja? Yeah, the initial tactician, the first time he threw that Zorro Zealot in, and presumably one more, I think, in there somewhere.
According to current units lost for the whole game, which would include the the scout, Ninja has lost 3 and Nizar has lost 1. So I would assume that battle was 2 units lost by Ninja and 1 lost by Nizar.
Okay. That is staggering almost that there weren't more losses taken there. Like,
I kind of agree.
Almost 3-1 there. Like, I am shocked that Nizar didn't spend a minute to zock a couple of these units and kill them off at his leisure.
Yeah. Or honestly, 3. Did he actually have this? Did I do that right? That's 7. No, he doesn't have this. Yeah, I guess Ninja can't kill anyone. Interesting. Well, that was certainly an exciting turn 30 to turn 39-ish.
Yep. Whatever rhyme, whatever the rhyming equivalent of Rumble in the Jungle is for Forest is what we need here, because that was very much that.
Yeah.
There was the chaos monkey in the forest stuff going on there. So, well, on the one hand, I don't love Ninja spot. On the other hand, he's about to have, not about to, but in the not too distant future, is about to have hydraulics.
Yeah, that's the real issue for Nizar here. By leaving Ninja alone, he's eventually going to be greeted by a few ballista coming down the pipeline. In fact, on hindsight, I would not be surprised if that's one of the reasons why Ninja decided to back off and not go on an endless spree, because maybe he wants to stockpile some civics. And of course, he's a zealot, so he can do training as well to rush out a couple of ballista and then just take to the field.
Gonna be a little tricky at -11 iron per turn right now, so I'd like to see him fix that.
He has 5,000 gold.
Sure, sure.
He could buy
That's true.
with 100 iron is 700 gold a pop, so he could buy like 600 iron right now. More than that, he could buy like that's quite a lot of iron. That's like 900 iron.
Is this one of the few games where you would? I think this might be one of the few games where I would consider tactician as a non-starting leader advantageous, maybe. Because this center forest, if you could get some ballista in there, all sneaky
Oh, that
like,
would be brutal.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
getting
had
another
one game
tactician
as
would
a
be great.
Syria where I won a early composite bow and picked up the ballista card, and I had a tactician leader on a ballista in the forest, and it was absurd. It
Oof.
was absurd.
Yep, that's delicious. That is delicious.
But Greece just chugging along right now,
All right, let's do this.
working on their game.
Yeah, let's take a look at science. Science lead on Greece, 61 to 41, but only about an extra 100 plus architecture in the tree here. Military scores has actually equalized at this point. Both are around 220. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
that onager
onager.
showing up is going to
Yeah.
change the math a little bit. And it looks like the onager is going north. I love this. This onager is probably going north to maybe sit on the single forest tile and just pelt the city with very little response from the Greeks. That'd be
Yeah, I
so
don't know
aggressive
about,
if he chooses to do that.
I think it might end up on that sand hill.
Yeah,
Without being like, I think the problem with that force tile is it can be attacked from multiple positions. I don't know though. We'll see. I mean, it is forested versus
well,
that's there's not a lot of tiles, so
he's not
yeah.
doing anything with the settler, so this would be the perfect situation to civilian body block some bullshit. Put the onager in the forest tile and put the settler in front of it. It gives you at least one turn of onager fire.
Yep. Can that scout see that onager? I'm gonna have a look from Greece's point of view here and find out.
That's a great question. Let's look. No.
No. So that is gonna be a surprise. I have onagers
That's going to be a surprise, yeah.
moment.
Nizar is getting steel axes at the moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
see, this is what I was saying. I would much rather, in this situation, we have phalanx in this hand, spoked, and steel. I would much rather to see
Spoked.
spoked getting grabbed, 100%.
Yeah.
But of course, it's hard to predict. Although, I wonder if that's really true. I feel like Babylon beelining hydraulics feels like a thing that's common enough that you could anticipate it.
Really? You don't think Babylon wants forestry?
No, that's the other one too. I think the two things that I would rate as the most common, and these are things that I've done in games consistently as Babylon to win games, is I'm either beelining hydraulics or machinery, or I'm beelining land consolidation, and obviously compo in there at some point. So one of those three general
I suppose this is
directions.
not a land consolidation map, so it does make some sense there. But I find a lot of Babylon players are picking up their UU card regardless, so I could see him.
Yeah, the UU
And
card's
some
nice
level,
for sure.
and on some level, steel is good here, right? Because if Nizar is thinking I'm ahead economically, then what does he want to do? He wants to be able to contain Babylon, and fighting in that forest is going to be pretty nice if you have axes and your opponent only has slingers. So
that is true. It is a melee unit. It will be strong. It will have cleave, and I mean even this. Take a look here. Can I move this thing? God damn it. Yeah, an onager only does 4 damage to a slinger in these woods, so I mean that's not too bad.
yeah. But I am beginning to wonder what Babylon's like slightly longer game is here. Because we can see his production. His production is now onager, onager, warrior, 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 warrior. But he's what? How many workers are there? Like 5, 6? What are we looking at for improvement count? Like I feel like there's not an economy behind this. This feels like
Wow. Yeah, we have 10 workers in Greece to 3 in Babylon. And if we look at improvements controlled, actually super shockingly, it's 26 to 25 in favor of Ninjaa.
That is shocking for the improvements controlled. But the worker count suggests not a long game here from that.
Fluffy's asking why the onager unlimited is here. He doesn't get it. My presumption is just in case. He's moving towards the destination. It's probably unlimited here. In the event that some Greek soldiers happen to walk through this path, you can take a shot at them. Obviously, the settler is blocking off the path as well. So my best guess, I tend to do this sometimes as I'm moving towards the destination. If I have the spare order or think of it or am worried about units showing up along the way, I'll unlimber, and maybe that can give me an opportunity to fire on something if trouble gets stirred up.
It's not unreasonable to think Greece might attack that settler too. It is in vision of Greece, so he knows it's there. He could walk a unit over.
Could be a
and hit
bait.
it and
We can't see the settler as
exactly.
Greece, so yeah, if Nizar decides to poke it, he'll get poked in return. Probably not by too much damage, maybe only 6.
Yep.
Actually, a warrior and a slinger could just kill the settler, and then the onager really wouldn't do much to them, so you could just walk back and heal it.
Well,
I guess you don't get anything by
in?
killing the settler.
So I
It's now
think you could probably
useless.
Yes, but no, it is bait because look, you can then close that in with just putting one of your units on that forest tile. No, you can't because of the water still. Not sure. I mean, this is why the onager, to answer
Yep,
Fluffy
he killed.
directly,
He did kill it.
set up. Yeah.
Yeah, the onager's not going to kill anything, and now you're going to want the onager to move, in fact. So yeah, interesting. I don't know. That's my best guess. Onager would take 4 damage from a warrior. You can shoot, it would do 6 damage. But then we could actually move the slinger up. Yeah, okay. We could do 9 damage to this warrior. We could fight a little bit of a battle here, I suppose.
I mean, look at the move. I mean, the zealot. This is a swift zealot. It has 5 movement pips. It can go forever.
Oh,
Like literally that. Look at that zealot.
Yeah.
That zealot can reach behind Ambracia if it wants to on just movement.
On just movement, yeah.
The forest. Like that's mind blowing.
Crazy.
If he force marched that could reach the capital. That could attack Pella this turn.
And that's why I think it's funny when people were like, "Oh, but if a zealot can't enlist, what good is it for?" I'm like, how about moving everywhere in the map?
Yeah.
Rushing any unit. That's the real reason why I was upset my zealot died. I was in the middle of rushing a couple of things out in my last game, and that was really, really bumming about that. I was really looking forward to hitting that rush button a handful more times.
So Nizar in all chat commenting on the onager and saying that someone's rushing hydraulics, which is absolutely true. Now, the thing about these reads, like you watch people in a variety of different games make reads. The interesting part is then the follow-up. So he's made the read, he's said that out loud. He's actually right, whether or not he believes himself or not. Will he make the adjustment? Will we see him then go for chariots? Like
and this goes back to what I was saying.
The read that makes it worth something.
Yes,
so,
and that goes back 100%. And this goes back to what I was saying, is that he currently has a 5-card draw pile. So if he does not switch to spoked wheel now, it's going to be like 10 turns before it comes up again.
Well, still a scholar, so he's got plenty of opportunities to get it back.
Oh, he's still a scholar, right? Yeah, my bad. Never mind. He could just cycle. Never mind. Ignore that. He can just cycle.
Here's the zealot. Don't actually like that. I think I would have liked to have seen one more pinning unit, because he can pin that warrior, right? If he stuck a unit between the pigs and the mountain. Actually, I don't know. I guess maybe not, because it doesn't exert zone of control on the water. So maybe not. Maybe not.
I feel like I would have come from behind.
That's what I was saying, but I don't think it actually blocks the warrior in. He has to kill the warrior this turn.
No, but he would have been able to kill it.
Water. Well, that's what I was saying. I think I would have liked to have seen the attempt to kill it or not bother at all.
Yeah. Not bother at all. Yeah. I don't think he can kill it now.
Yep. I think he just walks away.
I mean, I guess you could move. Well, yeah, no. Oh, wait a minute. Actually,
water. No, he just walks straight into the water and doesn't zone it. Yeah.
Yeah. If he moved the zealot up 1 tile, he would have locked it.
No, nothing locks that warrior in. It just walks away.
No, if he moved if he moved the leader up 1 tile and then put the zealot from behind in the forest, it would have been locked in.
But as someone pointed out in chat, I think he's working on with a total of 11 orders.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
It's a good thing he does. Really he only has those 3 order improvements. It's so bad. His order economy is so bad right now.
And we are seeing Spoke Wheel get grabbed. Nice read, nice adjustment from Nizar here.
Nice confidence to follow it up, right? Like
Yep.
you made the read, now you did the thing that would support that read.
Well, and then the other thing is too, it's like if you end up with a couple of chariots and your opponent doesn't have ballistas, well, whatever. You still have a couple of chariots, and that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yep. So we have one master doctor completing next turn. We already have an apprentice doctor in a different city, so that is now a little bit. Honestly, it is sealing his fate late game, perhaps. You know, like if this continues, those will become really significant problems. But I don't think that's Ninja's problem this game. I think Ninja's problem this game is whatever threw him off his game. Maybe it was the scout kill, maybe it was this hunter into trader strategy, hoping for high roll sage stuff. He just doesn't seem like he's having the quality of game he's had pretty much for the last, I don't know, 5-6 games in a row. Like this seems to be
Yeah,
his low roll of a game. And Nizar's playing well. He's got a
Nizar is
solid
playing well.
economy.
I mean, he's playing very well. This is one of his better games. I also think
Yeah.
when he played against Alcaraz, he had a very strong game. And yeah, he seemed to. It's interesting playing against him because some games he plays very well. Other games it seems like it's just nothing goes right for him. But it seems like everything's going quite well in this game.
Yeah. Yep.
Excuse me.
Seems like his game to win or lose. So we will see what he does with it. But at the moment,
He quite a
pretty
bit of
nice mix of
military
units.
buildup for him now, which I find interesting. But I guess it's science. His economy is pretty okay,
He
and he
picked
has
up
plenty of
steel.
workers.
I'm a bit confused by that pickup. He's got like 4 or 5 like what 4 warriors out already. 1, 2, 3 warriors on the board. He's turning another 4 or something, but he's only making 14 iron per turn. Those
Yeah.
warriors are not going to become axes in our lifetime.
Not too soon, no.
No. So steel kind of a weird pickup there. Steel doesn't. It's not a. It is a prerequisite for stuff, but it's not a prerequisite stuff for a long time, right?
Yeah,
It's not like
it's
maces
not
are
stuff
good.
I care about.
Yeah, maces are
Not
probably.
anytime soon.
Are they the single worst military unit in the game? Do you think maces?
Maces?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they
Probably.
are. I think by my rating, I think they are probably the single worst military unit in the game. So it is
Probably.
bizarre to see steel, which basically only unlocks that, as something Nizar prioritized with so little iron coming in. I wonder why. And again, he's a scholar, so he chose that. It wasn't like he needed that for a reroll or the other texts were worse. He's a scholar. He could have changed off at any time he wanted.
Yeah.
So he chose that. I wonder what his thinking was.
Excuse me. Well, you know what's nice? One thing about this hydraulics beeline is that it used to have 2 crossbows attached to it, and I'm very glad those are no longer there.
Yeah, they'd be very strong at the moment one day.
They were, yeah. I used to. That was another reason why I used to beeline hydraulics specifically because, I mean, who doesn't want 2 crossbows inside of 50 turns?
He's got to be tilted. He's got a 6 courage. Him being ninja here, he's got a 6 courage courtier, and he's building military units out of his sage cities, but he doesn't have this courtier assigned.
And also, he could put himself. He's 5. He can add 5 training to one of these. Well, that's one thing I like about Cartier is that Cartier makes excellent training and growth in if you need it. You can swap him around to different cities too if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get that with Cartier and his leader, those units are both assigned to something already. But that Ranger soldier is not assigned to anything. Also, Ranger on this map, a super nice promotion. Anyway, well, we'll see. See what he does. 3 workers started the museum. Okay. I mean, that's so contradictory to me. Like maybe it's just a denial thing. Don't get further behind. But how is he gonna have a late game with no workers? But museum is very much a late game wonder. Like as an investment, it's 15 turns of nothing, and when it shows up, it's gonna be just a small multiplier on a city that doesn't do a lot of science. I mean, a big multiplier on a small number. You know.
Hmm. Yeah.
Surprised by that.
It's very, very interesting game. It's interesting to look across all these build queues, both Greece and Babylon alike, and see nothing but warriors, slingers, and a couple of owners. It's like I feel like we're doing this like late game unit crunch push thing, but it's turn 42 and we're all of us are spamming warriors.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre.
Very cool. Very, very interesting anyway. Scout coming out in Pella. Nice to have a second scout.
How about a first scout?
Does he
I
not
guess
have
we
a
did
scout?
see. I see Babylon did finally build one at some point. I
Oh,
must
they
have
did
missed it when it
find time to
happened.
build one, yes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
one thing, speaking of only having 3 workers, one thing that Nizar, sorry, damn it, I keep fucking up their names. Ninja would do well to do is maybe chop some of these woods. Oh, but again, he has no orders to do that too.
No
That's
orders. He can't chop anything.
that's
He's got no workers and no orders.
crappy,
Yeah.
crappy.
So really, what we need to, again, like this museum is so bizarre to me. We've got to see some garrisons out of Ninja, which I don't think there are any right now on the board, right?
No, there aren't. And excuse me, he's had
No
that problem
garrisons, no
in the
barracks.
past, where he went like all game and never built a single garrison. That's actually how he lost his very first game in this tournament.
Yeah, I didn't see that game.
It was awesome.
That name wasn't known to me at all before this tournament. So I don't know. I've been very impressed with his play in the last couple games, but this game is like watching a different player.
Well, I believe in you, buddy. You're my pick to win the thing, so let's get those ballistas on the field and start showing Greece who's boss.
Man, but what is the build time on those ballistas going to be? These owners, I mean, that's if
you hopefully
look at
one turn with his training and civics.
I guess it's got to be that because I look at Eshnuna and it's this onager is about 30 to 40% done and it's got 5 years left.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this is what I'm saying. If you look at the timing on this, right? You have an onager in 5 turns out of 2 locations. You have hydraulics in 5 turns. So my thinking is he has an onager already. He's building 2 more along the way. I don't know where he's got some gold. He's still got gold. And then he's probably going to rush out, call it 3 or 4 ballistas using his civics. He can get 2 from his civics, at least 1 from his training, but he's a zealot with 150 coming in per turn, and he's got 5 turns to build up. So I'm calling that about 3 or 4 ballistas coming out. And then there you go. You have an army of like 6 or 8 siege.
Okay, but let's say he just kills Nicaea, right?
Yeah.
We'll just give it to him. We'll say he just gets that for free.
Yep.
It's still like he's got 14 orders a turn or something.
I'm not saying he's going to be able to command the damn army. I'm just saying that's probably his thinking. Yeah. And that's, I think, one of the complex things about this game is that you can get yourself a plan. And like we talk about this with like 7 law rushing, right? All of a sudden you get all 7 laws, you get all adopted, and then you realize, shit, you're 30 turns away from strong culture in your highest, best culture city. So I think sometimes you can get on these hyper-focused strategies where you're like, oh, just beeline hydraulics, I'll get a shitload of ballistas, and it's Greece, so of course they're going to buckle. And then you realize you get that on turn, what's going to be 47, rush them out so you're ready to go by turn 50, and then you realize you have no freaking orders, you can't move anywhere.
You don't have navigation, you don't have military drill, you can't build more of them, you just have these ones you have now that you can't move. Yeah.
And I think this is what happens when you practice strategies like that, too, because I've been in this situation tons of times myself where I realized, honestly, one of the smartest early techs, we've talked about this already in this game, but one of the smartest early techs you can grab is military drill, because it's going to be training, it's going to be science, it's going to be orders.
And in a weird way, it's also flexibility, because it allows you to rebuild an army or to respond to an opponent's move or respond to a weird tech draw for yourself, right? You can build a unit that isn't a 10-turn commitment. It's a 4 or 5-turn commitment,
Yeah. Or if, you're like in Ninja situation where you don't even have that much of an army yet, if all of a sudden you see build up on your border and it's time to start building army, well, now you're in a position where you can build stuff in 4 turns instead of 8. And yeah. It's a very flexible tech. I kind of dislike a little bit of the sentiment that maybe grabbing military drill in the first 20 turns is pretty much the one of the best things you could do, but it probably is one of the best things you can do.
Yeah,
At least in this
yeah.
meta,
I
right?
do
In this head-to-head,
I do feel like
one-on-one,
you kinda have to
close-knit
get
duel
either Odeons.
format. I mean,
Yeah,
you're gonna wanna have barracks lined up and officers lined up.
yeah. I feel like you kinda have to go Odeons or Barracks, one or the other. Pretty
Yeah.
much as not as early necessarily as you can, but pretty damn close. Maybe with the exceptions being some degree of like early wonders that are going to do something that replaces that, like that science for you, maybe. Or maybe the alternative to being something like the heavy investment in garrisons, just getting those order counts up early can also be very powerful. But not doing any of those things, not having garrisons, not having the science from the extra buildings, not having the flexibility those buildings provide, it does make me kind of wonder, like, what does your mid game look like? What does your late game look like?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Less playful banter between them. Maybe getting a little tired. It is coming up on what, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I actually have no idea how long we could end up going today. Come to think of it, both Ninja and Nizar are the type of player who are well okay with going marathon session. Ninja pretty much plays, sorry, Nizar pretty much plays nonstop when he sits down to play. And
And
Ninja's very first game went 7 hours in one session. So we might be here for a while.
and Nizar's already brought in the groceries, so hypothetically, plate might be clean
Yeah.
for a bit. Yep.
Yep.
Could be a bit.
I want to keep on this improvement count because Nizar has better orders and more workers, so I'd like to see him start taking control here. Yet we have 34 improvements to 28, still relatively close, but Nizar is starting to take a lead there at last. We have 3 buildings being built at once down in Antioquia. We have a barracks, a garrison, and an Odeon all being built at once.
Yep. Look at the ring in Patras. So I'm gonna guess this goes against what you believe in. I believe that is being left there for the windmill that will eventually be placed in the middle of those.
I'm
But
actually okay with that. That's fine.
in the meantime, I was giving up a lot of adjacencies. That's basically half a mine that you're losing by placing that last mine where it is as opposed to the middle.
Yeah, I could go either way on that. I've definitely done the ring before, and then sometimes I just don't give a shit. Um, Generally, I err on the side of I don't give a shit, but I mean, I guess it's splitting hairs.
No. All right. So pace of gameplay is slowed down too, which is weird because they're not actually fighting right now. I wonder what the decision process is right now.
Oh, we have an attack.
Okay. There we go.
A warrior moved up into the woods here, right by the White Nile, by the Sapar. A Greek warrior came up, or no, a Babylonian warrior came up and attacked a Greek warrior. So Ninja back on the aggressing. We have the onager lined up out on that forested tile, guarded by the ranger zealot. So Nisea is under siege here. That's going to be a massive onager hit on the health of that city.
I don't think that zealot lives though. I'm looking at like that ranger ranger warrior connects
Ooh.
for 8.
Wow.
The other warrior connects for 4, and then there's at least spots for 3 slingers. I think that zealot dies. If that zealot dies, that onager is pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, so or at the very least, I mean, I would hate to see this level 4, no, max level unit get killed for probably nothing. So this would be, I'm going to call it 8.
It's definitely nothing because I mean, your
13.
point about it hitting the city hard is true, but hitting the city hard doesn't do anything here, and it doesn't hit the
No.
units around the city particularly hard. I mean, I suppose it hits the ones not in cover right now fairly hard. I don't know. It is a ranger onager too, which is pretty nice.
That is pretty nice. I don't think I just eyeballed the math, and I'm not 100% sure that that thing can die. It looks like we stop around 17 or 18 damage. It gets pretty close, but I don't, because then
12,
you also have to factor in the final hit on the zealot thing, and I'm not sure that he has enough range in the area to pull that off.
13, 15. Yeah, I think I get 16 out of what's there right now. Sure. Okay. So 16 the first round.
Yeah, but no,
And
he'll
you
definitely
backed
need
it
to
up.
back off. That's for sure. I just don't think he'll kill it this round.
Yeah, you might actually be totally right there. In fact, I think you are entirely right there.
Okay. We'll see what Nizar does, though. We'll see if he goes for it or how he handles the situation. Definitely a tricky situation to see. Certainly nerve-wracking to see that much damage coming on a city you own.
Yes. Although I almost think you should think of these asymmetrical cities less as like you're not losing a core thing to lose this at this stage of the game, right? There's literally zero improved tiles in that city. I think almost it's like it forces reactions almost. So I don't if I'm in Nizar's seat, I don't know that I care that much if Nicaea dies. I'm not happy about it, but it's not like I'm not giving up when that happens. Like I don't feel like I'm significantly set
Yeah.
back by that loss right now.
We've gotten it wrong a handful of times, I think, as spectators. We're like, oh, you should just retreat and give this location up. And it turns out the person didn't have to retreat. But I definitely think players in general should get more accustomed to the idea of that they can just give up territory and fight later. Because in some situations, you will just come back stronger. Because, I think Greece can lose Nicaea completely, and it will impact their game not at all.
Yeah. And I really like this play by Nizar. He didn't even bother with that zealot. He's like, okay, you got me, bro. You got the choke. Your zealot's hard to kill. Your onager's set up. It's gonna do a lot of damage. Well, so what? You got other units. I'll go bother them. I really like that. He just went and killed another unit over by the White Nile River.
Mm-hmm. Although I do anticipate if Ninja's banking on enlisting any warriors, I think we're gonna get one next turn.
Step away for 2 seconds, right
Maybe?
back.
I don't know, man. These slingers do dog shit damage in these woods. It's really just a zealot that. No, yeah, we can. We can kill this warrior down here that's wounded. Yes, Festic says trading territory for time when you'll have counter stronger units soon is very valid. Yeah, if anyone wants to see a really fun game, it's older. It's back when crossbows existed, where that happened. On the Mohawk channel, there is a game between myself and Fonder Cargo, and I actually do lose a city in the first half of the game, and then I come back pretty strong, and it's a really fun game, and I think a good demonstration of that concept that you can kind of retreat and lose a couple of battles and still get. It's really hard though, right? In fairness, so I think coming back, the comeback mechanisms in this game can be tricky. But if you're already on the line towards something, like in Nizar's case, he's going to have ballistas soon. So if this battle goes a little south, he can come back and hit like a truck and equalize things pretty easily. So in some cases, yeah, I think you can lose a battle, but then go on to win the game. I mean, Alcaraz did that in his last game. He suffered a pretty bad defeat and then came back strong. We did decide to take a pot shot at well, I mean, that's not a pot shot. That's a dump truck. But we did take a big chunk of Nicaea. Be curious to see what else we decide to do here. If we move this guy here, we'll probably... Oh, going in for some damage on this warrior. More damage. We're going to go in for the list. I suspect we will. Certainly we'll go in for the kill. No reason not to. Enlisting, and we have enlisted. So those math swings are in favor. We're back. We are at similar. I didn't check what it was before that kill, but we are at similar. Take a look at the power graph. That actually will tell us. Oh, we were neck and neck anyway. Great. All right, Ninja. Damn it. Forgive me, guys. Ninja can move with confidence here. He has training enough and civics enough. He can enlist again if he needs to, or rush out a Ballista in 3 turns once we are ready to start producing them. So Ninja can move with confidence of his ability to control the field. Probably was a little bit of a misplay here to charge head on, as Nizar maybe kind of letting this city go to the Babylonians for now would be smart. We are 6 turns away from a chariot, and this is actually a good example of what we're talking about too. It's like, okay, we see the city, maybe it takes him 6, 10, whatever turns to take that, and before he's pressuring us at Ambracia, if he even decides to advance forward. And by that point, we have at least 1, very likely 2, potentially even 3 if we're rushing chariots, 3 or 4 chariots, and then we surprise our opponent with some routes and dead siege.
Hey, Sion, I am back. Looks like we see a list going on.
Yep, we got some. We have an list. We have damage on the city. Not the best ideal positioning for the Greeks to be in at the moment. They're gonna have to back
Nope.
off, I would say.
Yeah, but even if they do that, the way this is broken down, they will lose that other slinger. I don't know if it would be
Unfortunately,
worth an enlist, but it is dead.
yeah, definitely dead. I suspect he won't enlist it, but you never know.
Yep. And oddly, despite Greece's very strong tech game right now, or reasonably strong tech game anyways, we're still just using these T1 units, right? Still warriors and slingers.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I want to fight in these forests with warriors and slingers. I want
Nope.
to fight with something better.
Nope. We do have chariots coming, which is nice, but yeah. This battlefield is very interesting. I hate fighting in the
Yeah,
woods. I'm not. I hate the loss of mobility.
it changes it. I like the variety of terrain. So I don't want all my games in heavy woods, but every once in a while it's nice. It changes things up a bit.
We have Portcullis in 4 turns from the Greece. And I think once he has eyes on Babylon, we have 2 scouts ready to go. I think Nizar will be able to move around the map with a bit more confidence.
Yeah.
Be able to assess his situation better. I suspect at that point he would likely be able to infer, although Babylon's already naive. It's still naive, so he can infer, although it gets architecture throws that off. Yeah, I don't know. That metric stuff is weird because you never
Yeah.
100% know what it's actually telling you. And I know it's not supposed to tell you the full picture anyway, but I definitely think it can backfire and you can read too much into it when you're the player.
Yeah, it's just hard to make sense of it, right? Like, yeah, I have a game going on right now where it shows me as solidly ahead on science. Like, I can't remember if my opponent's primitive or naive, but they definitely have like 5 techs I don't have, and I'm like, what? You know, like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
very hard to get a sense of what that actually means.
Yeah.
9-turn chairs. These players are. They must play a very unit heavy meta when they play together because I've never seen so many like 8-turn, 9-turn military builds in my life in a game. Just no like hesitation to be like, yeah, I don't have barracks, fuck it. I'm still building a 10-turn onager.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Nizar is withdrawing, potentially giving up Nicaea, which I think is totally reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think if you'd asked me 5 turns ago if I believed that Ninja could push out here, I don't think I would have said yes, but well, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Very interesting. Always a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I like about casting and watching the games. It's like it's very easy to sit back and armchair everything about what you would do or what you should do or what you can do, and then all of a sudden the game just throws the curveball at you and you just sit back and you go, well, oh, okay, that happened. That's a thing, I guess.
Yeah, I love seeing things I don't expect because that generally means that someone is assessing the game differently than me, which is always interesting to figure out what that means. And it does feel like these players play this game differently than I do.
Hmm.
Shit, maybe we'll find the time for this museum to pay off current value when it finishes, worth 5 science a turn. So about
Maybe.
half the value of
Well,
a
you
Sage
know, the other
Derwin, which
thing is,
both players have neglected.
yeah. Well, the other good thing is we've secured Zoroastrianism. The victory point threshold not too high. It's only 40 points. So if we start securing a bunch of wonders, that will keep itself on the table as an option that we can rely on long term if neither of us can kill the other person. So that puts.
I want to see Sipar with that Northern Marble upgrade to get that tile between the Tactician Slinger in his own territory and the Hero Slinger, so they can put a Jerwin right there, or one over, or
Yeah.
one to the right. I don't even care. I just want to see if we're going to invest this much in museum for fucking 5 science. Can we not get a Jerwin down for 10? You know,
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe the fighting's been intense enough that that's not the planning stage, and possibly
That's always funny to
one
look at
third
the
of your
payout of the museum. Sometimes it could be like a 40 turn wonder, 40 science wonder, and other times it's just a 5 science wonder.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get better, but like not
No, yeah, yeah,
anytime
yeah,
soon.
yeah.
He doesn't have any other buildings, so it's not going to get much better anytime soon.
Yeah. And he will need to build some workers. Although, you know what, actually, come to think of it, a strong city. So, you know what will end up in the city?
3
Three
mills.
mills. That's 6
Yep.
science right there.
Yep. Or 3
Ironically,
for the
not
museum.
including the way that the museum will boost them, the 3 mills will generate more science than this museum currently is going to generate.
I agree. It's just a bizarre. I mean, maybe honestly, the appealing part of a museum here is that it was so much wood cost, and neither of them are using wood for anything right now.
Yeah. And he can even put some of these mills around this gold income if he wants. It's in a trader's seat, so it would enhance that gold income even further when all of that would synergize together. He's making a solid amount already, and that would up it by another couple hundred gold.
It will screw up his plan to get triple mills around that
Oh,
ore,
right.
though.
He's doing the triple mill thing. Never mind. Yeah, we're doing that. I forgot about that. Right.
I
We'll
have to
keep
think
that
he's
idea.
joking with
That's
that.
a much better idea.
Yeah, sure. If it's not in his borders, though, it doesn't show any likelihood that it will be in his borders soon.
Well,
So
do we
I have a feeling we
have? We
won't.
don't have Polis. A Polis would be a decent grab. Top pop a
Yeah, I mean,
thingamajig down there. Hamlet, or whatever it's called.
yep, yep.
All right. Yep. We're killing that slinger.
I would have liked that kind of play from Nizar earlier in the forest fight. The not needing to get the kill this turn, but the positioning to clean the kill up over a couple turns by just preventing the retreat. I think he could have eaten a couple more of Ninja's units early.
Yes, I think there was a point we had. Maybe he wouldn't have gone. Who's to say how much damage he would have done? But I think he could have maybe done a little bit more casualty wise against Babylon earlier.
Yep.
And boy, would have it been wild if he took Sapar. But that's the other thing. I think if he took Sapar earlier, he would have
Yep.
been in the same
One
situation
game.
where he has onagers and soon to be ballistas coming at him in no real response.
Yeah, possibly. This forest represents so much time. It is
It
it is
does.
bizarre to see Babylon get rewarded for this single onager play over here. He's going to take the city, but the chariots are going to matter quite a lot when they show up. Again, this is all mass T1 units. These are all strength 4 starting units. So, a strength 5 routing unit is going to be a thing. And that thing gets even more bonuses versus the heavy onagers and ballistas that Ninja's representing. They could be quite strong.
Oh, that's where some of the orders in the Greek side of the world is coming. We have a robust leader, and to answer chat, excuse me, The king is 61 years old, scholar, robust, educated, humble, and also blessed, so he could hang around for a while. The heir is an humble, bitter scholar, 34 years
Ill
old.
at the
She's
moment,
ill at the moment, yeah.
which might even be beneficial if she dies. It's not like this map is large and there's a ton of sage cities down, so it's not like the archive count is very high.
Right.
And judge is pretty sick.
The judge is, I was just looking at that. Yeah, the judge is pretty thick, sick. Also, shield bearer, which will come in handy.
Could be thick too. We don't know. It's just
It
a
could be
headshot.
thick. I don't know. We don't get to see that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like a judge ruler. Judge is a pretty solid second ruler. Great for capping off those unique unit timings, getting those civics you need, upgrading those garrisons, all that fun stuff, rushing stuff if you need to rush stuff. Always very efficient. In fact, let's hop on over Babylon to a ruler check there. The Zealot is only... Wait. This is the same king? Oh, yeah, he came in at a very young age. He came in at like 18. Yeah, so the Zealot's only 18 years old. Heir is 4 years old. And what did the dynasty look like? Very small. Yeah, my dynasty in my game pretty small right now, too, and that's so annoying when that happens. Sometimes you get a big one, and sometimes you get a small one.
Yeah, it's bizarre how that works out. You know who fixes that problem? Carthage. They always have a huge dynasty because they adopt.
I know. I
people.
saw the screenshot. That was awesome.
Yeah.
And I say that
funny 'cause that will be
sarcastically.
the
That's
rest.
not awesome.
I agree. It's way too much civics to allowed to be able to do that. But
Yeah.
the rest of the game, you have people for everything, which is
Well, not only that, like one of the when they made they recently in like the last 6 months they made the governor change where you no longer need like the garrisons for the governors and all that. And you can say, cool, that's a great change. It gets more use out of your early game non-general characters. Fine, whatever. But I even brought up in that update discussion, like on the Discord channel, that month when I brought it, like that's gonna mean Carthage can put a governor in every single city if they want to, pretty much whenever they want. Like if you have a good
I
governor,
do that a
boom,
lot as Carthage.
it goes instantly.
Yep.
And
there's almost no bad governors early either. Like diplomats are family standing. Judges and orators are all like the rural improvement or the urban improvement. It's just a million good governors early.
Right. Or like again, with the Zoroastrian in play, if you get that Cartier guy, you just throw him in a city immediately. It's not going to cost you anything. You get 200 civics.
Yeah. Yep.
Dream of Carthage.
A lot of civics, very strong early, very strong.
But whatever. Nobody cares.
So Nicaea likely gonna fall.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
Don't know how long I get to hold it for, but I mean,
what I find
honestly
interesting, though, is that Nizar is not actually full retreating here, though. He seems to have only just back, unless he hasn't gotten a turn yet since he moved his units into this position. I've kind of lost track, to be honest. But maybe Ninja's just taking a long turn.
Well, no more tacticians, so it's not going to be a surprise when these units move in. No stunners, and the onagers take 2 turns to do a thing, right? That is the downside of the needing to unlimber to attack. So I don't think there's a rush for Greece to move his basically unwounded units out of their forest positions. I think that's fine. That improvement count, I haven't looked at that in a couple turns. How is that doing? Improvements controlled 41 to 31 in Nizar's favor.
Gap is growing a little bit each passing year.
Yeah. I'm going to look at the order chart. Okay.
Yeah, the order chart's crazy.
Yeah, that's
robust as some of that, but he just in general. Oh, and credit to Nizar. I mean, he built there are some odd picks, but he built a master acolyte. He put 2 ranchers in horse pastures. So I mean, he did some actual investment into upping his order economy outside of just banking on something like robust, favoring him by the gods.
Yeah, And he's got a couple garrisons down too, if I recall correctly. So,
Yep.
and the
And
other
he's
thing,
working on a
it's not
couple
just
more. Yeah.
garrisons; it's garrisons with barracks adjacencies. You know, every city with a garrison and a barracks, rather a garrison and a stronghold, every barracks set in a city is another what 0.4 orders, right?
Yeah,
So,
basically it gives you 3 garrisons per city,
yeah,
almost.
yep, starts adding up. But the city is taken. We're beginning
Chariot
to
comes out
capture.
next turn.
Yeah,
Hydraulics comes out next turn as well, so right on time. I mean, not too bad. Interesting, we went to rush this a little bit. Maybe he's thinking he wants to try and route some of these units out in the woods, I suppose. But yeah, free, amusing timing on that. Literally just one turn here on the chariot, one turn on hydraulics. Interesting,
yep.
interesting, interesting.
Can't rush out of those frontal cities though with those ballista. And with the amount of
No,
orders that Ninja has in his
in
empire, it may not
fact,
be possible to move that is a ballista forward.
come to think of it, the champion seat, Ambracio's going to hit developing before Sipar does by a decent margin, by about 8 turns, 7 turns. So that'll, in terms of the need to, not that there are any horses out here, but in the event that we need to rush anything as the Greeks into this battlefield, we'll have a little bit of a quicker node.
Yep.
All right,
I'd really like to
Messiah has
see
been captured.
Ninja solve his lake so he could actually reinforce efficiently. If he's this low of an order count, he really needs some solution for getting stuff to the front line.
Now, I feel like what we don't want to see from Nizar here is an attack.
Hmm.
And I'm
Um,
and I'm worried he can't attack. He doesn't even have any training for a force march. Yeah, he just needs to back off further, I guess. Maybe stay in the woods.
yeah. I like this presence in the woods. It's going to give him a little bit of time to react to what's coming,
See what we have for
positively or
generals.
negatively.
Ooh, we have Degillus the Bloodthirsty. Great.
I think that guy should have the nickname instead of the Bloodthirsty, it should be Alcaris Slayer.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I probably should have picked something other than a scholar if I was going to run with that name, but yeah, there we go.
There you go. Yeah, it's a
Pull.
wild game solver. I don't disagree at all. Very off the script of games we've been seeing recently. But also
Yeah,
very surprisingly
interesting.
slow turns here for how little is happening, I suppose. Like there's been a lot of fighting. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say it's a boring game or a slow game. I just mean on these turns with so few workers and so few orders, it's bizarre how long these turns are going.
Yeah. Nizar takes his time, I think, when making his decisions. He's very meticulous in some ways. I'll be very curious to see how he assesses the game once these scouts start putting networks up. In
Yeah.
fact, what's the best target? We got Babylon at 12 science, and we have Akkad at 11. So either one, and he has 2 agents.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And I know you weren't doing this as a criticism, but I want to point this out anyways. You can't fault people for taking the time allotted to them in a tournament. Like he can take up to his full time. There's a time control. We don't care how long he
Oh,
takes.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just kind of commenting on the fact that I'm surprised that it is taking so long. I wonder what the players are wrestling with that I'm not here. Like what are they thinking about that makes this a longer turn? I don't
Mm.
know.
We have a hoplite coming out in Sparta. That'll be nice in the woods.
Yep. Somebody's got to catch that ballista bolt, and it might as well be him.
It might as well be him, yeah.
Yeah, hoplites are a weird one. I think they're one of the strangest unique units to me because I think sometimes they're oppressive, right? Like they're kind of decent versus everything kind of deal, and
Yeah, that's
sometimes
what
they're
it
just so
is.
bad. Yeah.
That's what it is. It's which again I can't figure out how strong it actually makes them, but I think their main thing is that like they kind of shrug a little bit of everything off, but they're not particularly remarkable at anything.
Yeah.
Which I mean, in the right circumstance, can be awesome. I've had games where I've gotten to phalangites, as a seventh strength unit rush, or sorry, eighth strength unit rush, and when your opponent still is dealing with things like six strength units or whatever else, and those things can be nightmarish with a couple commanders on them.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a game versus Baldus where he had a very strong start and a very early. I think it was turn 54. Like he was fielding Flangites, and it was oppressive because there's no real counter to them.
Hmm.
Like there's no countering that at all. Axes are, I guess, okay, but not good versus them. So what's my counter? Swordsman? It's like never. It's
Well,
ballista. So
exactly, but that's the thing that's weird about the siege line down in the bottom half of the tech tree because it goes back to that same thing. Well, when in doubt, what do? Onagers and ballistas, I guess,
yeah.
because they've been going for 3 hours. You're still good. He's okay to keep playing. All right, the marathon may continue.
Need to keep going.
Yep, classic. Our boys. I mean, this, like I said, this could be a long one. These guys are willing to play. I'm good for now,
I
anyway.
I will bow out if I need to. I may bow out at some point,
Yeah.
especially if the pace slows down a bit, because I've been doing this all afternoon or all day now at this point. So
Yeah, I'm tired, but I mean, whatever.
yeah.
I like having video footage of as much as we can, so I mean, if nothing else, I'll try and keep the camera rolling.
Yep.
Nizar was gonna go practice if he said no. That man is wild. He is wild. And
I
it's
like
so
it. I
funny
like
because I
seeing the
think sometimes
dedication.
he wakes up in the morning and he's got to go to work or school or I don't know. I know nothing about him. But he'll be like, "Hey, I have an hour and a half to play." It'll be like 7 in the morning, and he'll be like, "I have an hour and a half to play if anyone wants to play for an hour." Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
what?
Oh no.
Nice.
Yeah, I did feel like Ninja was kind of ready to give up at a point. So that's interesting. See
Yeah, I
if
mean,
these ballistas do
being
something.
tilted is a very real thing.
Yep.
So we have a ballista in the build queue in Ashuna, or however you say that, and Onager finishing up in Babylon. So we're gonna keep our eyes out for rushing happening. We have training in the bank. We have civics in the bank.
Do you think this Onager will have the orders to ever make it from Babylon to the front?
I mean, it will make it there someday, sure.
Yeah, what turn are you betting?
Nizar is confessing that he's won one game out of 10 in the last 3 weeks.
Well, like any other competitive game, right? If you
Hmm.
step into the arena, you have decent odds. It's not like it's ever decided ahead of time. So if he plays better, if he keeps this up,
I mean, that's how you
I
get
think
better,
it's
right?
decent odds. Yeah.
That's another thing that I love about watching the tournament games is and the participation and encouragement it has of players doing practice matches as well. But even outside of that specifically, you can notice a considerable difference between someone's first multiplayer game in this tournament to their fifth or sixth game,
Yep.
and that's awesome.
I hate these fishers coming out of Patras.
You hate them?
I hate them. They don't do anything.
Yeah.
The patron bonus is not tied to specialists. So this is a culture boost off of pearls, but he's Greece. He could just build an Odeon and get better culture with the science boost. This seems like an inefficient way to boost culture, an inefficient way to boost science, and not a particularly good way to boost gold either. So I really don't like them. I like to see more
He
cost-efficient
could, I
solution to any of
think,
those problems.
if I were to guess, but you're right. But well, actually, the thing is, he could do both. He could build an Odeon here while building the fissure. And the reason why I think this fissure is probably coming out is because he's looking across the pond here or across the continent, and he sees a cod, which he would know due to the mirror map situation as his primary culture competition in this game, is already strong. I'm just noticing a thing now, which is actually a little bit shocking to me. On turn 48, the patron seat is still not strong yet. It's literally going to hit strong
With
next turn. So for me, for Greece, that's just wild to me.
wait,
So you're not going to win a legendary race, and so maybe he's thinking, "Oh shit, more culture, more culture." Doesn't make it the best decision, but I think I understand it.
well, I got another question for you. Maybe you can explain this to me. Wasn't there a cold bath in Patras earlier?
Whoa! Sorry. Yes, there was. I need to shout
Did he
about that.
place did he place the garrison over it,
Yes, he
deleting his
did.
own specialist? Did he do this because he felt guilty about saging into it? Because that's just like a pure throw, right? Like, there's no reason to
That
do that ever.
the only possible explanation I could think for this happening is that I can think of one event that actually gives you a free garrison, and maybe he misclicked it and accidentally put it over his bath.
But he had a second tier. He had a master
I know.
fucking doctor in there.
I
So
know,
you're
but I
telling
did
me
that
that in
recently
the
in a game. I
tournament
had
game,
just built I finished the Jebel Barkle on the same term that I finished a barracks in a city, and I was running around spamming my Jebel Barkle temples everywhere, and I got to one new city with my worker on top of the freshly completed, not garrison, barracks, and I put the temple directly on top of the barracks, and it deleted the barracks. So I basically spent 4 turns building nothing. So that's
yeah,
my
but
best guess, is that maybe he got a free garrison event and accidentally did it, or for some godforsaken reason he bulldozed the bath and put his garrison there.
yeah, that is crazy talk because I had a master fucking specialist in there that he spent God alone knows how long building with a huge payoff of science in his highest culture city. That's just I
Uh,
don't even know what to say about that.
I am going to center the camera directly on top of this, fully zoomed out directly on top of this Greek scout, and I'm going to get up and I'm going to take myself about a 30-second to 1 minute break, probably a little bit longer in all reality. Going to go to the bathroom, get myself water, yada, yada, yada. So I'll be right back, everybody. And Filthy will either entertain you or you'll just have to deal with deafening silence.
I may just sit here quietly and glare at the site where that bath used to be because that's crazy talk. All right. All right, let me do some brief metric recapping while we've lost Scion. So if I look at orders production, we're talking 18 to 31 right now. And is the 18 including? That's including. No shot. Wow. Okay. Babylon sitting at 14 orders with another 5 from improvements, so a net of 19. And if I swap back over to Greece, what is Greece working with here? Greece working with 20 plus 11, so 31 to 19 orders, which is pretty big news. Looking through the science bonuses here, science production has fallen off a bit for Nizar. I assume once he started deleting his science buildings, that probably hurt him a little bit, but still significantly ahead of Ninja, and banked science now about 400 more. So 2 architectures worth of science ahead on Greece at the moment, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised Nizar hasn't actually said something about that bath too. I wonder if he's not aware that he's deleted his own bath. Guess we'll find out eventually. If I make it to the post-game recap of this particular match, I certainly will be asking that question because I want to know what the hell happened. Otherwise, some Chariots and Axemen coming out. Hoplite. Hoplite seems out of place for me here. I don't think it's any better than an Axe from here, but we'll see. Portcullis in 1 turn. Maybe once he starts getting a sense of what's out there, he'll stop building hoplites and focus on units actually going to counter this. Some crazy long builds on Ninja's side. That ballista, which has been started this turn, is a 10-turn ballista build. That is slow. but finally seeing some workers. Maybe, as he said, he's getting a bit of hope here and thinks he might be part of this game a little bit longer. Because investing in the long term is certainly something that workers are doing. If you're just thinking you're going to die in 5 turns or you have to fight, it's all workers or all warriors, rather. I agree entirely, Baldus. It is a bizarre Greece style from how I imagine Greece plays too. But he is in the lead right now and has done a fairly good job of taking the fight to Ninjaa. Hasn't turned out super well for him, but he is sitting on a scholar leader. His how old now? 64-year-old scholar leader, and has been having to fight tacticians and zealots, which does change the board state quite a bit. They're very scary on the field. Finally, military drill on Babylon, which will help a lot with these ballista. His iron production is -20, but his gold is still floating that for now, although his gold is 0 right now with plus 500 coming in. So he's going to be buying them per turn. Iron is up to 9 per. So 100 iron at 920 gold at the moment, or 2 turns of income for him. So getting to be a pretty painful amount of money for that. Be nice to see some mines come down for him, but at the moment just windmills, which does make sense after just hitting ballista tech. That and the fact he only has 4 workers in his empire still or something. Is it really as few as that? It is. Workers produced. Yeah, 4 workers for Ninjaa, 11 for Nizar. I mean, I'm not in this tournament, and I'm certainly not at this. If I were in this tournament, no guarantee I'd be in this place in this tournament either. So it is a bit weird to criticize that so strongly, but man, how do you win a game on 4 workers? I don't know. Maybe that's why he's building 2 more. Maybe 6 was the number, and I just didn't know. Because that is very little. Yeah, I think, Magnus, I also would like to know the story of the bath, but I don't think we will ever learn that. Or rather, we won't learn that until the game ends. And there might be other more interesting stories by that point. Also kind of strange that with fresh water available in every one of his cities, I suppose his other cities just are not making very good culture, so the baths are less of a payoff and also potentially not getting there. We just see another bath up in his champ seat, although no specialist in it. So at the moment it is just 2 stone a year for 2 happiness a year, which is fairly expensive, all things equal for that bonus. But I guess potentially there in the future.
All right, I'm back.
Cool.
Looks like we have axes getting upgraded.
Yep, Ninja's up to 4 workers.
Well,
So that's good.
A couple of mills online already. That's going to be some nice science for him. Nice. And he has decided to forego his designs on the 3 mill ore for now, and he is putting a mill by the gold.
Well, could just be a legendary play, right? Could keep those 3.
Oh, we have an onager perched up on the hills outside of Nicaea. Going to force some pressure onto the Greeks there.
Yep. Or more likely, just force a slight retreat. I'm also going to take a quick break. Back in a minute.
All right. Yep, some nice barracks, stronghold coming down in Antiochia. So we'll have some. What is happening with my mic? We'll have some unique eunuch potential down here. We also have some chariots coming out. How long did it take to build a chariot? 6-turn chariot? That's not the worst. Not great. Not terrible. Yeah, no labor force on the Babylonians. Yeah, this is strict, straight beeline. turn 34 machinery, turn 47 hydraulics. No other effort in the tree, no forestry, no husbandry, no labor force, no navigation, obviously, if no labor force, you know. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Interesting game. Interesting game indeed. Yes. Well, I don't know about that, Boldus. Boldus in chat says that Nizar is going to assume that Ninja's science is better than it. Although I guess they're composite now. But Nizar spent. Oh, actually, no. I guess that would be the architecture thing. He would be baited by architecture, and then yeah, probably just thinks that Ninja has had explosive science throughout the game when he really hasn't. We get portcullis now. Honestly, he might not. Oh, we're going for stirrups. Wild. Okay. We are going for stirrups. Full lean into solving the ballista and onager issue. That's an interesting grab to me.
I am back. What's an interesting grab for you?
Nizar is grabbing stirrups.
I like it a lot. If the counter to siege is
No,
horses,
I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying it's fast. I'm fascinated by it. I like it. It's good.
Yeah. It'd be easier to get it if you had a master doctor.
Yes, it would be.
So,
yep. Interesting.
The chat asking about events. What is the garrison event called? Do you know?
I don't. I never know the names of these things. I barely even read the damn things. I just look at the effects and what causes them. I don't actually remember what causes this one. I think it's just a culture level up, and I think it requires the epic slaw. Actually, does he have the epic slaw? That would make sense. So probably doesn't. No, he doesn't have the epic slaw. I honestly don't remember. It's not a common. It's not a very common event. I can say that because I don't ever see it. But I have. I'm sorry. I rarely ever see it.
I think he pity deleted it.
You think he pity deleted it? What does that mean? Why would he delete it?
I think he felt guilty about high rolling architecture sages.
That makes zero sense. Also, that doesn't strike me as Nizar's type of behavior.
It's the only thing I can come up with. I don't understand why you would place your garrison directly on your already upgraded bath.
Oh, so here's a question. Maybe that itself was a misclick. Maybe he clicked over there as built construction, but meant to be building on the tile next to it. Because I'm pretty sure even if he immediately canceled the garrison build, it would have already deleted the bath ? I'm not 100% sure how that works. I think it would have just deleted the bath regardless.
Yep.
So that's probably what happened. I think it was a misclick.
You have to, but you can't accidentally build a garrison on your bath. The interface doesn't even let you place it without the control click, right?
That is true. Still possible, but that is true.
Do you think maybe his psyche has fractured from the stress and there's two Nizars playing, one of whom wants Nizar to win and one who's rooting for Ninja?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think he's just a friendly player. I mean, and he also he likes Ninja a lot, so I think he's just being friendly. I think they played a bunch together and they like each other's style, and
that's what I'm saying. I think it's a pity delete. That's my best guess.
Also, I think when you're an underdog, not an underdog, but when you lose your first game in a tournament and then go on to blow away the competition like 5 or 6 games in a row, I think you're bound to garner a fan or two out there. I'm a Ninja fan, so could just be that.
Could be half of Nizar is rooting for Ninja. You could see it. Oh, he started a cold bath in Patris. I feel like I've seen this play before.
Hey, all right, round 2.
Yep.
Round 2. We'll see how this one goes.
Just, the bath had a suboptimal position previously, and he's corrected that.
Yeah. Well, actually, funnily enough, now that you mention that, one of my theories was that maybe, and it still doesn't make sense because he could have done this anywhere. He could have done this by putting the garrison next to the bath. But one of my thinking was maybe this location that he's putting the current bath is where he wanted his barracks to go for like the whole barracks diamond thing. So maybe he like reluctantly built over the bath. But now that he's building, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
It was very likely it was a mistake somehow.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay. Well, I mean, Nizar has spent a ton of resources upgrading these warriors into axes, which
Yes.
hypothetically helps him a lot versus ballista. Makes the explosions bigger, maybe. But they are just sitting back here, not protecting any of the forest or river tiles, just kind of sat in the open terrain of this city. I don't think he's in danger of getting like force march, particularly since we know that Babylon has no orders and there's a ton of rough terrain in between. But still, they aren't doing anything for him. And I really, again, I don't feel like the steel line, I feel like, is one of the weaker lines for how well they age, right? I don't feel
Oh
like
my
axes
God,
age
yeah.
well. Yeah. And I don't feel like maces are an upgrade from anything, really. So I don't think these are going to get a ton of value for him much later than this, but maybe a little bit. But
I suppose
also
at
unable.
best,
Say
at
that again.
best, what they'll serve is a deterrent and or an answer to the inevitable fact that Babylon's going to need spears to prevent and protect all of his siege from dying. So
Yeah.
I guess already having axes is better than going up against someone who starts spamming spears when you don't even have steel yet, which is more often what happens to me because I hate teching steel.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a miserable tech. Looks like Beck looked up the event name. It's called Stone's Rise, the city to come. I don't see that in the notable events, so I don't think that happened. So it was presumably
Well,
a
then there you
misclick
go.
somewhere.
Man, Beck, you are a wizard, my friend.
He's a statistician, I believe. Could be a wizard
Let's
as well. Maybe his, moonlighting.
Science still pretty strong on both nations. 68 coming in per turn. Well, this is last turn, I guess, because it says 72 up there now. But 68 on Babylon, 61 to Greece. Still a lead for Nizar for now, but Ninja could climb ahead over
Did you say
time. That
Ninja is
museum
ahead in
is
science
still,
per turn right now with the Zealot?
yeah,
Interesting. Wow.
yeah. And we have 5 turns away from the museum, which is now a 6 science museum. And we have 2 more mills coming along. And yep, he's placing them all along the mine.
It's so bizarre.
The
I don't. I mean, the
gold
rate
mine.
right now, right?
Yeah.
So 1 iron right now is 10 gold.
Yes.
So, I mean, a mine is, I guess this is, what is a mine, 6, 7? Isn't this the absolute worst place he can be placing these mills? Because literally a regular mine with like another mine adjacent is getting more value per turn every turn than this? Is this just the kind of, I feel like it's often not even worth improving gold tiles because of how poor they are without significant multipliers in the city. And I suppose this city actually does have the fair, so it probably is worth more than that 80 realistically if that's coming out of it.
Well,
But
definitely, I think the next thing he should do, regardless of if this is a good idea or not, if this current thing that he's doing is a good idea or not, is I think once
he's
he's
double down
done.
on it.
No, is I think I think once he's done with this northern mill that's closer to Akkad here, he should go and put a mine in between these 2 mills so it gets double boosted. But
Yes.
yeah, and get that metal online because you are right, metal's expensive, and he's making only 2 metal per turn. If you're going to be relying on ballistas, it's time to get it online. And yeah, he'd probably be prioritizing metal more so than gold. But here we are.
Yeah, I just, I feel like it is a default behavior when you're not when we're not really thinking about it, right? You improve the bonus resources on the map because in general, the bonus resources on the map are more valuable than just a random improvement. But I feel like one of the exceptions to that is the precious metals kind of line without some very specific criteria. So I always hate seeing my windmills being wasted as I think about it place adjacent to gold. So
Yeah. It is funny because sometimes when I've made videos, I've had people comment on them being like, "Hey, so I noticed, you had gold in your capital, or like, your borders expanded, whatever, and like gold ended up in your capital, and you never improved it, but you were building like mines nearby." I was like, "Yeah, because I wanted metal, not money."
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Like, I wanted metal, dude. I don't want 40 gold. I want 10 metal.
Yeah. Obviously, the exception being things like patron seats, and possibly, to in Ninja's defense here, possibly things like trader seats too, right?
Well, and
With the elder shopkeeper.
I think it's nice to get it online eventually because I've gotten into the debates with people because there are people who like hardline the literally never do anything that gets you gold because raw resources is always better. And even if mathematically that's true, I just think having some level of gold income is useful because I would rather be generating gold and positive resources. That way I don't have to sell my important resources in order to um, select event options that are valuable. That's my big thing is I want income so I can engage with the game in a way that doesn't have me selling stone that I'd like to be turning into onagers.
Yeah, the fungibility of money is always its asset, right? In this game, right? It is a flexible resource. You can use it for anything, and there are lots of things that require you have some liquid currency to throw at them to solve, right? So if you don't want to sell your stuff, that can make some sense. I'm not saying that you never want money. I
Mm.
am saying that I
Some
think
people believe that.
as a single point in this game, I'm not convinced the gold is all that valuable. With
Mm.
the counterpoint being that I haven't worked out what 80 gold actually is. It says 80 on the map here, but it's not actually 80, right? Because there's a bunch of multipliers in his city, making that quite a bit more, I assume. So if I look at that,
Yeah,
how
well,
much is that?
we'll see if we
477.
can remember. It's at 425 now, and in 3 turns it was going to go up some amount, and we can check that. One thing I do like, though, that I want to talk about here, especially for viewers who are learning the game or new to the game or always looking for tips from these multiplayer matches, this right here that I'm looking at, we're looking at the city of Yor, the city, there's a watermill, and we have a flatland mine coming online. This is actually brilliant. And the reason why I like this is because, again, we're looking for metal. We're making only 2 metal per turn. And if you look at this mine here, because of the mill, it's now a 10 iron mine. So one important thing to think about mills when you have rivers and why hydraulics is such a powerful technology, when you have rivers or maybe like this errant hill tile out in the middle of nowhere, your lumber mills, your quarries, your flatland quarries, your mines, they all basically become like the best possible tile they could be. Your quarries behave like they were mountain quarries, even if they're in the middle of a flatland or grassland flatland. Same thing with your mine. Your mine acts like it was on a hill because there is a mill nearby. So, in keeping with the idea that Ninja needs metal, I actually like that he decided to just toss a regular mine right here in the flatland. Yeah. Yes. The border expansion down here is quite nice. Speaking of mines and metal, Nizar is making, on the other hand, he's making 93 metal per turn, so that's 91 more metal than his opponent. He has this mine down here, improved the iron mine, which Ninja does not. So overall, I think he's managing his borders, his economy, and his resources, his improvements, sorry, better, apart from the wacky little bath mistake that happened, which I'm sure um,
He maybe feared the Ripper,
we'll hear
which I
about.
believe. I believe the Ripper is a Bath event, right?
Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I was wondering what the heck you were talking about. Now I know what you're talking about, the murder spree, right?
Yeah,
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 I think it is a bath event.
yeah. So maybe trying to avoid that. Uh, both those spies in, so he should have a fairly good understanding of what's going on here. He has slipped an agent into Babylon's cap worth 6 science a turn, But
Nice.
better than that is getting an eye of how poorly developed I would call these improvements across the empire. So he's getting a sense of what his empire, his opponent is doing. I still
Hmm.
don't really love these hoplites, but they get better with this stirrups pickup because they will be essentially uncontested in the forest here.
Yeah.
Um, if Nizar has the answer to the ballista. Now it's not quite as simple as that because the forest is a pain to move around. It is quite possible to place siege in positions that are harder to
I
get
don't
to. But
know. I think what I would be doing here, I mean, again, I love the hoplite. I think they're fantastic, but we're 5 turns away from stirrups, even though it's expensive right now with maybe that's the issue with the food. I'd
yeah,
love to try. Yeah, actually, we don't have the economy for it, so never mind. I was going to say I'd like to try to get more chariots on the line. That way we can upgrade them to stirrups, but we don't really have the economy for that. So never mind, ignore me.
well, this is the second time we've seen Nizar do this in this game, which is when he teched steel when he was making 8 iron per turn, and he's now teching stirrups
Yeah,
when he's making -12 food per turn.
yeah. And
So I
he's
like. Go on.
no, he's got unimproved crabs here too. He's moving a worker right now. That's why I paused too, because I don't know if he's about to improve these crabs, but he desperately needs to.
Where are the unimproved reps? They're not in his borders, right?
Olympus
The ones next to his city are not improved.
center,
Okay, never
center of the
mind.
map,
Yep,
Olympus,
yep,
or
yep.
center
You're
of
right.
the Greek Empire.
Yep, yep. I just saw there's two there, and one's not in his borders, but the ones in his borders aren't improved either. Yeah, yeah. He needs to. It's the other thing about you. This there was a change not too long ago, upping the value of food, basically making the cost of food for everything go up, and you can now, especially if you have a heavy investment in specialists, run into the issue where you're like, oh, I do not have enough food to keep doing what I need to be doing right now, and he's definitely hitting that wall. We can see a couple farms coming out, which is good. That's a good start,
Hmm.
but we need to see a bunch more of those really, because
Yeah, that is
that is going to
nice.
be his limiting factor right now.
And he actually has some nice, really nice lush tiles all around these pigs in the capital. So he can keep spamming farms, and he has farms up, lush by the pasture up in the North Peninsula as well. And he's building a farm up there. So I would not be surprised if we keep seeing him spamming farms. And there's forests along these pigs will allow him to make sure that he continues to have the lumber to keep placing down farms, regardless what he ends up spending his wood on in the meantime. And we have some
Yep.
lumber mills coming up down in Antioquia as well. That's nice to see.
Huh. Just noticed Nazar is on colonies right now, so I'm expecting to see some purchasing, I guess. I don't know how long he's been on colonies for. Do you see some freshly purchased tiles somewhere, like units with cooldowns, for example?
I'm seeing some chopping sprees to deny some vision to the Babylonians. So maybe he'll do that and then collapse all these borders, which would be quite nice.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, I assume he will be doing that shortly. He doesn't have a lot of money though right now, so on time to
Interesting
be on
that
colonies.
neither player has any care, it seems, at the moment to invest in a navy at all.
Yeah, I also kind of think, well, there's a limited number of tiles. It's going to take a multiple boat investment to do it, and you're not particularly vulnerable to an enemy navy right now. So I
Hmm.
don't, I get it. It's an investment that neither player wants to make at the moment because the payoff's too far out. I can see that.
So let's see the total payout here of Portcullis. We have a 6.7 Spy Master. We have a 6 Science Agent in the capital and a 3.6. So that's like 10. That's like 16 science per turn. That's not the worst, I guess. Not amazing, not like a singular science grab. But if we compare that to actual hydraulics happening over here, there's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 14. Yeah, so that's actually an interesting comparison. Of course, hydraulics comes with all the resources and the ballista and all that stuff, but I actually think once all these windmills are done, and of course they will be modified by governors, so it's not a flat 16, but we hit in terms of the flat input 16 science from there too. And we're getting about 16 science from Portcullis plus the versatility of the vision there. So interesting that they're a little bit closer than I would have expected.
It's funny you phrase it that way. I feel like what you just said is almost like the summary of that is almost exactly backwards of how I think about that. No surprise there, right? Which is, to get to portcullis, you went spoked wheel, you went husbandry, spoked wheel, portcullis, none of which are incredibly great techs in of themselves. Although certainly having access to a routing unit is nice, and if you're trying to counter siege, yes, there's some places where chariots are very nice. Whereas the lineup to get to ballistas are so much more rewarding, right? It's the law techs all down the bottom with the civics boost and onagers, followed by onagers and goods boost, followed by ballista and hydraulic the goods again, essentially from the windmills and watermills. So I always feel like portcullis is extremely expensive because of the things that you have to give up to get to it relative to that. So that comparison is like missing all the things along the way for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, of course we could have talk opportunity cost. I was just remarking at the output of science. I think that was interesting that they're
Yeah, yeah. Here in
putting
this
out
game, very
similar
close.
amounts of science. Do they cost the same? They do cost the same, don't they? No, actually, hydraulics is more expensive than portcullis in terms of
Yeah, one
where it is in
further
the
up.
tree. And then I suspect in terms of total cost as well, yes, it's a decent amount expensive. So that's actually another aspect about it. But I do agree with you. Sure, yes, the sovereignty into hydraulics line is massively strong. You get
Strong.
three
Yeah.
laws. You get divination. Granaries are fantastic. Onagers are fantastic. The civics boost. I mean, there's a whole lot to like about that leg of the tech tree for sure. 100%.
Yeah. Fluffy just pointed out in chat. Greece
Oh,
has
yeah, I'm
coinage.
seeing that now too.
And remember, Greece has a scholar. So this is
Event, it
by
had to be an event.
decision.
He's got portcullis on turn 50 and coinage on turn 49. We know he was researching. He was hard researching portcullis, so he must have gotten coinage from an event.
Huh. Didn't know there was an event in competitive multiplayer that gave you coinage. How do I generate that event so I never have to tech that tech?
It could just be a random tech event because there are certainly still random tech events in competitive mode, and he did
Hmm,
have navigation, so that means the coinage would be on the docket for a potential tech you could get for free.
gotcha. Well, I mean, he could do worse than building some of the coinage buildings in Patris. Like, he could use money right now. He both has
Yeah,
colonies where he's buying things. He's got agent networks out, and he's short resources, food in this case, of what he needs. So having
interestingly
some
enough,
money
actually,
would be good.
if he took the opportunity and put a market and a grocer in Patras, he would basically run even with the trader's seat.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. That would be good for him there.
And
He
isn't the
could place
lighthouse
it
in this thing? No, the
directly
lighthouse
on
isn't.
the bath and delete it again for extra bonus points too.
Yes, he could. We have phalanx coming out from the Babylonians, which makes sense because you know your opponent's going to be running for some chariots to counter your stuff. And so this brings us back to the idea that it's good that Greece has already solved the axe problem, I suppose. Although, again, I guess if you have hoplites, you probably didn't even need to grab steel for that reason because the hoplite's going to kick the shit out of a spear.
Yeah.
So maybe that wasn't the best grabs.
No, I
Steel.
don't mind. Your opponent's not going to have ballista, onagers, spears, and horses at the same time that you are just working on one of those. So I still don't really get the hoplites. I get them as they're a unique unit. It's always fun to build your unique unit, but they are very expensive and they are not countering anything on the board, particularly right now. So I don't know that he needed more melee here that are not routing units, but who knows? He's got these. He invested in that iron. I guess he's got to spend it now. So we see what events fired on turn 49. Possibly. Turn 49. Become impious, love of the land on 50, overabundance on 48, and golden jubilee on 51. If any of those help.
Also,
I
an
don't
event
recognize any
called
of those
wine
events.
or vinegar.
Hmm. There's another event. Oh, finally, this 69, and he's doomed on the scholar. So we may finally see the Greek heir. And the Greek heir has been thinned down, I believe. Wasn't there someone in front of this judge last time? There's now a judge as the next in line, also ill at the moment. Judge would be pretty sick here, but that's who's
The
coming in.
the scholar, the daughter, was in front of the judge, and
Yeah.
now he's ill. She was ill and she died,
Yep.
and she died at 36, and so now we have a 41-year-old ill
I
child who
believe
looks
she
like he's gonna
was
die.
in a bath crushed by a flying garrison, I believe is her cause of death.
Let's see where the power is at these days. Greece's power is shot up quite nicely, which is great news for him considering his opponent is cranking out onagers and ballistas. So they're not really giving them too much of an edge power-wise. We have the oracle being built by the Babylonians as well. Both of these wonders, by the way, can commend Ninja for this, are next to his shrine of Marduk. So both of these wonders will be worth an order each. That's nice.
Huh, I wonder why he's chosen the Oracle. He's not like he's like flush on food either. I mean, I suppose he is also on his tech path right now for portcullis, so perhaps he just wants literally the free networks. It's not unreasonable, I suppose, but not a cheap wonder for either of them right now with their food.
Yeah, I'm not sure. More farms
I'm
up in
still
Pella,
shocked
which
that
is nice.
Jerwin's still here.
Jerwan, yeah. Yeah. I suspect we'll see somebody grab it eventually.
I
Well, of
think with
course,
both
because
of
it's
them
worth
playing
points.
Sage families,
Yeah.
but not yet.
Yeah, interesting.
Actually, be a really good time for Greece to do that, since Greece is both needs food, so building a bunch of farms is going to be super good for them, and they have colonies right now, so they can pick the perfect spot. Seems like the
Yeah.
perfect time for Greece to pick up Jerwin Aqueduct.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps
And they're
buying
floating a ton
tiles
of
this turn,
iron.
he'll eventually have a really nice spot for it.
Yeah. And right now it's like a discount for him because he has a ton of iron, and if I'm him, I don't want any more axes right now.
Yes.
In fact, I almost never
Politics
just
in Greece looking really good for Judaism. The pagans aren't too happy, but so we probably want to try and take some time. We are actually doing convert missions, religion missions. My goodness. So that's really nice to see him taking advantage of the high opinion from his religious head. If we look over in Babylon, opinion is shaky. We have angry traders, upset Kassites, hunters, and pretty happy Amorites, sages. So we're gonna have to. We do have a happy religious head there,
why?
so we can try to do convert missions as well.
What the hell happened that this must be an event that I'm not familiar with. Why is the queen currently ruling and the king is spouse now in Greece?
Continuity event. She must have been. She a rising star? Is she power hungry? I'm not sure. Sometimes. Oh, he's severely ill and doomed. Sometimes when severely ill and doomed, you get a continuity event where a character I had assumed it was a rising star or power hungry one, but this character seems to be neither. So maybe also it could include your spouse, or maybe it could just be fucking anyone. I have no idea. But they come knocking at your door and they ask you if you want them to take the throne before you die. And one of my favorite things about that event is that you can literally just spend 3 orders and pretend to be sleeping, and nothing happens. You can either give them a throne, you could do something else that I think pisses them off, or you can just pretend to sleep, and then it just ignores the event. But I think that's the one that I'm thinking about. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure continuity is that one. 2 turns and stirrups here. 83 science per turn for the Greeks, and we're looking at 82 science for the Babylonians. So they're keeping a pretty solid pace with each other after all of that skirmishing in the woods. So that's good news for Nizar. Because Nizar's got a pretty solid economy here. Although we now have a massive 220 9 stone income per turn for Ninja. Not sure where the hell that came out from. Probably these mills up north. And yeah, mills by these quarries. Mills by quarries. Look at all these quarries on flat land, but also by mountains, yes. That's crazy. Well, actually, let's do a full total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5, 6. There are 6 quarries. Although, how much marble does he have in here? That's 1 marble. That's 2 marble. That's 3 marble. The marble will account for a lot as well. Rushing out a spear in the front line.
Yeah, this is another one of these games where
All
I just
right,
feel like they're playing an
Solver
entirely different
saying
game than I am.
what? Yeah,
I feel like this,
Solver saying that
yep.
continuity shouldn't have triggered because it should be a vizier. Maybe she was a vizier.
Yeah, who knows? It is bizarre though. I don't think, and she's severely ill too.
Wait a minute.
But at least his judge is recovered, so he will be able to swap to a judge, which I think would be quite good for him right now.
That actually doesn't make sense because if she was a vizier, she would either need to be power hungry or a rising star, and she's neither of those, unless she lost the rising star status pretty much immediately from another event, but I don't see that event being listed. So who knows, Solver? Who knows? Doing some worker spam in Greece at the moment. Building a Jewish disciple as well. Warm baths coming up in Patras. Using that builder stacking to get it underway pretty quickly.
Yeah, almost sad to see it since his builder is severely ill and he's about to have a judge and he could literally just upgrade the cold baths directly to that.
Too bad we can't do a wonder at the moment. That would be the perfect time.
He can. He could do a wonder. All he has to do is, he's literally, Jerwin Aqueduct is mostly, it's like 400 stone or something, and the rest is iron. He has the iron. He could buy the stone. He could buy the tile, and he could have his food solved while getting a ton of science.
So, however, Greece was certainly asked. Actually, no, Greece, this must have been a rising star because Greece was asked to have a Grand Vizier. And I remember remarking that it's nice to have a builder in every city. So that leads me to wonder if maybe he did accept this character as Grand Vizier and they were a builder. And they were Grand Vizier at some point. So I was assuming that only rising stars and power hungry characters get elevated to Grand Vizier, but maybe she got elevated because she's spouse or something. So I think that happened. I think he did have a Grand Vizier in power. Because I know we got the event, and the character that he could have assigned was, in fact, Builder. In fact, can we look at her notable events? Silver Jubilee. Oh, yeah, right here. Turn 38. Took position. Greece Sprawl, so like 6 or some odd cities you get offered to have a Grand Vizier, and this character took the position of Grand Vizier. So we figured it out, guys. We did it together. Yeah. On top of it, Max, thanks for the contribution. You're correct. We did it.
So odd to see Ninja now fill in the early game text because he went so hard for hydraulics.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, hydraulics is fixing his economy. His low improvement count is a lot less bad when half of his improvements are windmills. But it is bizarre, this order, because he hasn't done any attacking with this. Maybe he's survived by having it where he wouldn't have otherwise, and he has that middle city. But is he really going to come out now like a city ahead and equal on everything else? That's going to be pretty bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. And I mean, and the other good thing about having, I mean, he's at 90 science per turn, and I talked about this recently in Discord, and it's a pretty wild thing about the tech tree, is since he had the decent science rate, filling in all of these early texts are going to happen very rapidly, not just because, he's making 90 science per turn when labor force is 120, but also the overflow is going to keep stacking up. So there's going to be lots of situations where every tech is only 1 or 2 turns to complete for a little bit as he gets caught up and fleshes out this tree. For example, once he finishes navigation right now, he'll go into the next tech with at least 50 science. So if that next tech is drama, he would already be drama would be a 1-turn tech. And everything else would still be 2 turns at this point. Although what's in at hand in terms of bonus cards? Just orders boost, which we probably don't want. Yeah, but still, that's always neat.
What does Ninja need to do here? Like as a game plan,
I'm
Sion,
sorry.
what do you think?
Who need to do here?
What does Ninja need to do here?
Ninja. Well, I suppose that's a good question. Let's look at these ballistas. These ballistas hit like a truck. So really, the answer is, in my opinion, every warrior he has gets upgraded to a spear at some point, and then maybe go kill some shit. Because I think you have siege superiority. So I think if you can pressure siege superiority while your opponent doesn't have it, that can be a pretty big deal. I think once both players, and this is my least favorite part of the game, and I'm freaking hating the fact that Alcarith and I are probably going to enter this era of the game. But once both players establish siege, it just becomes staring at each other for 60 turns until someone gets an edge. So if Ninja would like to avoid that, then I think he gets himself a couple of spears so he can deal with the fact that his opponent obviously has chariots, and then you just go kill all of this trash that Greece has churned out in the last 50 turns. Although,
Are you worried
yes,
at
as
all
pointed
as
out in
that
chat,
player that
Ninja needs to fix his family opinion, which is abysmal here. He needs to get Spoked Wheel so he can arrest the oligarch.
Yeah. Yep.
So lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, he just needs to keep it moving, I guess. He's still doing ballistas, tons of ballistas in his build queue.
I think they're strong. So
He needs orders.
Makes sense.
That's another thing.
Maybe that's why he's building the Wonder.
Yeah,
For the one order.
That gets an extra order. He is building a barracks. That barracks will hopefully a garrison will come down soon. Oh, and you know what? That's another thing. Great point pointed out by Max again here. He's making over 200 stone per turn. 82 civics per turn isn't that bad either. Could be higher, but not the worst, right? So with siege lines, he could basically be baiting Nizar here. That could be a reason why he built the Oracle, honestly. He could just point win this. Again, 40 points is not a lot of points. If he gets the majority pressure of wonders here, I don't think Nizar would be in a position to attack into Sentinel ballistas and Sentinel onagers. So maybe he's planning on going for a long game.
Yeah, I'm surprised how this is playing out right now. Very surprised. Yeah, I wonder how. I mean, this forest is kind of like the forest plus the onagers is like killing the ability for anybody to do anything. So maybe, as you say, maybe that boat play would be interesting. Like 2 boats out of Antiochia, whatever that bottom city is, would bridge that gap nicely and threaten that. That could let his units mobilize. Perhaps he'll try something when he gets to upgrade his horsemen, but I don't think that's going to be anytime soon because I just don't think he's going to have the food for it. So I don't quite know how he moves as Nizar.
That would be really cool to see just because the city of Ur in Babylon is pretty much wide open. Like, that's free territory if you can get an anchor down there. Of course, I don't think you'd ever be able to do that by surprise, given the way the anchors work, but still.
Yeah, and there may be just not enough tiles available to do that with that 1-turn reaction.
Yeah. Indeed, Solver. All right, we're doing some tile buying.
I will say the hunter bonus looking less good when your hunter family is minus 204.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is really one of those cases where, like, I really wish I had a chancellor in the game, and I would just imprison her.
Yeah. Yep.
And for those
It's
of
even
you
worse.
who don't know and why I'm talking about imprison, you will take something like a not -40, maybe -60, but I think it's -40 opinion with hit with the family for imprisoning one of their members. But if you imprison an oligarch, it removes them from position, puts a different character on there. So if we look at this opinion build up here, it's -230, right? So even if we added a -60 opinion hit to this family, by deleting this -230, we're actually going to get a net gain of well over 100, 150, give or take, depending on where we land. And of course, the status of the new ruler. So imprison on spoked wheel off of a chancellor is very handy tool to deal with a problematic oligarch.
Yeah, although it doesn't solve all the problems since oligarch arresting religion heads doesn't remove them. Sadly, I had a game where I
Yeah,
had my
don't never do
wife.
it to religious heads. It doesn't work the same way. It's awful.
Yeah, I had a wife game where my wife like stacked like every single negative bonus,
Me
and then
too.
somehow, and
It happened like in the last month too.
she stumbled into religion head, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, oh no! It was like turn like 20,
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm just
happening
like I
like in a
can't do
duel that
anything.
I started like last week. It was crazy. By
Yeah,
like turn 21, she took control, and the pagan opinion was like -250. It was crazy
yeah,
in like the first
yep,
30 turns.
and oftentimes those negative wins, they like snowball because they're
Yeah,
so negative. They get another negative, and then they get further negative, and you can't
yeah,
do anything about religion heads until you can assassinate them at portcullis. I'm
yeah,
just like, okay, well, I guess I'm screwed because like there's a rebel spawning every turn with that kind of negative opinion. So
yeah. I got lucky because my paganism only spread to one family, but it's definitely a thing that can happen. I have actually often found early on, especially in this meta where it's like a custom ruler and you get married in like the first 5 turns or whatever, yada yada yada. I have actually noticed that it's pretty common for the spouse to become the religion head of the first religion you found if you do it early enough. So usually the paganism, but also if you're like the Hittites and you found a quick Judaism, um, in my experience, it tends to be my spouse that becomes the head of it. And I find that interesting, probably because of the lack of characters. It's probably just RNG and it's the number of characters available at the time, but it still
yep,
happens often enough that sometimes I feel like you can rely on it.
yep. I think there's that event that pops up, and I just don't know the event trees well enough, and it's like if you're not carnal, you can decline it, but it's like otherwise you go fool around with somebody kind of deal, right? I think I was on one of these games where I'm like, I haven't taken this event. The last 100 times I've seen this event, I've said no to it. I'm like, I'll try it, and then it was just like punished for the rest of the game. I'm like, okay, okay. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a Mohawk moral statement or something, but it was like, I don't understand why the fuck I would ever risk this. This was like game-ending levels of problems in the Empire from clicking this event, and I couldn't even see an upside. So I was like, okay, today we learned.
Oh, very nice insight from Solver here. Thank you so much, my friend. I love knowing the inner workings of the game. Not sure why you guys keep telling me this information because then I frustrate you with how I use it, but I'll read it for those listening after the fact on YouTube or not following along. In the comments, it says, yes, the spouse will likely head your first religion because of the lack of candidates. Family heads and courtiers cannot head a religion, and you will not have many adults around in the beginning of the game. So yeah, you can technically, I suppose, in some ways, that could mean you could kind of game who becomes like, for example, if you run a turn one marriage mission with a family, and then you have two options. Let's say it's a hero or a builder, and you're a builder. So obviously you'd want to choose a builder anyways, but you could also increase the likelihood that that builder character will end up as the religious head, increasing your opinion even further. Fun times. All right, looks like our friends are going to take a break for a moment. So let's go over some stats, see where we're at. I'm going to do the full gamut of everything we're working with. So
All
workers
right, before you
produced, we have
start, let
14.
me just take this moment.
Wait, hold on.
I
Yeah,
think
sure.
yep.
Go.
I think I'm gonna bail here. I think this is my limit for the day. I think this has been pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to the rest of this, but I think for me it's got to be ending here. So good luck to you, Sion.
Thank you, my friend. Thanks for joining the cast. Everybody say a fond farewell to Filthy Robot. Thank you very much for joining, and I'll probably see you tomorrow if this continues. I suspect it will.
Yeah, I think Alchris is co-casting tomorrow, but I will see you in your game tomorrow. So have a good
Oh,
one.
cool. All right.
Later.
Well, that's fantastic because now I can take my headphones off, which I can't stand wearing. Oh my God. On that note, just give me 1 second to juggle my brain around. Very, very uncomfortable. I don't understand how most gamers, every streamer or gamer that I've ever seen on like TikTok or YouTube or whatever, they all have these massive headphones, and I don't understand how they do it because it kills my ears and gives me a headache. So, that rant aside, let's go over some stats for this game. Workers. We have 14 workers out of Nizar compared to 7 from Babylon. Military units produced neck and neck here. We have 17 military units for Babylon, 3 ballistas, 3 onagers, and the rest are slingers, spears, and warriors. And then we have a bunch of other stuff. We have 16 units, warriors, axers, slingers, chariots, and 1 hoplite for the Greeks. Units lost, 4 for Nizar, 5 for Ninja. 1 included the scout, so in terms of military units, equal there as well. 1 extra camp cleared for the Greeks. Laws adopted, 5 for the Babylonians. So we could see a 7 law power spike at some point as well. 4 for the Greeks. Technology discovered, 19 on the Greeks and 16 on the Babylonians. Let's take a look at what else we have. 6 courtiers to 5. Improvements control. This is the big one. Nizar is getting a wider and wider gap here, 73 to 48. But one thing to note on the map here is, again, we're seeing some flatland mine built here, flatland quarry here. This is a 15 iron mine because of the 2 mills. So, I mean, not the worst. And the mills are going to help Ninja, damn it. They're going to help Ninja stay on top of the resource game. Now, getting hydraulics early is always a very powerful grab. It's always great to see. So kudos to him for grabbing hydraulics. Let's see here. And of course, 1 and 1 on the wonders, but there's 2, or at least 1 more on the way. Yeah, the museum is finished. It's now an 8 science museum. So hooray! That's funny. 8 science museum, but all these mills are worth 6 science. That's kind of funny to me. All right, so anyway, what else we have going on? We have... Oh, and I can get rid of this chat bubble too. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. It's not that I don't love my co-casters. It's always nice and cool to have a second person to point things out or drive the conversation, but I need to accommodate my ability to hear them, and the accommodations are often annoying. Orders. 27 orders to 23 plus or minus work returns at this point. Significantly more orders invested in the game overall up to this point, about 400 more for the Greeks. So that's going to be nice. Money. Obviously, we have a strong trader's economy. And totals, we've generated 2,300 wealth in this game to Greece's 9,000. That's wild. Military score. Babylon seems to start climbing. They kind of keep leapfrogging each other a little bit up this military track here. But now they're looking at 650 to 730. So that's nice to see. Legitimacy. Very nice. Very nice. 101 for Nizar. 98 to Ninja. And that's pretty much everything we care about, I suppose. Resources economy. I suppose we could check this out. Food. Look at really nice, sharp uptick for Greece here. They were falling behind. in a deficit, but they've been investing in their food economy, which is really nice to see. Iron strong for the Greeks as well. Stone is massive advantage from Babylon, so we can expect to see some wonder spam coming out of them. Let's see here. Where are we here? All right, Solver, you have a nice night. Yeah, for posterity's sake, we have to keep the camera rolling. We got to keep the footage on. We have to, I don't know, keep the action rolling. I suspect. I'll be curious if they fight anytime soon. We are seeing some tile buying. That's going to help some movement along the way for the Babylonians, for these ballistas here. How many ballistas do we have in Babylon? Let's take a check. 6 siege units. I think it's 3. 3 onager, 3 ballistas. 1 more ballista along the way. Another ballista. 4 ballistas on the way. No, 3. Forgive me. 3 ballistas on the way. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. No, there is 4. There's one in Nisea. There is nothing up here. This is so funny. There is nothing up in this city. And Nizar, so Ninja is just building a 5-turn. Probably with like an 8 or 10 turn ballista. That's really funny to me. Let's take a peek. Forgive me. Excuse me. Looks like Nizar is a Billie Eilish song fan. Maybe he's a Billie Eilish song. I don't know. I still need to get some. It's funny that he's been doing all this farm spamming. And hasn't improved these fish yet. Be curious if this is going to become these crabs rather, a game-long lack of crabs. Monasticism in 5 turns for the Greek. Oh, we've taken a science dip. Uh-oh. This is not good for Nizar. Never like it when Nizar's science drops because it tends to stay dropped in his games. Not always, but it's a common trend we see in his gameplay is once he takes a science dip from a ruler dying, or, maybe he plateaus off of maybe gets a nice spike from land consolidation or something, it tends to plateau and just fizzle. No, not that science always needs to increase, but 65 science is not ideally where you want to be. You want to get yourself at least to 100 science. 100 would be good. If we're stretching later into the end game, you want to start churning out numbers like 150, 200, maybe 300. Really depends on the game. I think 300 is probably a bit excessive. Depends on what you're sacrificing to get it, I guess. But I think 150 to 200 is a very solid science rate to win a multiplayer duel such as this. All right, we have some Taylor Swift fans. And it looks like they have 1 hour left in them. I can do 1 more hour. And so we are back. We're back at it. The timer shall resume shortly, I suspect. And great. Nizar now has 3 agents up and running. And for the record, he has plenty of agent candidates. So we can put up another 2 networks and basically see the full extent of the Babylonian Empire, with the exception of, I guess, 1 or 2 cities. But you can always juggle agents, by the way, on 1 turn. So if your agent starts out here and you have a network over here, you can just extend them over here and you'll actually get vision of both territories for that turn. And then on the next turn, the territory that you left will fade. You do lose access to the build queue, but I mean, as long as you remember, you can say, okay, this was building a 9-turn ballista. You swap over here on this turn, you get that information. Of course, it does tax your orders to bounce around like that. But even with a lack of agents, you could even use 1 agent with enough orders to get full vision of a territory, as long as you had all the networks before you did something like launch an attack. And our builder, oh, we can get veneration for free. I'll be curious if he went for the happiness in the city. And we got a tax surplus event as well. They are now similar and competent, which is good news for Nizar. Nizar, I think, was hoping to survive the first 60 turns. Ninja tends to have an explosive opener in these games. And looks like Nizar has made it out of the first half of the game. They're in it for the long haul. Alrighty. Three-turn forestry for the Babylonians. That's pretty solid. We're going to need some wood at some point. We'll buy more tiles. Going to increase that. Oh, and look, we have flatland quarries lined up as well. I mean, again, this is mill enhanced flatland quarry. So this is 12 stone out here. 10, 12 stone. Buy more tiles. And have really, really nice coastal movement to this front line city. Maybe we could even buy some tiles along aggressively towards our opponent. It's always fun. We also have citizenship on the table if we want it, which could bring us, what would our divine rule? Only 3 orders, but still 3 orders is 3 orders. We could get divine rule. We could get some courthouses as well. There's a sandstorm in Babylon. Doesn't look like it did too much damage, which is nice. Looks like Nizar is eating alpaca, or has eaten alpaca, and he recommends. Thank you, Nizar. You interesting, interesting man. Certainly a strange character there. Oh, we're building a barracks. No pigs for Babylon. Building a barracks on top of our pigs. That will give us a surge of 50 food, though, if we want it. I think we're more concerned with the barracks itself. Nice to see mills everywhere. Hoplite out in one turn. Building more workers. Building miners down here as well. Interesting. Be nice for training, but also for science, I guess, since it's in a sage's seat. Would like to see. Oh, we're building a cold bath. Would like to see more barracks everywhere, really, or garrisons. I mean, his order rate is pretty decent, but oh, looks like he judge upgraded to his stronghold. That's nice. That's quite nice. All right, he's gonna have to take an opinion hit on centralization here. 40 opinion hit. That's all right. The Seleucids can tank that. Ooh, easy ambition to get 4 granaries, and that would actually align with his need. Oh, he did enact tyranny. That's weird. He did an ambition to enact tyranny, which is 3 techs up. Or he could have done 4 granaries, which he needs administration to get to tyranny anyway. And I'm pretty sure in the time it would take him to get from administration to tyranny and adopt tyranny, he would just have 3 granaries. 4 granaries, forgive me. But, you know, maybe he doesn't want to build. I don't know why. I love building granaries. Oh, you think so? I didn't realize that was an option. Oh, he could have sold resources. Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm curious how much a market would be worth these days for him. Why are they not showing me? Do they already have a market in here? Oh, he put 15 gold on a market. 49. See, this is where you want your market. A market in Patras would make him gold neutral. You could debate if that's worth it or not, but it's still a thing. What's our dynasty look like now? It's all right. So it's the judge, and we have a fierce, swift tactics student who's also crippled. Crippled and swift is funny. Crippled is -1 fatigue. Swift is +1 fatigue. So, yeah, that's gonna cancel each other out. That's funny. Still good though. Swift is still good, even if you're crippled. Although I suppose that's a bit counterintuitive. Maybe he can replace that garrison with a market. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a stronghold now, so he's not going to want to. And he's building more farms. That does make sense. Oh, 2 turns left on forestry, but you get so close. I always try to find it. Well, governor, like maybe this guy, 3 science, would have pushed that over the edge. Probably not. No, actually, oh man, it's so close. It might have. Right here, 4. Looking for 4 science. 2 science here. Yeah, we could have done that. We could have done that. I'll be curious if either player decides to start chopping this forest. I think it's not. Actually, you could argue it's in the best interest of both of them, because now that Nizar is going for horses, he wants flat and clear land. This is mostly flat out here. There are some ridges of hills right here, but otherwise it's mostly flat, right? There's a hill right here, but then this all around it is flat. This is all flat. This is a hill. These are some hills down here, but again, flat, 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 flat. Mostly flat all out here. So if you chop all of this, not only will that be bad news for the Greeks because of onager fire, so that feels good for the Babylonians. It's also bad news for the Babylonians because better movement and more damage from horses. So be curious to see if either player decides to clear cut the forest and shape the battlefield to their liking. Nice. The best way to police your populace is with siege engines. If anybody gets out of line, you just throw rocks at them from miles away. I'd like to see some roads, even though we have this coast, all this coast. I'd still want to see some roading, like maybe a road along here. Definitely a road right here across these hills. Every little bit helps. So bridging these gaps along the coast would be quite helpful. Otherwise, just buy all this stuff and make it a full loop. That could be the value of a ship too, by the way. If we can tile buy all around the back of this coastline, then getting from Akkad to Ur would be very swift. Although I guess that would probably be too much investment because you could just build a road right there and it might actually be similar. Our players are similar and competent still. We do have an event. Ooh, Zenobia. She's warlike. I love a warlike Zenobia. Fantastic. Fun fact about Zenobia, she makes a fantastic chancellor. Especially if she becomes a rising star, she can give you something like 3 or more growth in every one of your cities. She's basically like running freedom as a chancellor, which is pretty good. All right, here we are, back to the Greeks. Greeks seem to be getting a bunch of XP, and I'm not 100% sure why. Looks like a bunch of them just got XP. Oh, the barracks. This is a commander. This is a commander. That's why. 2 are standing on barracks. 2 are on commanders. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so this is a good example right here. We have a 2 wisdom chancellor who's pleased with us. So that's 1.8 growth per city. Zenobia, for the record, has at least 3 wisdom, and I believe when she's a rising star, that goes up to 5 wisdom. So yeah, her growth can get out of hand when she's a chancellor. Ooh, we can adopt a child. We can adopt. Oh, this little baby. That's an interesting looking baby. Let's see if we chose to adopt. Yeah, we chose to adopt the baby. A little blessed baby. All right, so it looks like the economy is pretty solid in Greece. 100 iron, 40 stone, 20 food. And really, the majority of this is classic Ninja. The entire Ninja economy is just stone. That's funny. Is he building any more wonders? Not just yet. I'm surprised we don't see the likes of the Jebel. The Jebel could happen next turn. Necropolis is on the table. Colossus would be a nice grab, especially in Babylon, for that extra promotion. Or extra level, rather. Colossus would be a fun grab. I don't think the Colossus gets enough love by people personally. Of course, there's the Colosseum. How close are we to Legendary? 27 turns. And Nizar can see this, by the way, because he does have an agent network. So Nizar can track this culture progress, and he can track the capital. So Nizar knows that he's falling a little behind. 55 turns to legendary in the patron seat in Greece compared to 27 turns, which will, of course, only increase once the Oracle is finished, but for the trader's seat. Now, what are we doing to rectify this, though? Shopping. This is one reason, culture rushing is one reason I tend to prefer to put an estate in the patron seat. You can take the free luxury, slot it into the city directly, toss an estate in the seat, and then there you go. You get a bunch of free culture. Not free, but, you know. Heliopolis is in the game, yes. Doctors are so smart. Why are there millions of them? Nizar is still in colonies, but not tile buying. I don't know. I feel like, how much damage could this axe do? 7, 7. What about a hoplite? Probably also 7. No. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that Ninja could pressure here. Of course, I don't think he really needs to. Although, what's his order situation? 17? Yeah, God. 17 spending 7, so that's 24, compared to 16 spending 9, so that's, 25. That's not too bad. They're actually relatively even on orders. That's nice. Nizar is always a friendly character trying to make small talk and chat with his opponents in the game. What a weird person. Don't say that. Your opponent will just Google it. They're going to use Google to get an edge. Nizar says that he would surrender the game if Ninja understood a reference that Nizar made. Of course, I didn't understand the reference either. Oh, we're on Babylon's turn. My apologies. We're rushing out of Ballista now. Probably taking advantage of training rushing while we still have a zealot on the throne. So what we're probably doing here is getting these ballistas down to half production and then rushing from there. Yeah, this will only take this would take less than 200 training to rush out next turn. So we'll be able to do it again next turn. So we're basically, yeah, churning these out like clockwork. I'll be curious to see how far the power rises. Getting a little bit more of a gap between our players now. 850 to 710. Although Nizar has had some pretty impressive route chains in this tournament. So it would be very interesting to see if he managed to pull 1 or 2 off. Really shut down that siege advantage. These guys are silly. A couple of silly guys. Of course, again, can't emphasize this enough, but Nizar can see what's happening in these build queues. He has agents. Oh, man. DeGillis would be fun for some treachery missions. Or, as a general... Look at this. This is plus 5.8 training. Yeah, we could be building horsemen right now, and we're not. I'm sad that we're not building horsemen right now. This is a 6-turn horseman. Degulus would most certainly bring that down to a 4-turn horseman. In fact, yeah, it's 100 training, right? Yeah. So 24 training. If Degulus was in the seat, so it would basically be a 4-turn horseman. Or alternatively, we have 3 citizens. We could put this judge in charge of this city. Rush out 3 officers or 2 officers right away. Lots of options. Lots of options. Forgive me. Oh, we are building a market in Patras now. So that'll be nice. Our gold will equalize with the construction and completion of that market. We're also building a grocer in Pella. Interesting. We're actually making use of both buildings. That's interesting to see. Ninja saying, Nizar, this feels like a 50-50 game, and he loves it. I agree. These games get interesting. Of course, they do get tense. If I were to wager, I'd give a lean towards Ninja here based solely on experience. But Nizar has surprised us in the past. He defeated Alcaris, who's a strong player. He did very well against Yagman, who was inexperienced, but still a very strong player. And yeah, be interesting to see how well he holds up long term. This seems to be, interestingly enough, this seems to be the most evenly paced game that Ninja's been in this entire tournament. In every game, including the very first game that he lost, Ninja just overwhelmed his opponent in terms of science momentum, development momentum. You know, that loss was a stunning upset on the part of Oro in that particular first game. However, Ninja still stuck to the usual pattern of just completely overwhelming his position. It's actually funny because Oro jokes that if he had heard the commentary to that game, he would have just surrendered. Because everybody was pretty convinced that Ninja was going to win, and then he didn't. So it's interesting. This actually does seem to be the game that seems to be the most evenly matched between 2 opponents, at least when it comes to Ninja so far that I can recall. Forgive me if you happen to hear me chewing. I'm just trying to take a quick bite. Composite bow coming down the pipeline for the Babylonians. And Nizar is now officially in the realm of weaker than the Babylonians. So we have an update in terms of military power, just crossing that threshold now. That's good news for Ninja. And again, siege weapons hit like trucks. So really going to need to make sure we churn out a horse or 2. We have the horse, we've upgraded a horse. Bit of a bummer. I mean, of course, we're still going to do it, but by doing that, Ninja now knows that horsemen are on the table. But let's take a peek. Horsemen will do 8 damage to onagers, 8 damage to ballista. But let's keep in mind, they're not on flat or open clear terrain. So if we get out here, we're doing 9 damage, which is pretty solid. What's our happiness here? What's your happiness? That's actually a friendly family. Nizar is correct on that. I think this is so true. I really don't think people acknowledge this enough. And I want to be very clear. You know, players player skill and problem solving and all that stuff is a factor in these games, of course, and if a player will play well. But Nizar just said it's all about who messes up first. And I have to kind of agree with that. I think a lot of games come down to not who plays well, but who makes the most mistakes. Because making one mistake is one thing, yeah, but the severity of the mistake can matter. Or like misclicking an improvement, whatever. Maybe that's a big deal, maybe it isn't. But failing your 6-person route chain is a huge deal. So the severity of the mistake is one thing, but then also the frequency of the mistakes. If you keep messing up, if you keep misclicking, if you keep misreading the situation, or all those different things, it's interesting. So steady play is important. This goes back to the idea of kind of like not trying to fall into a trap of playing your opponent too much. The mind game of thinking, oh no, I've lost to this guy too many times, so I'm going to lose. Or the reverse, oh, I've beaten this guy in every game, so it's fine, I got this. It's it's the most important thing you can do when playing this game is just try to do what stay a steady, keep playing a steady game. Solve your resource economy, solve your political economy, get your science up. I 1,000, as someone who used to play chess a lot, I agree with that. Max in chat says there is a saying that in chess that the winner is the person who makes the second to last mistake. And yeah, sure, 100%. That's one of the things that kind of turns me off to chess a little bit, because I think, or maybe that's one of the things that turns me off to competition in general. I think sometimes ego gets wrapped up in competition a little bit too much to my liking, when it's like, I mean, we're all just bumbling around. Like, whoever messes up first tends to lose a game. And obviously, that's an oversimplification. By the way, that's an oversimplification. That's not 100% a fair assessment or conclusion to draw. Admittedly, we're getting money boost now by the Greeks off of our lucky coinage grab. Still no administration. Still no compo. Compo is going to the Babylonians at the moment. No phalanx, which this is interesting to me. I kind of like this because we've seen lots of Greek games where players have gone straight to phalanx. And Nizar, in fact, I've seen Nizar do that, and Nizar chose not to do that in this game. He valued other priorities. Again, not really 100% sure how I feel about the steel grab. But, whatever, still something different. His unique unit is there, but the bonus card anyway, but now he doesn't need it because he can actually build the damn thing. In fact, what's the law count? We have 4 laws on Nizar, 5 on Ninja. Of course, with this battlefield the way it is at the moment, I would say I would rather have a hoplite or a phalangite than the Acadians. Of course, the Acadians are a very good unit, but you don't necessarily want them charging into a thick forest. Nice, building a Jewish monastery here. This is going to give us some urban connection along this coastline. Going to collapse some borders more. Are we still in colonies? We're still in colonies. Going to want to swap out of that eventually if you're not going to keep tile buying. We're basically wasting 5 orders per turn by not having serfdom enacted, and it can be something, one of those things. In fairness, it can be one of those things that you forget about. But if you can remind yourself, try not to forget about it. 76 science in Greece to 112. Yeah, now we're cooking. We are cooking in Babylon. 112 science by turn 62 is a solid benchmark to hit. We do have some lumber mills coming online in Greece as well. More lumber mills. It'll be nice to mill up this location. In fact, oh, Babylon does finally have forestry. Turn 61, got it very recently. All right, so some interesting forward positioning from these spears in the woods. 2 ranger promotions. That's nice. Ranger promotion is going to become very valuable. We also have Highlander. Another ranger back here. Oof, that's nice. Wow. And the Highlander will be especially nice because it can also be tricky to spot these hills in these wooded areas. So you can trip up your opponent by having a Highland promotion. And once this gets more congested and you're in the thick of this battle, you can kind of mess up people's math a little bit. Sometimes I'll find myself in a position kind of being a little confused, being like, wait, why do I do, 7 damage to this guy, but only 4 damage to this guy? And then you kind of waste time or stress over thinking about what's going on until you figure it out. And next thing you know, you make a mistake. And that brings us back to the idea of making mistakes. Mind games and trickery is always a tactic. That's why one of my favorite promotions in the game, and I think it's an underrated promotion, is tough. And it's actually one of my favorite promotions, strengths to get on a ruler. Because what tough does, tough on your ruler makes it so all units, it might be all infantry units, but I think it's all units in general. All units will get 5 strength if they're wounded, if they take damage. So what's amazing about that is think about how we do combat, right? I'm going to go over to Greece here. If I'm Greece and I'm trying to math out combat, I'm going to grab the combat. I'm going to grab this axe and I'm going to go, okay, I can do 7 damage with this guy. But I can do 5. That's 13. So I need another 7 damage, right? Grab this guy. Be like, all right, that's 5. Or be like, oh, that's 5. All right. So you do the math, right? And you configure, you get up to your total. And maybe you move them all. And I've seen people who do that total and they move them all into position and then start taking hits. Or even if you just move one into position, you come in with the 7, you take the hit. This is your best hit, your best attack too, right? So you're banking on using your best attack off some math here. You move up, you take your hit, and what did we just say? This is 5, right? All of a sudden, you grab this next guy, and you move over here, and he's doing 4 damage instead of 5 because the tough kicks in. And I think that's, man, is that just delightful. It's so funny. And I've had this happen to players where they just go, oh, crap. And I well, what happened? Like, I got the math wrong. Oh, and they say, oh, you're tough. I forgot. I didn't realize or didn't notice that your ruler is tough, or that even in the specific unit. I think the specific unit, it's actually a 10 damage, a 10 combat strength increase. But even just a 5 can be enough in certain situations with certain units to change the combat math by 1 point of damage. And that is enough to waste an entire attack or a full movement point of orders or whatever. And it's just very trolly, very tilty, very, very much my style. I think two promotions that are underrated that I like quite a bit are Tough and Amphibious. And the main reason for both of that, Amphibious is applicable as well. It's very easy when you're looking at big numbers like this, big army stretches like this, to just be like, okay, well, I have a river here, so I'm going to put my guys along this river. But then all of a sudden, your opponent's units come up and they walk up next to you, and you're kind of a little surprised by that. But then you realize, oh, they're doing full damage because there's 1, 2, or 3 units with amphibious promotion. So I generally, even in a map like this where there aren't that many rivers, I generally try to have at least one, but usually 2 or 3 units in my army that have amphibious on them, because you never know when you're going to need it. Ships are another thing. Being able to do full damage from a unit on the coast can surprise your opponent. They can come up here and be aggressive with a ship with an anchoring or by doing damage or whatever. And next thing you know, suddenly you can kill the ship, to much to their surprise, because one of your melee units is doing full damage. And I just like those promotions that kind of catch people off guard. It's easy for me to look at a unit and see Highlander and think, okay, hills are tricky. Much, much harder to look at a unit and say tough and actually get a sense of which ones of my units is that combat boost actually going to change the math on, and then how it's going to map out, because you don't get to see it until the damage is applied. So you're not actually able to sit here and math out the combat. Very, very, very tricky. Fun times. Archive 2 in Yor, that's interesting. Ballista coming up. Rebels in the north. Yucky family opinions. This is all coming from this angry person. We need Spoked Wheel. We need to arrest this woman. I wish I could just grab Ninja and yell at him to arrest his wife, or whoever this is. His debauched schemer. She's 50 years old, though, so maybe she'll die soon. That's always a joy. 23 turns on Legendary. What's going on in the Babylonian dynasty, in fact? We have a scholar on the throne who's angry at us as well. Nobody likes us. Robust, righteous, swift, blessed, fickle-banded zealot. That is a stacked ruler. Particularly, I think swift and robust on your zealot doesn't really get much better than that, if I were to say. Nizar predicting their game will be wrapped up by turn 90-ish. Curious to see how that goes. If you're watching this live on a Saturday, the next game will pick up tomorrow, Sunday, in the afternoon, same time as today's game, if you want to check it out. So we will be casting. I will be casting yet again tomorrow to pick up the remainder of this game. In the event something doesn't end this game in this session. Last they spoke about it, they said they had an hour left, so they probably have about a half hour left from where we are now. Although we are seeing some interesting movements out of Ninja here. I'm a little curious about this. All right, actually, Ninja's saying he has 10 minutes left, so this will be a multi-session game. Certainly no definitive conclusion in this session will take place now. Glad to have it on camera. Oh, I'm going to help answer a question in Discord here. All right. So forgive me there. Every now and then I check Discord and can't help but try to answer questions when people ask. Probably shouldn't be doing that while I'm live casting, but it's been a long day. For those who don't know, I also played a tournament match earlier today in a game that I expect was not going to shape up to be a quick or easy one. And so I've been I'm a bit drained at this stage in the game. Basically been about 6 or 7 hours nonstop old world extravaganza, which of course I'm thrilled to be here. But I always tend to not sleep well the night before a game. I always get too excited. I overthink about and it's tournament matches in particular. When I'm streaming, I don't care. But so maybe that's a little bit of that competitive side creeping up. I don't really consider myself all that competitive, but that I suppose that's got to be part of what it is, right? Um, I guess otherwise I wouldn't think about it so much, I suppose. But yeah, no, it is fun. It's exciting. I think more than anything, the largest motivating factor as to why I would want to, I hope I win, is I just want to keep playing more games. I think it's entertaining. I like entertaining. Um, and I went back and caught some of the casts of my games, particularly my game against Marauder, and it seems like people got a big kick out of watching me play. So it'd be nice to be able to keep doing that. But I can also just keep doing that on my own time, to be honest. So it doesn't really matter. Otherwise, I don't actually care if I win the tournament. And actually, the catch-22 that I've talked about is I'd actually rather cast the rest of the tournament. So if I do lose to Alcrest, either tomorrow or next weekend, um, that'll actually be great because then I can just keep casting the games. Because if I don't lose and I keep playing in the tournament, then that means this match would actually be the last tournament match I cast for the rest of this season if I keep winning, because I would keep being in the games. Um, and ironically, I actually kind of don't like that as an idea. I want to keep casting games. I want to keep doing that. I have a lot of fun doing this. So I'm not saying I'm going to throw or anything. Absolutely not. I'm going to play a good game, but um, I would miss if I win. If I win, it'll be exciting. But if I keep playing and I keep winning, I want to fight Oro. I want to play Aaron. I want to rematch with Aaron. Our first match was awesome, so I'd definitely love a rematch with Aaron. And which of course I could do privately, but it's always fun to have it on stream. It's always fun to get the hype and the community involved. So I definitely would like to keep winning, but at the same time, if I do end up losing, I'll just be like, great, cool. Now I can just go back to casting all these matches. So it's a win-win for me, really, is basically the point. I win no matter what. Nizar says, for someone with a lot of watermills and windmills, you sure are struggling with resources. And Ninja responds, I ignore the part of mills that don't have to do with science. I mean, that's not true. He's putting down some improvements. He built this mine and other stuff, but yeah, he could probably afford to use more, better economy. In fact, well, how is he doing? I mean, he's catching back up a little bit. His stone is insane. He has over 150 more stone per turn than Nizar. Nizar has 70 or 80 more iron and only 30 more food, give or take. I'm rounding, I'm approximating. He has like 60 more wood though, which is nice. And then Ninja has like 600, 700 more gold though. So that's fun. Yeah, so basically, I think their economies are relatively even because although stone is not super expensive in this game, the most expensive thing in this game at the moment is metal, which is always interesting to see to me. It's always fascinating to see what commodity becomes the most expensive thing in a game. Most often, most often I think it ends up being stone. Other wood and food are your next contenders because you can have very food scarce games, and of course, wood is entirely dependent on forests and how quickly you get your lumber mills online, if you even bother to go for them, and of course, what you're doing. Like maybe you're Babylon and you have a forest heavy unique unit, or you're doing the siege strategy, so you need a lot of wood. There are wood heavy strategies and then there are wood light strategies. It really depends on what you're doing. So that can be flexible. But of all the resources, it's actually, I would say, metal tends to be the one that doesn't spike that high compared to the other three. So it's interesting to see. Although I'm actually pretty sure in my game, metal seems to be currently the most expensive resource as well at the moment, which I find interesting. So I could be wrong about that. I think it's metal or food. I can't remember. It's not stone. We're getting doctrine on the Greeks. Are we going to have some Orthodox Greeks in the game? Let's find out. We have how many laws? We still don't even have rhetoric. This is driving me nuts. Let's go back to Greece. So Greece has 4 laws. He's getting doctrine as he's getting doctrine for a possible 5th law. He also will get temples for orders, so I don't hate that as a grab at all. Of course, I'm pretty sure the Jebel is in this game. No, the Jebel's not in this game. Sorry, that's in my game. No, the Jebel is in this game. The Jebel's not in my game, question mark? I actually don't know. Maybe it's in both games. Sorry. Playing and then casting is a bit of a loop, by the way. I've done that a lot. I've cast and then I've played, and it's exhausting. Okay, so Doctrine is interesting. We can Ortho Rush. We don't really have the largest order economy for Ortho Rushing, but it's certainly still on the table. Once you get around 30 some odd orders, that does make it a possibility. Of course, you want more closer to like 50 or 60 so you can do it more than once. Because if you're going to burn your entire turn building units, well, then you want to build as many as you can, right? So spending 27 orders on one unit and having that be your entire turn is entirely different than spending 80 orders on like 5 to 6 units and have that be your entire turn. Because even though you're quote unquote wasting a turn on unit production, if you're going to do that, you want to be generating as many units as possible for the turn that you're spending. So I definitely don't dislike the grab. Because there are orders here. Although, however, interestingly enough, vaulting could be an interesting grab. Or land consolidation. Both of these are on the deck. Vaulting could be really interesting. We're building this is awesome. We're building monasteries. Here's one. I think we have another around here. Yeah, honestly, shockingly enough, I would do vaulting here. This is a weird situation. God damn it, where is it? This is a weird situation of all that works. I'm going to run it down why. 2 things. First things first, we could do iconography for an extra 2 training in every single city that has at least 1 monastery, but it's 2 training per monastery. So if we get multiple religions, we'll stack multiple training, and that also then will go on to get enhanced by barracks, right? So, or your training seat, right? So in this city, what are we looking at? One monastery would become 4 training, basically, which is awesome. It'd be more training than what we're getting from a barracks currently. So that's great, right? So there's that. And then the other couple of aspects to this, we're talking orders as a need for Greece, right? So the cathedral, which can be built at strong cities. We have several strong cities. You can build up to 6 cathedrals in your empire, 1 per city, 2 per family, right? It gives you 6 legitimacy. This is 0.6 orders, right? In addition to the opinion benefits. So that's the legitimacy. But then the other most fascinating thing about this is if you're much like when we finish a monastery, oh, here it is, right? Look here. Much like when you finish a monastery, you get science for standing on top of the monastery. When you finish a cathedral, if you idle your disciple on the cathedral, it's 1 order. So a cathedral actually, before you even get to a bishop, because bishops also uh, a master bishop, sorry, an elder bishop is another order, like just like acolytes. But I'll be honest, I never build the bishops. But anyway, before build bishops, you can get 1.6 orders per cathedral. Now the only downside here is they're expensive. They're 100 stone and they take 6 years to build, so that's not ideal. However, with the iconography grab, and then the last thing is the happiness boost. Happiness boost increases your happiness in all cities by 1, which would help solidify our opinion, especially this late in the game as our discontent is dropping, right? Like this discontent level is 1, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, our discontent in the champ seat has frozen. There's no discontent rate. So once you once you're mid game like this, you can actually grab this happiness boost, and that's going to translate to better opinion. That's going to translate to better science in all of your cities, slightly better science, like a 5% science increase in all your cities, things like that. So all in all, this collectively comes together for a very solid opinion boost. And if we don't want iconography, we could get calligraphy, and we're already Greece, make an extra 10 culture per turn, which would bring these cities to strong quickly for our 7 strength unit, sorry, our 8 strength unit once we get our citadels online. And would help us get legendary cities faster if we wanted to, but I think I'd go for iconography. So, and the only reason why I'm saying this, I'm not saying vaulting is something you should beeline, or vaulting is necessarily the strongest tech, or really gets a lot of strong opportunities to shine. However, this seems like an interesting opportunity where it's right here. It'd be relatively quick, 6 turns. Why not? I think actually it might make sense. I think it actually might make sense and be a pretty decent grab. It gets us a law, which is law tempo for 7 laws, which is what we want. Of course, again, orthodoxy is fantastic, so it's hard to say no to that. And it gets us orders. You get a law, you get orders, you get happiness, you get opinion. I think this is probably the best case scenario. Going back to my conversation earlier with Filthy about the value of getting architecture as your free tech on Sages with Greece, that actually might be another aspect of that, is that it makes vaulting an option for you at some point in the game. Still doesn't mean that you should like beeline it or maybe always grab it, but it means if at any point it makes sense for you, maybe you got a couple of religions, or maybe you got 1 religion, whatever it is, it's well established, you have good workforce, you have great stone economy, all these different things, right? Or maybe you're having happiness issues and you need a quick solve. Well, I guess it's not relatively quick, but you need an emergency solve, right? That puts vaulting on the table for the Greeks if they sage into architecture. So yeah. Hope you enjoyed my thoughts on that. Apologize for the deviation and the rant on that. We're pretty much wrapping up this game at this point. Politics in Greece is solid. We have 2 friendly families, a cautious champion family, which is nice. So no negatives. Christianity not found yet. Oh, we just need metaphysics and 2 citizens, and we'll actually be able to found it ourselves. If we hop on over to the Babylonians. All right, they are saving the turn. Saving here. We have Spoke Wheel coming online in 1 turn with the Babylonians. Happy sages, grumpy hunters, decent traders here. And yeah. Pretty solid and emerging economy. I mean, our resource generation could be better, but shitloads of stone per turn. We're not building any new wonders yet. Our civics could use an uptick here. We did get the Oracle now, so we now have the 5 tech cards from now on. Okay. I think this has been a good game. I think it's a great spot to start. Interestingly, I think this might also be of right around the time that I paused my game earlier. Yeah. So thank you for tuning in, guys. I hope you tune in next time. If you tuned in after the fact on YouTube, please give us a like, subscribe, hop on over to the Mohawk YouTube channel to find the playlist of all of the games for the 2025 tournament and catch up on all the action or relive fond memories or go in and read all the comments and commentary. I'm Scientific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament. Until next time.